גנית, הם אומרים שזה מה שיש להם, זה הדבר היחיד.
We're fine.
And how will the live broadcasting will be in this video?
Okay, so basically the live broadcasting will be a block on the right side.
It's the same.
Yeah,
The video is the same.
yeah. So what we're going to do with the video is we will embed the video in this PowerPoint presentation and it will play at the same time while we go to the slide together.
The whole video should be like that, not because otherwise Katie and JP is in the beginning, that's why.
Yeah, that
But
is fine.
later on, presentations,
Presentation that will be full frame.
because I'm losing the named people. I'm losing it. If I knew this is not a washout, I would do it differently. You told me to wash out, so I arrange everything as a washout. You sit with me and you told me washout. It's driving me crazy.
גנית, תאשרי את הפריים. גנית, תאשרי את הפריים. Okay. Save it. Okay. Okay, now let's go back. הם מסדרים את הכבלים פה, ואז אנחנו נראה. הם מסדר את הכבלים.
איזה כבלים של מה?
עכשיו חבר, כאילו, בשביל להריץ את הפרוגרם ובשביל זה. Please let him just finish to plug everything, then we'll plug everything you need. We'll need everything set so we can run.
So delete this one, no?
Yes, delete it. I'll tell you which folder it's in.
Which one?
Okay, go to the breaks. You see your breaks. Okay?
This is the last one.
Banner PP.
This one, no?
Copy. You project this one, okay?
זהו, נמשיך.
This is basically the modification because she does not want it to be full screen. She wants it to be with the banner. तो इसमें embed किया हुआ है. हाँ. We have to do the rehearsal now. Yes. Yeah, we can start it, man. We're ready. Let me just be. You take some time.
Please give me item 10.
Yeah, please.
You guys, please bear with me. I need
Yeah,
you.
no worries. No
Okay?
worries. We understand.
Hello. דגנית, אני לא רואה אותך, אבל I think we need to move the chairs a little bit so that there's space to walk in between. Otherwise, it's a little awkward.
Item 10. מה שלומך? בסדר גמור. איפה אתה נמצא? באיזה מלון? ומתי זה פה? וואו. בטח משהו דקה.
So what I'm
שיהיה להם נגישות. Item 10, please. Item 10. Item 10.
This one is a HDMI 1.
It's supposed to be on full screen. That's the presentation. Okay. Okay, can you please give him a clicker? Okay. הקליקר מחכה לך על הפודיום. אתה לא רוצה לעלות על הבמה? רק כאילו פשוט להריץ את זה? זה מה? Okay, so please run. Please do it.
You want us to do it for me?
Yeah. Okay. You just want to see everything. אני לא שומעת אותך, אני צריך... לא. לא.
Welcome.
בהצלחה.
Switch to it.
Okay, let's go back. גנית, אנחנו חוזרים לאייטם 4, רון לאודר.
קולות בלב.
Run. Why there's no sound? Please, sound. Where's our sound guy? I don't get it. All the people are supposed to be here at the control. Where's the sound guy?
Please make the video window higher.
They want it higher. Get it higher.
שיראל, זה נראה בסדר? זה נראה מסודר? אוקיי, אז סיימתם את הפרזנטציה? הוא בדק? שיראל, תעני לי. בדקתם לו את הפרזנטציה? אוקיי, אני לא רואה שאפשר להתחיל כבר מההתחלה, אנחנו חייבים להתחיל, תיכנסו. אוקיי. אוקיי, תחזרו, שיראל, אנחנו מתחילים. אז תחזרו בבקשה לפריסט. אנחנו מתחילים. We start the event. Everybody, אני שומעת. אוקיי, את לא מתחילה להריץ, אני מנסה להסביר. אנחנו צריכים להכניס קהל, עוצרים, חוזרים בבקשה לפריסט, ופשוט שאלוהים יהיה בעזרתנו. אוקיי? תסבירי להם בבקשה. We are about to start the event. Everybody go to preset, please. In 5 minutes, audience will come inside and then we will start.
אבל שמנו גם כדי שאפשר יהיה לעמוד פה. אז אפשר, או אין בעיה, אפשר גם פה.
אני התכוונתי לבוא לכאן, אבל מה שאתה
That's not a problem. No, but they have to be on the same distance between them.
אז השאלה היא אם להיות פה עכשיו או אם להיות באמצע כמו שאמרת.
Can you move this one a little bit? That's it, and this one a little bit. אבל אולי יש לך תקופת פה אחת כזה בעיה?
אולי זה פשוט להיות שנייה.
שניכם כאן.
סבבה.
That's it, you can leave it.
ואז את באמת את זה. טוב.
אני שומע אותך.
It's on.
Khaleej Times is leading by example once again. It is now giving free access to the digital editions of all of its publications, including the daily newspaper, weekly magazines and regular supplements to support the UAE government's fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Now you can access the free digital versions of all our publications for a limited period from the comfort of your homes without spending a dirham. Enjoy reading Khaleej Times.
Since before the establishment of the State of Israel, the Jerusalem Post has been covering news from the Holy Land with credibility and commitment. We have researched and reported every major event that has taken place in Israel, employing the most truthful, objective, and caring approach. We have shared the country's tears and wars, joy and achievements,
Premier Begin and President Sadat promised to sign a formal
and closely followed its impressive development.
The first Israeli ever to fly in space, Ilan Ramon.
From slavery to freedom, Gilad Shalit returned to Israel Tuesday after...
On behalf of the Royal Academy of Sciences, I wish...
Like the State of Israel, the Jerusalem Post has developed significantly over the years. Since 1932, we have upgraded and expanded our content to include every field of interest and issue that you, our readers, are interested in, including the Jerusalem Post Ivrit magazine, Ivrit Talk, which offers personal lessons via phone or Skype, as well as Ulpan Online to help improve your Hebrew, and Sof HaShavua, the new Hebrew language newspaper that has won widespread acclaim and recognition. In addition to its print edition, the Jerusalem Post has expanded online, joining the rest of the world on the internet with a dynamic and up-to-date informative website. You can watch our daily broadcasts directly from Jerusalem every day, bringing you the latest international news from Israel. The new J-Post app has recently been launched, through which you can receive updates from anywhere in the world, on any smartphone and iPad, as well as on Twitter and Facebook. In addition to its journalistic activities, the Jerusalem Post Group has launched a program of key conferences in Israel and abroad. At these conferences, we host a series of special guests, including top decision makers, officials, and other VIPs who engage in a dialogue on issues most relevant to the State of Israel and the Middle East. These events create news and are covered extensively by local and international media channels. The Jerusalem Post, the leading news source from Israel.
I think it's time.
She said not yet. She said not yet.
is leading by example once again. It is now giving free access to the digital editions of all of its publications, including the daily newspaper, weekly magazines and regular supplements to support the UAE government's fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Now you can access the free digital versions of all our publications for a limited period from the comfort of your homes without spending a dirham. Enjoy reading Khaleej Times.
Since before the establishment of the State of Israel, the Jerusalem Post has been covering news from the Holy Land with credibility and commitment. We have researched and reported every major event that has taken place in Israel, employing the most truthful, objective, and caring approach. We have shared the country's tears and wars, joy and achievements,
Premier Begin and President Sadat promised to sign a formal...
and closely followed its impressive development.
The first Israeli ever to fly in space, Ilan Ramon.
From slavery to freedom, Gilad Shalit returned to Israel Tuesday after...
On behalf of the Royal Academy of Sciences, I wish...
Like the State of Israel, the Jerusalem Post has developed significantly over the years. Since 1932, we have upgraded and expanded our content to include every field of interest and issue that you, our readers, are interested in, including the Jerusalem Post Ivrit magazine, Ivrit Talk, which offers personal lessons via phone or Skype, as well as Ulpan Online to help improve your Hebrew, and Sof HaShavua, the new Hebrew language newspaper that has won widespread acclaim and recognition. In addition to its print edition, the Jerusalem Post has expanded online, joining the rest of the world on the internet with a dynamic and up-to-date informative website. You can watch our daily broadcasts directly from Jerusalem every day, bringing you the latest international news from Israel. The new J-Post app has recently been launched, through which you can receive updates from anywhere in the world, on any smartphone and iPad, as well as on Twitter and Facebook. In addition to its journalistic activities, the Jerusalem Post Group has launched a program of key conferences in Israel and abroad. At these conferences, we host a series of special guests, including top decision makers, officials, and other VIPs who engage in the dialogue on issues most relevant to the State of Israel and the Middle East. These events create news and are covered extensively by local and international media channels. The Jerusalem Post, the leading news source from Israel.
Sabah el Khair, Boker Tov. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Michal Divon, and it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Khaleej Times to today's Global Investment Forum here in Dubai. We are living in extraordinary times where partnerships, businesses, and more importantly, friendships know no boundaries, where it's natural to hold Muslim, Jewish, and Christian celebrations together, where the children of Abraham are sitting around the same table, shaping agendas, discussing global challenges, learning from one another, and striving to expand the circle of peace. This should be our priority always. We at Khaleej Times have followed and covered these events with great enthusiasm, as have our partners at Jerusalem Post. Since its formation 5 decades ago, the United Arab Emirates vision has incorporated inclusion, understanding, and growth, as well as disruptive modes of economic and social benefit for the region and for the country. Today's forum exemplifies exactly that, and it wouldn't have been possible without our partners at the Jerusalem Post. So please help me welcome my co-host, Yaakov Katz, Editor-in-Chief of the Jerusalem Post.
Michal, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the Jerusalem Post team, Bar Ashkenazi, our CEO, Eliazur, our owner. I want to thank you and the rest of the Khaleej Times staff for your hospitality and friendship. A year ago, I would not have imagined that I, an Israeli journalist and editor, would be standing on the same stage in Dubai with you, a journalist for an Emirati newspaper. And by the way, not just any journalist, but an Israeli-American journalist who's working for an Emirati newspaper. These are historic times and historic opportunities. From the first conversation I had with your team, especially with Rajiv and Poonam and Muhammad, who I want to thank personally for allowing and enabling this amazing conference, the partnership between the Jerusalem Post and the Khaleej Times was like just a natural fit, like a glove on a hand. We both are the oldest English language newspapers in our respective countries. We're a tad older. We were established in 1932. The Khaleej Times, I think, right in 1978.
Both young in spirit.
Right, both young in spirit. But the idea was the same idea. Two newspapers in a land opening a window for the rest of the world to see, to learn, to hear of what is happening in this amazing, fascinating, and sometimes volatile region. That's what we're doing today. That's what this conference is about, is to continue to tell the story of Israel, of the United Arab Emirates, and the wider region to the world.
And we have a very exciting schedule packed with incredible speakers and dignitaries from the UAE, from Israel, and from the entire region. So it is now my honor to invite His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, the UAE Minister of State for Foreign Trade.
Thank you so much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shalom to our Israeli friends and colleagues. Namaste to our Indian friends and brothers and colleagues as well. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to join you all today at the Global Investment Forum. And let me start by thanking my friends and colleagues at the Khaleej Times and Jerusalem Post for hosting this timely event. Platforms such as this one play an instrumental role in supporting global efforts to strengthen international trade and investment. We're here to discuss the future of a global economy, following a year like we have never seen before, full of health and economic challenges and crises. Today's summit is taking place during a crucial moment for our country. We have a little over 200 days left to achieve the UAE Vision 2021. While the UAE has succeeded in consolidating its status as a global business and trading hub, there is much more work to be done. We continue to take steps to enhance ease of doing businesses and adapt to changing global economic environment. Most recently, we have implemented measures that allow 100% foreign ownerships of companies here in the UAE, providing bankruptcy protection to businesses in emergency situations, decriminalizing bounce checks, and enhanced consumer rights, and many new regulations and laws to be announced soon. The UAE's position is to reinforce by its strong economic ties with countries and businesses across the globe. In terms of strengthening the UAE global trade ties with the global economic partners, we're exploring and will continue exploring opportunities to expand the scope of existing partnerships and forge new ones. Efforts have been undertaken to further enhance the access of our own national products to foreign markets through signing more economic agreements with various countries. The horizons which we're talking about, not only covering the MENA region, we're talking about 4 billion populations from Far East to the Far West of Africa. In 2020, the UAE non-oil exports achieved a growth of 13.4%, reaching 272.3 billion dirhams compared to 2019, at a value of 240 billion dirhams, achieving a new record in non-oil foreign trade. Foreign direct investments has played as well a critical role in our economic growth, despite the UN's estimates of global foreign direct investments flow decrease by 42% in 2020 We at the UAE witnessed a 44% growth in FDI flows in 2022 compared to 2019, and we reached 73 billion dirhams. This is basically due to the measures and incentives we created to encourage the increase in FDI. And I'm sure our colleagues at the local Emirates like Dr. Tariq is going to go through those incentives later on. We're also accelerating our transition toward the digital economy and exploring new ways to support and grow up startup ecosystem. Many innovations, UAE startups such as Kareem, Souq, and many others have found success here and benefited from our regulatory environments, connections to global investors, and strong governmental support. Ladies and gentlemen, the Israeli economic relations are based on a long-term development agenda. The proximity state-of-the-art infrastructure and advanced logistical capabilities for our two countries are very vital factors that support the developments of bilateral trade with potential to bring a wealth of mutual benefits. Just in 9 months after we signed the Abraham Accords, the trade exchange between the UAE and Israel has exceeded 1.3 billion dirhams. We have signed around 25 agreements in many sectors, more than 15 sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, in the UAE, we believe that increased cooperation between countries is the key to stronger and more resilient post-COVID-19 economy. I really encourage everyone here today to explore the many new promising opportunities in our market so that together we can contribute to building purpose future for our young generation. Wish you all the best and success in this gathering, and looking forward to see you again and again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that exciting speech about the opportunities that exist between our countries. Our next speaker is a true leader. Ronald Lauder, president of the World Jewish Congress, is constantly on the front lines fighting on behalf of freedom and democracy around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ronald Lauder, who will be unfortunately not joining us in person, but we will have on video.
Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, salam and shalom. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person today for this historic conference, but I'm so pleased to be part of an event with the Jerusalem Post and the Khaleej Times in Dubai. Just a short time ago, these words together, Jerusalem Post, Khaleej Times, and Dubai, would have been considered an oxymoron. That's a fancy English language term for two thoughts that are contrary or incongruous. But the Abraham Accords changed our language and the entire terrain of the Middle East and changed it for the better. This was something that both Arabs and Jews could only dream of in the past, but now it's a reality. This is especially timely because of the trauma that Israelis and Palestinians suffered over the past few weeks. All of us involved in this conference have to work against these agents of pessimism with every fiber of our being. My travels throughout the Middle East, I know the vast majority of Arabs and Jews want to live in peace. Their priorities are not war. Their priorities are a safe world for their children, and education for their children as well. Greater economic opportunities for the next generation, and that is your priority at this conference. None of this will come from misfired civilians. None of this will come from retaliation. None of this will come from conflict. These dreams can only come from peace and harmony between nations. I'm an optimist at heart. I know this can happen. I know it will happen. The greatest investments we can make are in education and technology. The education should be a joint venture between Israel and Arab countries. Arabs and Israelis should learn about each other's histories and rich cultures. They should sit together in classrooms, and universities like the Technion should raise the level of the entire region. Let the Middle East be known not for conflict, but for technology and creativity. This will only happen when partnerships with Israel. The Accords are a triumph for all the people of the Middle East. And all of you are the bridge builders, people who understand that peace is better than war. People who celebrate what we all have in common and not what divides us. People understand that salam and shalom have the same meaning and carry the same message. And that message is one of hope, not fear. At the same time, even after everything that happened over the past month, I continue to hope for and work towards a two-state solution for the Palestinians and Israelis, so future generations will no longer live in fear and mistrust. I have always believed that the vision of the peacemakers, because I know this one simple fact, that neighbors leading productive lives together in peace, dignity, and prosperity is better than any alternative. After my many trips throughout the Middle East and North Africa, I've had the opportunity to learn from conversations with your leaders, your teachers, and ordinary people in the street. It quickly became apparent that we all have the same concerns, the same hopes, the same fears. We also talked about our common bond as children of Abraham, and that could bring us closer together. This won't be easy, but there will be those who will try to stop it. But we should never be afraid of an honest dialogue. That is how we build a better understanding of each other. Here's another true sign of hope. I'm so pleased that we are building a Jewish school in Dubai, which furthers the bold, inclusive steps the Emirates are taking as a leader in the cause of peace. As president of the World Jewish Congress, I'm delighted we have the Emirates joining our organization. I was pleased to see so many Israelis boarding flights to visit the Emirates right after the accord was first signed. There is so much we can do together in times of friendship and peace. A lot of good can be created not only for the Israelis and Emirati sides, but for the whole world. I wish this group a productive time in this conference. I hope we all can be together soon. Let me close by saying Mabruk and Mazel Tov to all of you for bringing bridge builders closer together, and peace be upon all of you. Shalom Aleichem, Salam Aleichem, Shukran, Todah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lauder. Energy supply and water delivery are key in this changing world. And if COVID-19 taught us anything, it's the need for countries to be able to collaborate and work together. It's my pleasure to invite to the stage my colleague Maayan Hoffman, Head of Strategy at the Jerusalem Post, who will moderate our first panel, Designing Utilities of 2030 and Beyond. Maayan will be joined by Udi Adiri, the Director General of Israel's Ministry of Energy, Felix Moral, the CEO of Rise Technology, a national holding company, Eli Cohen, the CEO of Mikorot, National Water Company of Israel, and last but not least, Mati Shiri, the Chairman of Mikorot, National Water Company. Thank you.
So we have a very esteemed group of panelists here this morning, as Jaakov just described. And I actually want to start the discussion by turning to you, Mr. Azeri, the Director General or the CEO of Israel's Energy Ministry. There are several core challenges that Israel and its neighbors in the Middle East are facing now, not least of which are climate change and dwindling natural resources. Set the playing field for us. What are the hottest issues in the sector now?
Okay, thank you, Maayan. I'm really glad to be here. Probably from all the people here, I'm the one that is less familiar with how to do business. But I will say a few things from the governmental perspective. And the first thing I want to mention is based on my experience in the Ministry of Energy. I think that really the breaking through connections and collaboration between countries economically were created by the private sector, by the business people. And if I take the example of Israel and Egypt and Israel and Jordan, so it was first the companies, in Israel it was Noble and Delek, that signed huge contracts with NEPCO in Jordan and afterwards with Dolphinos in Egypt, contracts of tens of billions of dollars, and created the bridge of collaboration, which was then followed by the governments creating a regional forum, which is an amazing way of collaborating in the region. And then, of course, step by step, the one feeds the other. Now, regarding your question, I think that one of the biggest challenges that humanity is facing is climate change. Actually, how to reduce our carbon footprint, especially in the energy sector. And the greatest minds, investors, financial institutions need to struggle and to bring solution to humanity to this issue. And I believe that dealing with this issue requires high level of collaboration, bilateral and multilateral. And I think that United Arab Emirates and Israel are two countries that have a lot in common in trying to focus and to bring solutions. First of all, of course, that United Arab Emirates as a country with a long tradition of energy has huge interest in bringing the industry to stay relevant in this changing world. And Israel, not only with the natural gas, but Israel as a country has huge challenge to bring itself to a situation where it can reduce the carbon footprint significantly. I just mentioned two examples for the ways in which this collaboration can be created. So one example is that dealing with climate change in the sector of energy requires connectivity. Connectivity requires redundancy of energy. Once you introduce high percentage of renewables into your energy mix, you need to be connected. Otherwise, your energy will not be stabilized. So, of course, long-term vision might be connecting the grids of Israel and the Gulf countries, but step by step, I think that based on economical and commercial interest, there's a lot can be done. For example,
I think we're going to actually, I want to have a chance for Felix to respond to that, because Felix here is from Arise Technologies, and he's here in the United Arab Emirates. So what, Mr. Maral, do you have to add to that?
Well, I think that, abounding on what my colleague was saying, it's true that the system or the cycle energy water is a challenge, and it's been always a challenge in the region. And the latest development in terms of technology has bring a very interesting advance in terms, for example, water filtration. There's lots of collaborations today set up with new water filtration technologies, desalination with new nanomaterials filtration systems. Other technologies that they are helping to reduce the consumption of water in terms of smart irrigation, new trends in terms of water consumption. So it's true that this cycle energy water, it's been taken care in the region. And I would only say something, because I think we
yeah, and we definitely, speaking of water, we're going to definitely want to hear from Khaleej.
It's true that the greatest minds are working on finding the best technologies, but there is one technology I think it's very important to implement in the future is education. We are wasting water. We are investing billions in finding the best technologies to manage water, and at the same time we don't turn off the tap when we're brushing our teeth. So I think education for the next generations for this sustainability is critical, and it's very
wow, that's so fascinating. And you know, I want to turn to you, Eli Cohen, because Israel, we all know, is the startup nation. High technologies, AI. I like to think of us as a country of pretty smart people, but it's not a nation with a lot of water. Mikorot has been the company working to change that. You're Israel's national water company, and I understand that you've managed to reduce water depreciation by 3%. Can you tell me over what period of time and how you're doing that?
Actually, good morning. It's less than 3%. And those who knows the Israeli map, so Israel looks actually like a salami. And till 15 years ago, 10 years ago, we had water in the north of Israel, in the Sea of Galilee. And the majority of Israel is desert, like here. So we shifted the water from the north of Israel via a national carrier canal to the south of Israel, feeding not only the Israelis, but also the agriculture. But eventually, in the last 15 years, we have drought in the north of Israel because of the changing of the climate. So today we moved to another plan, which is it's like a Luna Park. It's like a Disney World. We are taking the water from the sea, and after 4 hours, the water are in your tap water at home, in Tel Aviv, in the north of Israel, in the south of Israel, and in Jerusalem, 4 hours after they have been in the sea. And we are using the water. We are going to the toilets. We are cooking, baking, and stuff. And after 72 hours, we are recycling more than 85% of the water. And we are shifting them to the south of Israel, feeding the agriculture. The majority of the agriculture of Israel today is being fed by recycled water, which are water that in few situations you can even drink them. And we are losing via this circular economy system less than 3%.
Amazing. Now, obviously, there's technology behind all of this. There's a technological toolbox, as we want to call it. Moti, you are in charge of technology at Mekorot. Where do you find these technologies, or maybe better, how do you use them? And are any of these, are all of these necessarily water technologies, or are you borrowing them from other industries?
What we do now, we take from the industry, oil industry, gas industry, energy industry, and medicine industry, and take this startup and change it to the water. This is what we do. That's why we change the time that the startup take 6 to 7 years. We change it to POC to 6 months, and we do it very quickly.
Amazing. Now, can you give me a couple of concrete examples, either one of the two of you?
So, well, you know, Mekorot is a big company. Israel, we have 9 million people, but at the weekends, while we are not working, there are only 5 people who are operating all the system of Israel. So 50% today of our work, it's from the telephone, from the cellular, and for our laptop at home. So we faced the corona. The majority of the worker was sitting at home, but thanks God, and thanks to us, no water problems in Israel. What Moti is working for now is we are putting, and this is an issue which is very interesting, water is not only water. Water is communication, and water is electricity. We are producing electricity from the water. We have fiber optics cables that we are putting them inside our pipes and pumps, and they are transferring the big data that we are using in order to operate the machines, but not only for us, but it's also for a Wi-Fi, 5G, and stuff that you can name it. So it's almost everything. And today we are working on what we are calling in Mekorot, it's some kind of a filling pipes. We are now producing pipes that are coming with a nanotechnology, and they are filling their status. So they know if they are going to break down and stuff like that. So I think that the main goal, after we solve the problem of the necessity of water, so today we are trying, and we are going to succeed in the coming years, to reduce the prices of the water system in more than 20%. So today we are speaking in Israel about a low-cost water system via technologies.
It's incredible, incredible. Now, when it comes to energy and water, there's obviously a lot of opportunities to work with our neighbors, and that's why we're here today. I want to go back to you, Mr. Azeri, and talk a little bit more about partnerships. You mentioned Jordan. I know there's some work with Egypt, for example, sun, wind energy. Tell me a little bit more about that.
So I think that, as I mentioned, we have had a strong partnership with Jordan, with Egypt. Just lately, it was published that Mubadala has shown interest in becoming part of the Israeli gas industry by getting part of Tamar natural gas field, which of course still to be completed, but we see as a great opportunity for collaboration between the countries. Another area of possible collaboration, as Mr. Cohen said, the challenge is bringing the technology, bringing more in the field of energy, cleaner energy, but still keeping the prices low. And that brings a lot of challenges. For example, energy storage, which is an area which many companies today in Israel work and produce solutions that could be collaborated with Emirates initiatives, with companies such as Mazda and others. And I truly believe that such a collaboration can bring really needed solution to the world. And as I said before, also connectivity, for example, between Israel and Jordan, Israel and Cyprus, where companies in the region could collaborate together.
Interesting. Now, I remember that back in January, I think it was, there was an investment by an Abu Dhabi fund for something around $100 million for developing renewable energy products in Israel. Felix, maybe you can talk a little bit about that or any other potential collaborations between Israel and the UAE that you see.
Yeah, well, from the private sector is extremely active these days. And of course, renewable energies, or again, the cycle of energy water is one of the main points. There is lots of joint ventures and lots of MOUs signed, lots of them in the last 6-7 months.
Good luck.
But at the beginning, we thought that could be just a goodwill or a kind of honeymoon. But after this time has passed, I have to confirm that there is different collaborations, there is different joint ventures, new investment that has been engaged by Israeli and Emirati companies, mostly in terms of, as I told, nanomaterials, water filtration, reducing energy, energy storage, green energy storage for powering the desalination plants, technologies for generation of water from the air moisture. This is quite well-known Israeli technology that still has some challenges in terms of energy consumption.
So here, come, let me introduce you to your moderator.
Built in the country.
This is Satyam. Am I pronouncing your name
exploring there.
Satyam.
As I said before, irrigation, smart irrigation systems where lots of farms now in UAE are reducing more than 35% the consumption of water with drip systems. So in different fields, different technologies, there is, and we can say that today is a reality. So we passed the honeymoon, and now we're working on that.
Now we're really working together. So refreshing to hear. Now, Ali, I want to go back to you. Mikorod itself, just a few months ago, was conducting discussions regarding collaborating on various projects with Bahrain and with, I believe, the United Arab Emirates. Can you tell us where those are holding?
Yeah, well, actually, we start working in the region in the last few months, and you say that the Israeli consider to be smart people. And after a few meetings with our colleagues here in the area, we figured out that they are smarter than us. But you know, it's like usually when you are saying 1 + 1 is 2. So, and I think that this 1 + 1, this region, this is 10. It's not as the region waiting for example, for European Union or American to support and help us. Today, together in the water field, we can do more than that for America and for of course for the third world and for the European Union, because we know how to do it. Both of us, we know how to solve the problem of the water, and if we are going to decrease the prices of producing water, so it's going to be a new thing and a new stage that we can deliver to the world together.
So what is your outlook? Is there going to be a water shortage or a surplus in our region, let's say in the next decade?
So looking at the desert, no need for a desert, because water are going to be very cheap, and if we can cooperate together, so we can make all the region green.
Amazing. Mati, any final thoughts?
I think the technology is, we can put a lot of technology in water and throw it away from all the water system to another place that is not coming in today, and save a lot of money, of energy and everything.
Great. Felix, any final thoughts? Leave us with a message too.
The message is clear. Water is a scarce resource. We're trying our best to bring it at the lowest cost and the best way, but still we need to understand that we're part of it, not only the individuals, as well the industries. We have to reduce the consumption of water. We have to understand that it's a scarce resource, especially in this area of the world, and we have to educate the coming generations to achieve this.
Well, I'm definitely going to take that message back home to my children and make sure they know not to waste water. I want to circle back to you and finally ask you, Mr. Azeri, looking at the vision of the future use of energy in the region, what developments do you expect and how are we going to get there as a final thought?
Yeah, so I think, today it's all about the mixture. It's the energy-water nexus. I mean, in the end, producing water today is based on producing energy. And we need to produce that energy as a clean energy and as a part of the world tendency to reduce carbon footprint. So I believe the future in the region will be based on renewables being produced in the region, being traded between countries based on the advantages and the potential to trade different hours, different season, and etc., using high level of storage, using new technologies to reduce carbon footprint of natural gas, all together with a good connectivity between the countries, one as renewables, one in wind, sun, nuclear, whatever. You can really make the region much better, bringing energy, bringing water in low prices, and building bridges between the countries.
Wonderful. Well, this has been such an energizing panel. I really appreciate all of you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our opening panel and to our moderator. Growing up in Israel, we're very much aware of water, and I think that renewable energy is definitely one of the pillars when it comes to cooperation. It is now my great honor to invite His Excellency Dr. Tariq Ben Hindi, the Director General of Abu Dhabi Investment Office.
No, that's Tariq, after Tariq.
Good morning, everyone. It's actually my honor to be here. This reminds me of when the Abraham Accords were first announced, and they invited us all to a location in Abu Dhabi to meet with a lot of folks who would soon become very close peers, colleagues, and in some instances, friends. And so I cherish the opportunity to be here to be talking to all of you. Salam, shalom. I don't know as many languages as you do, Your Excellency, so I'm going to stop there. Look, I would like to reiterate what the panelists here have said, as well as what His Excellency had said in his opening remarks. I think when you look at the public sector and its role in helping to drive innovation and technology, you also have to look at how nascent the market is. The relationship that has been built and that is continuing to be built with Israel is one where we believe we can exchange that information to continue to drive that innovation. But we have to de-risk the environment. We have to de-risk the ecosystem here to make sure that people that want to experiment, the R&D that needs to occur so that you can drive that innovation, so that you can adopt technology, and so that ultimately you create this knowledge-based economy, is done both through focus as a nation, but through collaboration with partners that have already been on this journey for some time. The common research around how it is that you can develop an entrepreneurial ecosystem, how it is that you can adopt technology, how you focus on innovation, says that a lot of it is done by luck. There's a lot of money that's normally placed into it, but it's really luck and sometimes by design. What we have decided and what we have accomplished in the space of about 5 years, and His Excellency alluded to this as to the number of days remaining this year for us to deliver on that 2021 strategy, is that not only do you have to have the required capital, but you have to have the human capital to help drive that forward. And the only way to bring that human capital here and to nurture it through both the nationals and the expats that call the UAE home is to make sure that you keep driving not only the narrative, but the actual delivery on the policies that you're setting. And so what are we doing? What have we been doing in Abu Dhabi? The facts are very clear. We receive the most amount of FDI in the Arab world into the UAE. We are ranked #1 in the region as it relates to entrepreneurship by the Global Entrepreneurship Index for 2020. We've actually climbed a notch from 5th to 4th between 2019 and 2020. And because the assessment of why it is that we deserved to grow by that extra place was, or revolved around one single item, and that was people's safety. And so as His Excellency alluded to, for those of you that live here, and you will know this, for those of you that are visiting, this may be new to you, but the focus was very much on the balance between lives and livelihoods. How is it that we protect our economy, but also make sure that we protect the number one resource that we have, and that is the people that call the UAE home. And that's what we did over the last 15 to 18 months, and what it is that we will continue to do. So all of our initiatives revolve around funding, about de-risking. It focuses on how it is that we design the right policies and regulations, how it is that we enable the environment, how it is that we make sure that the entrepreneurs, as well as the people that work with those entrepreneurs, are best prepared to take their ideas forward, and how it is that they can use the UAE as a base to grow their ideas, nurture their ideas, and then expand into the wider region. And we've seen examples of that. We at the Investment Office have been working with a lot of technology companies. The panel that was here just a moment ago was talking about the MOUs. Yes, the MOUs that we signed were to enforce the goals, the aims, the strategic initiatives that we wanted to undertake. And we're starting to see the transfer of it just being a narrative into execution. We have helped Israeli companies set up in the UAE. We have helped them set up in Abu Dhabi. We are working at the technology that they have and how it is that we can deploy that across our ecosystems. And so technology is a means to an end. Innovation is what it is that's going to continue to drive our evolution here as a country and ultimately as a region. We face a few common issues that we have to address with one another, and we will address that through partnerships. But a lot of those issues stem from, again, water scarcity, food security, and ultimately creating the right jobs and the right number of jobs for youth. Youth unemployment in the region is something that has to be addressed. And our leadership in this country has taken that approach and has made sure that as we drive the adoption of technology, as we drive the adoption of innovation and create this knowledge-based economy, that we are creating new jobs for the new generation of job seekers so that they can come in and participate with us. That's not just for Emiratis, that's for everyone that wants to call the UAE home. And so what I would like to drive home just as a final point is that, again, collaboration, sitting at the same table, having the discussions with one another to resolve and solve common issues that we face is the only way that we're going to be able to move forward together. And that collective direction forward, with the focus on economy, with the focus on people, and ultimately diversifying our economies to make sure that they're robust and resilient, is, I think, the recipe for success. And so I frequently end some of my discussions by giving quite a cliche phrase, but before I do that, I just want to say that anything around technology today, whether it's Israeli technology that we believe that we can adopt here in the UAE, or UAE technology and lessons learned that we can share with our Israeli colleagues, is going to be very important to making sure that this relationship is strengthened and that it's nurtured in the right way. So we are focused on everything from agtech, health tech, the ICT sector, tourism, and the list goes on in terms of sectors. His Excellency had indicated or had discussed the 100% ownership law. That is a key milestone for our nation. That is a key milestone for how it is that we want business to be conducted here. But what it is, it's a statement to the world that we are willing to break rules and laws and regulations that we believe might stymie growth and actually adjust to be better prepared to take forward these technologies and these innovations that we want to focus on. So, we want the people of Israel, the people of the world to come and join us, help us on that journey, work with us, learn from us, allow us to learn from you, and ultimately build a strong relationship, because we can continue to create financial wealth through the resources that are in the ground, but honestly, our prosperity, our long-term diversification, and ultimately our relationships with the world are going to be driven by the people that call the UAE home, and that is our number one resource today. And I just want to emphasize that it's a privilege for me to be here speaking to all of you, and it would be my joy to actually speak to you about all the initiatives we're doing in Abu Dhabi and in the wider UAE. So thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, great speech.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Dr. Tariq Benendi. I think it's evident that the innovative spirits of both countries have made the partnership as natural as it is. I would now like to invite cybersecurity expert and CEO of Federay, Mark Gazit, to share his thoughts on the paradigm shift in international money flow. Please help me give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Michal. It's so great to see old friends like Michal and His Excellency Tariq, and of course, Khaleej Times, Jerusalem Post, and all of you. And let me share with you a few thoughts about the new world of money. I guess we're in the investment summit, so money flow especially is probably something that is interesting for all of us. And no matter where are you, whether you're in New York, Tel Aviv, and Dubai, and by the way, they don't look very different, there is a need to transfer money in order to fuel economy worldwide. And today, most of the money is digital, which creates a lot of data. And I guess you're all familiar with the statistics. Very soon, there will be many devices connected to each other. By the way, just nice statistic that I've seen. Every day, we create more data that was created from the beginning of time till 2003. And of course, financial institutions have even more access to this data. And still, we see that there are some difficulties for financial institutions, especially when it comes to money laundering, terrorist funding, banks getting huge fines all around the world, whether it's Deutsche Bank or others. Actually, UAE government now fined 11 banks for 45 million dirham. And again, it happens all around the world. And the question is, how can it be? How all those financial institutions with this huge access to data still fail in protecting the system? And the reason why it happens is because I guess we're all aware that the world of financial crime has changed. In this new world of cybersecurity, people don't really come to a branch of a bank and threaten the clerks to shoot them up and take their money anymore. Actually, there are no cash in banks' branches anymore. It's all done digitally. People from all around the world can remotely open tens of thousands of fake accounts, transfer maybe $10,000 or $20,000 from each account, but it sums up to huge amounts of money. And the problem is that it affects one of the, in my view, most important engines of global growth, which is cross-border payments. When it's so scary, when you don't really know who you transfer money to, a lot of banks impose a lot of restrictions, go through the process of de-risking. By the way, you in the audience, I'm sure you all do international payments or cross-border payments. Is it easy? Did you do it like last month? How much time did it take you? Probably 2-3 days and cost you tens of dollars. It should take 5 seconds and cost you 5 cents. But the reason why it's so difficult and why the some regions that actually excluded from financial system is because nobody would like to be caught in financing terrorist activities, human trafficking, etc. People would just like to conduct cross-border payments, and that's it. And the reason why it's happening is because, surprisingly, while the world moved to the new era of digital banking, the control systems are still old, still based on rules and past experience, which is not really relevant to what we do right now. And of course, there is a need for a different solution. And you will see more and more artificial intelligence come into places where historically were manual. Today, still, 60% of cross-border payments being approved by somebody physically in a bank. It's crazy if you think about it. So we strongly believe in artificial intelligence. In Tetra, we use something called artificial intuition, developed originally for the US military. We're now happy to bring it to the largest financial institutions all around the world. And I have to say that when we switch our state of mind from manual to artificial intuition, many good things happening. First of all, it really grows the level of international trade. Because now when you can transfer money freely, you as a financial institution can provide better service to your customers. You as people who transfer money can do it easier and with less risk. And of course, there are some other great facts. When you use artificial intelligence, the level of false alarms goes down significantly, and the level of detection goes up. So suddenly, transactions that were dangerous can be avoided. And we're glad to build this network of trust in places that trust started to disappear. And I personally believe that the best way to fuel peace, actually to use a bloodstream of money fueling the economy. Because in my view, economy and economic ties between countries, between Israel and UAE, that's what creates a real peace. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mark Gazit. You are actually staying on stage with us for our next panel. And please help me welcome our moderator, my friend and colleague, Abhishek Sengupta, head of multimedia at Khaleej Times, and our distinguished panelists, Bruce Gerfine, the CEO of Connect, Sashyam Ragmu, founding partner at Yas Investments and Spartech Ventures, and Itzik Ozer, the head of business development at the Jerusalem Development Authority. Please help me give them a warm welcome.
Thank you, Michal. Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. There's a bit of correction. Dr. Tillman will be joining us in place of Itzik. Just find our place. I think that's the place I should be in. Right. We'll still wait for Dr. Tillman to join us. Sabah al-Khair, Boker Tov, and a very good morning. My name is Abhishek Sengupta, and one thing I can surely say as the head of multimedia at what has been UAE's longest running English daily, tech is something that's been an integral part of our lives. Although we try and understand it in our own ways, we can surely say tech is something that's helped advance whatever we do. But what happens when you throw tech in the world of finance? For most of us, probably, is just another portmanteau. FinTech sounds a bit like Tex-Mex and rom-com, but I'm pretty sure there's much more to that. And we've got a very, very distinguished panel today. I'd like to start with Mark Gazit, who we just heard give a long presentation on how FinTech has helped serve across sectors and across the globe. Mark, let's begin with you. I know you've had a long sort of journey from New York, and we spoke yesterday, and we were talking briefly. Very quickly, to start this off, how has FinTech revolutionized the way banking institutions operate in Israel, in the US, and you see the potential here in the UAE if it hasn't already?
Yeah, definitely. And if you think about it, in a way, financial institutions is almost like a mirror of the society. You know, when I think since humanity remembers itself, there was trade. And there's always a need to fuel the trade. Now the world becoming flatter. The borders disappear, at least commercial borders. And the financial institutions going through this revolution very fast. If you think about it historically, even 5 years ago, 10 years ago, banking was the question of geography. Different regulations, different areas. People were physically coming to a place called a branch, writing, something called a check. In some countries, people still do it, but it's disappearing. It's disappearing because today it's all digital. Think about yourself. I know that COVID-19 probably pushed the progress 5 years forward. At least there is something positive about COVID. Not many things. How many of you were in the branch of a bank recently? I bet none.
I haven't been for a long, long time.
Exactly. Why should
I don't
you do
remember
it?
the last time I was there.
Why should
Except
you do
for
it?
the fact that when my PIN got blocked because I forgot my password. But then, you don't really need to.
Exactly.
Before I move on to Bruce and Sash as well, very quickly, what is that one fintech in your mind right now that's breaking all trends at the top of everyone's consciousness at this point in time? What would that one fintech be, and you think it's got huge potential in a place like the United Arab Emirates?
Yeah, so the cross-border payments, definitely. I strongly believe that UAE becoming the financial hub of the world, very successfully competing with Hong Kong, Singapore, etc. And it's an amazing opportunity because UAE is not just a UAE. It's a gateway to GCC. It's a gateway to Africa. Somebody told me that in 3 hours flight distance from Dubai, there are 3 billion people living.
You're in the middle of the earth.
Exactly. This is the middle of the financial world. Absolutely.
Right. Let's bring Bruce at this point in time. Bruce, of course, works for Connect, which is the private investment arm of Mr. Al Nabuda. And he's someone who invests in fintech, amongst others. Bruce, I'm sure you have interest not just here in the UAE, but also in Israel. What is that one fintech that's really sort of giving you all the kicks at this point in time?
Well, as Mark said, the UAE being the central hub for world financing, both with all the migrant workers sending money away and different investors looking to relocate their headquarters to the UAE, benefiting from all the great COVID practices that have been practiced over the last year. We've been looking for technologies that will allow us to utilize our migrant workers within the group and some of the other families within the UAE, allowing them to benefit from these new innovative fintech. So as opposed to them today having to take their card, go to an ATM machine, pull the money out, transfer it back home to Bangladesh, we're looking to utilize technologies that will give them a full platform, both building the first digital bank in Bangladesh and allowing them to really move everything from one point to another and really utilizing that ecosystem to move forward. Anything that works, anything that's easy to use, anything that moves us away from using that card or using that check is something that we're looking to invest in. We're looking to integrate within an existing ecosystem that will allow us to move forward.
Sash, let us hear from you at this stage. You are obviously also investors with interest across the board, different sectors around the world, and we were talking about how, possibilities between Israel and UAE have opened up. What is it that you're planning right now? What's keeping you guys interested as far as fintech is concerned in Israel?
Sure, certainly. So first I'll touch a little bit on the fintech scene out here in UAE itself. What we've seen in the past few years is that we've seen a huge rise in consumer finance. So when we say consumer finance fintech, those are consumer-facing solutions. So be it buy now, pay later, be it digital bank, be it robo-advisory such as Sarwa. These things have really picked up over the last few years and have been raising quite a lot of equity rounds. However, one thing you look at these companies is that they're always, in a sense, constrained by their balance sheet. So for a BNPL company to really scale, be on that Klarna level, they would always need to have that balance sheet to be able to lend it to the customers, right? From that perspective, what we thought is that, hey, how did those global companies manage to get to that level? And when we looked at it closer, we understood that those startups were able to tap into something called venture debt. And that is something that's severely lacking in this region. There's, of course, a lot of VC firms. We have one as well. But venture debt as an asset class is missing component here. So we thought to ourselves, okay, let's try to structure a venture debt fund. Let's see what we can do with that. And as we were thinking about that process, and we are not only fintech investors, we're also fintech adopters. So we started thinking to ourselves, what can we bring into our venture debt fund that would allow us to automate the process better, to understand the various data points we get from startups better, and eventually be able to understand the quantum and the terms of investments in those venture debt deals. And that's where as we were looking for this, we came across a company that's actually based out of Tel Aviv called Liquidity Capital. It's a firm that has technology to deploy in venture debt opportunities, as well as they already deploy it from their offices in New York, Singapore, and Tel Aviv, with Meta Dash and MUFG as their sponsors. So we initiated the conversation and eventually engaged with them, and now we're signing a partnership whereby we'll be launching a 50-50 venture debt fund to provide venture debt solutions to high-growth startups in the region. And this is just one of the examples that the Accord has, resulted in. Otherwise, we would not be able to go out there in the market, find a partner like that, engage with the partner like that, and eventually, close the deal.
Absolutely. In fact, we've covered a lot of ground as far as UAE and Israel ties, business ties are concerned, and that is one real example that we've just heard. Mark, I know you've offices in New York, of course, very much in Tel Aviv, and huge interest in Dubai. What is one thing that you're talking about right now with the authorities here? I know when I just heard your presentation talking about big data and security, and you yourself is a data security expert, if you like. I want you to touch down upon the fact that I'm sure all of us are aware that UAE earlier this year established an executive office to fight money laundering and funding for terrorism. Do you see a prospect there as an expert coming in?
Absolutely, absolutely. And just to make it clear, though, and I would really like to show my admiration to the UAE government, because at the end of the day, when transactions are more secure, it's possible to do more business. So exactly. Fighting terrorist funding and human trafficking and money laundering is not limitation factor. It actually allows much more business to be done. I have to say that we see very positive signs. It's not a secret that we are opening our office here. We do it tomorrow. There is a beautiful event, which is part of this event that we do at DIFC. I think that UAE, by establishing DIFC and ADGM, two special administrative regions for fintechs, it's an amazing move. And there are 3,000 fintechs registered in UAE. And we're definitely speaking with all of them to allow them to have much smoother and better way to serve the customers, allow the customers to transfer money, and still being compliant to all the regulations, both in UAE, United States, it's in the world. So it's a great, great place for us, definitely.
Absolutely. Bruce, you did mention something very interesting, how you've sort of tried and revolutionized the lives of, for example, Bangladeshi workers here, migrant workers. Now, if you were to take that model out of the UAE to the rest of the world, and let's say you've got interest in Israel, how do you do that? That model may not work, but is there anything else that you've got in mind that probably will say, this is love from the UAE for Israel, this tech is for Israel from the UAE?
Well, I guess if there's one thing Israel could definitely learn from the UAE would be to reduce the bureaucracy and the process involved in setting up a new business or getting a new license. The joint venture between the efficiency in the UAE and the innovation from a technology side in Israel is something that's going to lead this world forward and definitely going to bring us to the next level. In today's being a one global village, there's no such thing as a business model that works in the UAE and therefore doesn't work in Israel or in Bangladesh or any other country for that matter. We're all people trying to have a good life and move forward, using fintech in order to not have to remember what our signature was on our check 20 years ago when we opened that bank account, but rather just do it with our fingerprint that doesn't usually change. And that's really what we're trying to achieve with getting this fintech and getting technology out there. Whatever business platform will work in the UAE will, with minor adjustments, work anywhere in the world. And it's great that we're able to live here in the UAE and utilize the benefits the government gives us to have an easy life opening these businesses, a great test cradle to figure out that it really works, and then duplicate it across the world.
Absolutely. We're unfortunately running out of time, but I'll quickly get Sash in And then I'd like to finish this panel, this particular panel, with Mark. Sash, you did mention that you've now already signed a deal with Israel. How exciting is that? Do you think, very quickly, do you think that is going to sort of trigger a new trend, people looking westward and definitely to the capital of Israel?
Sure, certainly. I think it's I mean, both the parties, our partners and ourselves, we're very excited about that. And then, I mean, we are seeing inbounds, not only for this particular deal, but we've also looked at, we've also been approached by several food tech-focused Israeli funds that want to set up their offices here. First of all, to address the food security need that's out here.
Wow.
Second of all, also because they, as I think someone in the panel mentioned, it's basically a hub of the world. You're like 3 hours away from everything.
It's a global capital, so
yes. If you set up something here with really interesting food technology, you'd be able to land into all these different countries and expand into those countries.
Yes, absolutely. You've summed that right. Mark will finish this panel for now, of course. We'll continue this discussion off the record, probably over a cup of coffee. Mark, very quickly, we would love to know, what is it that attracted you to Dubai? I mean, you've got probably a swanky office in New York, in Tel Aviv. Where does Dubai stand? And if you can give us a quick comparison, what is it that attracted you the most?
Definitely. So, yeah, we do have offices in Tel Aviv, in New York, also in Singapore, London, Mexico, etc. I have to say that this place is special, and maybe surprisingly so. On a cultural level, this is amazing. It's almost like coming home. I do business here for a while, for the last 20 years, but, there are many similarities between Israel and UAE. Two countries are pretty small countries. Two countries grow by serving global economies because the local markets are relatively small. And the more time I spend here, the more time I discover that we in Israel have so many things to learn from you guys. That's amazing. And we hope that there are also some things that we can contribute as well. And even the weather is similar. So
absolutely. You were talking about the fact that you're coming from some 16 degrees in New York, and hello and welcome to Dubai, 38 degrees right now. Well, we'll leave it at that, Mark. I'm sure you'll get a lot of time to get yourself acquainted with the weather here. And of course, we've got some lovely people. Sure. And thank you for your time, gentlemen. And we'll let this be taken over by Michal for the next proceedings. Thank you for
your
so
time.
Thank
you, Abhishek.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought you came to visit me.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. That was a great panel. Cybersecurity, as we all know, is one of the greatest challenges for business in the digital age. You got to stay safe and secure. We're privileged to have joining with us Gil Schwade, who is the head of one of the larger Israeli cybersecurity companies. He's joining us via Zoom for a conversation with Maayan Hoffman about cyber threats in the post-COVID era.
Well, the fact that at least one of us is in Dubai is a miracle after 15 months of COVID-19. But Gil, you're not here today because you still don't allow your employees to travel for work. Probably a smart idea. But we know that the health crisis is not the only story of 2020. This year will also be remembered as a year that security events exploded, cyber events, cyber threats transformed society in numerous ways. That kept you busy, Gil. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So first, good morning. It's a pleasure being with all of you on this conference. I think what we've learned last year, and I won't talk too much about the corona pandemic, but what we've learned through that is the importance of cyber in general and how our entire life moved forward to the internet. And I mean, I'm very proud to say that I'm part of the internet industry from the very early days, and the internet worked last year. I mean, let's imagine our life last year without being able to do online shopping or consume entertainment or just run all the businesses just like we do on Zoom on a daily basis. So the cyber survived it, but with that we've seen a huge increase in the number of attacks. We've seen that the world infrastructure is very susceptible to sophisticated attacks. We've seen all types of what we call fifth generation cyber attacks, and I think that shows us how vulnerable we are, and our job is to fight it and to prevent these attacks, and there's a lot of work that we still need to do.
Amazing. I mean, it's actually quite striking. And maybe you can share with us some concrete examples of a case that would demonstrate to our audience here, business people, investors, the results of this vulnerability.
I think we've seen everything in the past year, and again, I've been speaking about what we call the fifth generation of cyber attack for 2 or 3 years. The last 6 months have shown that this is not a theoretical thing, but this is something that a new attack like that happens every week. So 2 weeks ago, we have the Colonial Pipeline. All the oil supply to the east coast of the US was shut down due to a double extortion kind of attack on them. In Israel, we had an insurance company that was taken down, and the data that was there was a lot of personal data, almost on all state employees that were insured there. Even though we've had the water, again, I'll give examples not just from the US, but from our regions. We have the water supply in Israel under attack. So, I mean, we've seen every country in the world. We have hospitals that were shut down the last year due to cyber attacks. So I think what we've seen in the last year, that the risk is real. The risk is for critical infrastructure. It's for businesses. We've seen different motivations behind these attacks, from state-sponsored to criminal. But once you get attacked, it doesn't matter. You want to, move forward with your life and business. And maybe one thing that we should also remember, that if in a normal, crime or theft, we say, what's the value that's being stolen? If somebody will steal, $1,000 or $1 million from our bank, we can quantify that. In cyber attacks, sometimes it's much, much harder because they take all our information, and the value of our information, reputation, business secrets, so on, it's almost impossible to quantify. And I think that's something we all need to be aware of.
Certainly. Well, as the health analyst and reporter, I used the word pandemic thousands and thousands of times in the last 15 months. But you like to use that word as well. You like the term cyber pandemic, Gil. Define it for me. Give me some data.
Absolutely. So I think one of the risks that we have is what we call a cyber pandemic, and that's an attack that will proliferate fast, that will attack many organizations, and that will cause damage not just in one place, but in many places. In cyber, that's a very high risk, because unlike a crime or a military unrest that's usually very, very limited to single targets, in cyber, this is automatic tools that spread around in the internet, sometimes with control of the attacker, sometimes without control. And the term cyber pandemic can be real. We've seen, by the way, some of it. We've seen a very large-scale attack last December that started this wave of fifth generation attack, the Sunburst attack, that basically infected hundreds of government organizations in the US and hundreds of businesses in the US, probably a state-sponsored espionage campaign. And by the way, on the consumer side, we are seeing plenty of attacks like that attack millions. In some cases, we've seen malware that attacked tens of millions of consumers. So the threat is real, and we need to be very, very careful that these attacks don't spread around. And again, this is their nature. This is how cyber attacks work. They moved from one target to another.
It's very scary. I'm proud to say that in Israel, we have only about one person infecting 0 people right now when it comes to the pandemic. So we're reducing the number of health attacks. But when it comes to cyber attacks, Gil, can you elaborate a little bit more? Were we just seeing an increase in attacks, or were we also seeing that the nature of these attacks were getting more sophisticated and more scary?
So I think we are seeing a huge increase in attacks on almost every geo and almost every type of attack. We are seeing, and again, it doesn't matter it does matter, but we have a lot of statistics on that we can share based on the country, based on the type of attack. For example, in the United Arab Emirates, we're seeing a very big increase in banking Trojans, attacks that are trying to steal bank details and infiltrate bank accounts. So 1 out of 10 companies in the United Arab Emirates is now a victim for such an attack. The sophistication of attack, and that's what I've called several times, 5th generation attack, is also increasing. And if in the past it was fairly simple to protect us, we just had to have, a firewall for the network and antivirus for the endpoint, this is long ago not the situation. We need to have a multi-layered approach to security. The attacks today are what we call polymorphic, which means that it's not that we see a piece of data or code and we say this is an attack, this is not an attack. The attack takes a different form every time. And again, if we draw the analogy, because we all became now expert about biological pandemic, unfortunately, that there's a new mutation of the virus, and these new mutations are not identified by the traditional way of testing. And if you think today what's the biggest risk to the world with corona now is that a new mutation like that will evolve, that survives the ways that we have today to protect against it, either proliferate faster, which we've seen, or that bypasses the vaccine, which, God forbid, I hope doesn't happen. In cyber attack, it happens every day. The new type of attack forms itself in a new form and shape. In many cases, every time they try to infect new customers, and we've developed very sophisticated technologies to try and still identify that. But that's the constant race of which technology do we use to identify and block the attacks.
Well, I want to move us a little bit from the sickness to the healing. We're here in Dubai today, and I want to take some time to talk about that and about our relationships. You're one of the few Israelis that's actually been doing business here in the UAE for about a decade. I believe you even have an office here. Has the Abraham Accords had any positive impact on Checkpoint?
So the answer is yes. We have an office in Dubai for over 10 years. And I think it's working quite well for all that time. What I've heard, and I asked my team, what do you see now after the Abraham Accord, which we're all very, very happy to see signs of peace. And I'm very glad to say that I've heard from my team that the level of interest and the level of exposure and the projects that are now being open is rising significantly. Places that were before a little bit more conservative about the types of our technology are much more open in many sectors, not just the public sector, but also in the private sector. So we're seeing a huge increase in the level of business and interest right now from the United Arab Emirates.
So refreshing to hear. Now, this is a business conference, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, how has hacking changed geopolitics? Last question.
That's an excellent question, and I think it's changed it quite significantly. It's kind of, I'm saying countries, businesses, they all realize that this is changing the shape of life. And because I think in the past there was a very clear rules of retaliation and why should somebody attack someone else. In cyber, all the rules are now being redefined. It's much harder to attribute an attack to who's behind it. Governments can use private organization for sponsored attack. Think about it, that if you were a government in some country, you may want, instead of attacking your enemies yourself, you may want to allow a criminal organization to spread the seeds and get into many, many places. And if you want to use that launchpad, this is kind of bots that infiltrate the target organization or the target countries, then you take over this network and start your own attack. And if this attack, by the way, being exposed, it's not you, it's a criminal organization that's trying to do criminal job and again, unassociated with that. We've seen the threat landscape is huge, and we've seen in the last year a really serious attack. And again, we started more than 10 years ago, state-sponsored attack that caused serious damage. But I'm pretty sure that almost every major government in the world today is tooled to infiltrate its enemy. These are far cheaper, much less riskier, you don't risk human lives, and can have devastating effect on the attack. Again, if in the past you know, you can only attack or countries that are near you. Now you can attack countries in the other side of the world. If in the past finding information about your enemy again was much more culturally based and geo-based, now every country can collect information about every other country in the world. And for intelligence, every country is using it, especially in our Middle East. We find a lot of attacks and a lot of information stealing in the Middle East. But in terms of putting attacks that can really shut down entire set of infrastructure, this is real. We are seeing that, and I think in general we are not doing enough. And keep in mind, by the way, this is not just one country attacking the other country. It is one country attacking the other country businesses. And the businesses have to defend themselves. They cannot rely at this point on the government to do their job. And maybe one last comment that I've seen, even in places like in Israel that we have a good cyber organization by the government, this cyber organization doesn't have the tools to stop all the attacks. In many cases, and unfortunately we've seen some of these attacks, that they actually advise the organizations that they are under attack, that they should take better precautions to protect themselves. Some organizations didn't listen and were taken down, and this is very unfortunate. So the responsibility is not just on our governments, the responsibility is on all of us to protect ourselves.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Hopefully next time you'll be here with us in Dubai. Hope you have a great day, Gil.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to get out of Israel and get to Dubai, one of the locations I'm looking forward to being. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maayan and Gil. We're now honored to have Massimo Falcioni, CEO of Etihad Insurance, who will address the role of export credit agencies in helping local businesses reach a global market. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Massimo Falcioni.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Shalom. First, it's a great pleasure for me to contribute to the success of the Global Investment Forum organized by Khaleej Times and the Jerusalem Post, and start a dialogue on the role of export credit agencies like Etihad Credit Insurance in supporting businesses, investments, and boosting international trade and cooperation. In today's world, the role of export credit agencies is vital to accelerate the economic recovery post-pandemic and boost trade, export, re-exports, project development, and investments. The aim of these institutions is to help companies to expand in the international trade by bridging the gap, by helping companies get paid and get access to finance. Etihad Credit Insurance, Etihad in Arabic means union, as the UAE Federal Export Credit Agency, we work alongside other federal and local government agencies to promote UAE exports and export-related investments. We do this by providing tailored trade credit insurance solutions to protect payments and financial guarantees backed by the UAE government. Our role is to complement and not to compete with the private sector. In this way, we provide support to smaller and growing firms and security through economic cycles and market disruptions. As of April 2021, we are happy to report that we have enhanced competitiveness of the UAE non-oil trade and export by issuing more than 3,600 revolving credit guarantees, over 2.3 billion dirham, equivalent approximately to 7 billion non-oil trade. And we also ease project financing through guarantees for approximately 1.2 billion dirham. We are also delighted to inform that among the 18 sectors that benefited from our guarantees, we include cable, steel, petrochemical sectors, building materials, packaging, automotive, energy, utilities, healthcare, and food. As the UAE Federal Export Credit Company, we remain committed to boosting national export activity and economic diversification by ensuring the export of SMEs, as well as their operation in the domestic and regional market. This allowed them to stay competitive in the trade industry, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. We are an enabler of the UAE Operation 300 billion dirham, which aims to increase the industrial sector's contribution to GDP from 133 billion dirham to 300 billion dirham by 2031, as well as Made in the Emirates initiative, supporting manufacturing and non-oil exports, a testimony to the country's solid commitment to advancing the industrial sector and achieving self-sufficiency in some vital sectors. As you know, manufacturing has been considered the backbone of the development in economies. Not only does it drive economic growth and success, but it also promotes exports of homemade manufactured goods, thereby expanding trade and commerce. The sector also has the potential to perform well in the long term, even if in the shorter term it will be other industries such as pharmaceutical goods, food and beverage, digital solutions, and financial services that will likely be the best players. Trade finance support can help importers obtain finance and receive an extension of their credit, and the manufacturers can in turn enjoy accelerated cash flow based on account receivables discounting. In line with this vision, Etihad Credit Insurance built an ecosystem of more than 45 strategic partners among ministries, federal, local government authorities, foreign export credit agencies, banks, and international lenders. In December 2020, the Israel Foreign Trade Risk Insurance Corporation, ASHRA, and Etihad Credit Insurance signed a first-of-its-kind agreement as a result of the giant leap achieved with the Abraham Accords. With state guarantees from both countries, this deal will encourage exports and investments, help minimize political and commercial risks, and raise export financing for the mid and long term. Annual trade exchanges between the UAE and Israel are expanded and are supposed to hit $4 billion in a year. The agreement between export credit agencies is expected to ease exporter access, export credit facilities, and reduce the non-payment related risks. It will cover businesses in key sectors, include agriculture, water treatment, renewable energies, medical and healthcare, aluminium, and steel. An export ecosystem that enhances the global competitiveness of global products, it's vital for a stable and a growing economy. These measures providing access to new markets to UAE and Israel exporters and re-exporters, and will help both economies to achieve untapped results. We are certain that as we enter in a phase of post-pandemic recovery, our suite of trade credit solutions and our strategic partnerships with ASHRA and our wide network will not only help UAE exporters and re-exporters and manufacturers to stay competitive, but also in stimulating the local economy and domestic job growth. In conclusion, the UAE Federal Export Credit Company will continue to ease access to trade finance facilitation solutions at a concessional rate with particular care on SMEs and reducing their associated costs. We will continue to increase UAE exports and protect exporters' cash flows from non-payment, thus attracting foreign direct investments in the UAE from those companies and investors seeking for export and trade market conditions to grow. And last but not least, safeguarding UAE employment. Thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Shalom.
Thank you so much, Massimo Falcioni. Our next guest is a true disruptor. He exemplifies the realization of vision, imagination, and execution. Entrepreneur and philanthropist Morris Khan is the founder of Amdocs and Space IL, He is a serial philanthropist with a deep concern for the environment, for science, and works to create a more healthy and productive society. He will be joined on stage by Steve Lind, editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Report. So please give them both a very warm welcome.
I think we sit over there.
Thank you, Michal. Here, we're going to sit over there.
Fine. Let's sit here.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, fine. Okay.
So they can see you. Good morning. Welcome to the Global Investment Forum. Morris Khan, you shared with me that you are very impressed with Dubai.
We'll
get you mic'd up.
Yes. To say I'm very impressed with Dubai is an understatement. What I am impressed about with Dubai is not all the wonderful things that you actually see, but it is the planning and the thought and the dedication behind it. What has happened here in the last 20 years is absolutely amazing. And it is a result of a leader who was dedicated. He had the people's interest at heart, and more important, he saw the future. I had a discussion a few days ago with the Israeli ambassador to the UAE, and he explained to me that the planning in Dubai is not for next year or the year afterwards. It's the next 25 years. The foresight that the leaders in Dubai have is really something which we in the West could emulate. The country from which I come, and most countries, politicians are concerned with what will happen during their cadentia. Here we have leaders who are concerned what will happen for the generations for the future. It is amazing, amazing.
As chairman of Space IL, you oversaw Israel's first mission to the moon in 2019, called Bereshit, which means Genesis. What's next?
Well, Space IL have decided to launch a Bereshit Shtayim, number 2. They're planning, they have a very sophisticated program which is more advanced than what we had originally. I must just tell you, when they said that actually the spacecraft that we launched crashed, I told them it didn't crash. We had a hard landing. This time, we have a spacecraft which will orbit the moon for about 2 or 3 years. And this orbiter will actually have 2 small landers. And these 2 small landers will be deployed, and they're going to do research on the moon for NASA and for the world. This is a sophisticated program, but I believe with the experience that we have, I think that we can do it.
Would you consider a joint cooperation with the United Arab Emirates?
I can think of nothing better. I think that actually it would be wonderful if we could develop a space program which is a combination of Israel and the Arab world. I think that the impact and the message that this would give would be tremendous. I had no idea of the impact of the spacecraft which we put on the moon. But the impact of a joint venture would really be amazing. I personally would welcome it if it fits in with the program that actually the Emirates have. And they have a very ambitious program, long term. If this fits in with their program, I can think of nothing better. And for me, I think this would be somewhat a pinnacle of my achievement or my involvement in space.
What is the timetable? Thank you. What is the timetable for Bereshit 2?
Sorry?
What is the timetable? When do you expect it to launch?
Our launch is planned to be for mid-24. And we're actually well away. It's actually on schedule, and I think we should make it.
What is it, Morris, that gives Israel an edge in high tech? What is the secret of Israeli innovation from your point of view?
Look, Israel is known as the startup country, and we have amazing people who've come up with amazing ideas. And you ask me why it happens. Well, first of all, necessity is the mother of invention. We actually don't have natural resources in Israel. We have no mineral resources. We have no energy resources. We have limited water. We really don't have the resources that make a country, that give a country the economic basis of strong development. What we do have is human resources, intellectual capital. And actually, I think that this was the driving force which actually forced us to think out of the box. We have another characteristic. Israelis are not a very disciplined people. We are very not accepting. We don't accept what we're told. We question. I've even heard that we have arguments with God. Now, this not accepting and this questioning is one of the factors that I think lead to this different thinking in Israel, where we actually think out of the box. This lack of discipline that we have, I think, has been turned to advantage in what we're actually doing. But I must tell you a little story. There's a person by the name of Yossi Vardi, and Yossi Vardi developed the first program which went public. It's a company called ICQ. And this company was really, I think, the beginning of social media. And I had a group of entrepreneurs from the United States who came to Israel to see what happened and how we do it. And they asked Yossi, what is the secret of all this entrepreneurial effort that you have in Israel? And he said, it's very simple. It's Jewish mothers. He said, they drive their children mad. And the second thing is bamba. And bamba is a peanut snack that you eat. Now, this was a bit of a joke. But the funny thing was, the next day, everybody in this group were rushing to buy bamba.
You can see our audience rushing to buy bamba after this interview. You're involved in so many important philanthropic medical projects, such as Save a Child's Heart, which saves the lives of thousands of children from all around the world who are flown into Israel, and the Jinka Eye Project in Ethiopia. Tell us what motivates you in doing such good work.
I think what motivates me is a feeling of empathy for other people. I actually feel for those who are less fortunate than we are. I have been fortunate, but I think my heart really goes out to those who are less fortunate than we are. Now, I'd just like to deal with Save a Child's Heart. This is a project where we take children from countries where they have no facility for cardiac surgery in young children. And we either bring them to Israel, and we operate them in Israel with their families, and when they're healed, they go back to their homes. Now, the places that we work in are places where they really have nothing. We bring a lot of children come in from Gaza. A lot of children come from the West Bank. We have children from Afghanistan. We have children from Syria. We have children from Iraq. We have several children who've come all the way from Afghanistan. It's amazing. And I can tell you that when you see the gratitude in a mother who brings her child, who she knows will die, and she can take him back to her country and her family, a vibrant child, the pleasure that this gives one really is the driver for continuing. And when you talked about a few thousand, we got an award from the United Nations about a year ago for 5,000 children's lives that we have actually saved. I can tell you that today, thank you, I can tell you today the number is 5,700. And we're building a 7-story building in the Wolfson Hospital to accommodate this process, and we bring doctors in from these undeveloped countries, and we train them in Israel, and then we send them back. This is a very gratifying program. It really is.
And you also go every year to Ethiopia to save the eyesight of hundreds, also thousands of not just children, but people in Ethiopia with eye disease. Tell us about that.
Question?
So tell us how that began.
About?
How the Jinka Eye Project began.
The Jinka Eye Project. When I turned 80, I decided to give myself a birthday present. I had met an ophthalmic surgeon who worked partially in Africa, and he told me that actually in Africa, and particularly in Ethiopia, the occurrence of trachoma and cataracts was very prevalent. When you have cataracts or trachoma, you can't function. You're actually blind in the bush, and you need somebody to lead you around. But I was told that an operation of 25 minutes, you could actually resolve either of these two problems. And I said, you know, if for 25 minutes work, you can save a person's life, I think it would not be a nice thing to do. I think it would be criminal not to do it. So what I decided to do was to give myself a birthday present and take a group of ophthalmic surgeons and volunteers and go to Jinka. Jinka is the middle of Africa. There is nothing there. It is a very primitive place. It's the bush. And we actually went, and the first time we did it, we did an operation on 600 people. And this was the first time that we were there. And I've been going to Jinka every year for the last 10 years. This year will probably be the 11th year. We've probably saved about 5,000 or 6,000 people's lives. Because when you can't see and you're in the bush, it's not much of a life. And somebody asked me today, what is the, what really has given you the most pleasure? You know, there are many things that have, but I can remember one in particular, where a woman brought a young child of about 2 years old. She was bare-breasted. This child was in her breast, and she was holding this child. And the child only knew the warmth of its mother's body. This child was born blind. And she brought the child to us to see if there's anything that we could do. Now, all this required was an operation which we did the following morning. And I can tell you that the following morning, when I saw this little boy walking around and he could see, the satisfaction and the feeling that you had done something you cannot describe, and this is a pleasure which you cannot buy for money.
Most recently, thank you. Most recently, Morris, you've been involved in a genetic research project among the Bedouin community in Israel, which may be of interest to the UAE. What is that about?
Okay. In Israel, we have a Bedouin community, and this Bedouin community are very confined. They live within the community. And they marry within the tribe, and they marry within the family. And as a result of which, they have a number of very serious genetic diseases. When I became aware of this, I actually decided to finance genetic research into the Bedouin community and see what we could do. And I think we've been working for about 20 years. And we reduced the infant death rate by about 35%. And we've been able to encourage intermarriage and bringing in women from other tribes. And we give genetic counseling. We've reduced the number of people who have these terrible diseases. And we've discovered 50 genes which you can apportion to a particular disease. Now, the Bedouin immigrated to Israel from this area about 400 years ago. And they come from the same genetic pool as the Emirates, as the people who live in the Emirates. And I think that we have a lot that we can do to help the Emiratis and look at their problems, because we share the same genetic pool with our Bedouin. And I've actually given this invitation, and it's an open invitation, and we will help and do whatever we can.
On that note, what kind of impact do you think the Abraham Accords have had on the Middle East in general?
Yes, I think I said last night that this is a quirk of history that actually brought about the Abraham Accords. I said last night, I've been in Israel for a long time, and we in Israel have looked at the Arab world, where we are situated, with envy. We felt that we had so much to contribute and so much to gain, but we didn't have this communication. And the Abraham Accords, they actually broke the ice. And the foresight of the Emiratis, who saw what the potential was in really coming towards us and allowing us to go towards them, this actually broke this glass barrier. And then what it did was, it actually said it was okay to work with Israel. And we've had other countries who are now beginning to work with us and establish diplomatic and commercial relations with us. So the Abraham Accords, I think historically, have the potential of a tremendous breakthrough in the Middle East.
Morris, what would your advice be to others who want to follow your example and do good in the world, make the world a better place?
What advice can I give you? I can only tell you one thing. When you have the ability to do something and help somebody else, and you have the ability to change somebody's life, and you'd be amazed with how little money you can change a person's life. And when you can do that and improve their conditions and their standard of living, or you can actually help a child who will go to school who normally would not, the satisfaction that you will get from doing something for others, this will give you the reward, the feeling which will actually drive you to continue to do it. I must tell you that once you really get into doing it, and I feel in some way, if I look back on my life and I ask myself, what have you achieved? It wasn't forming a company like Amdocs, which today has a market cap of more than $10 billion. It wasn't the commercial things that I'd done. If I look back on my life and I say, what have you done that really has meaning? I think I've touched the lives indirectly of lots of people. And I feel in some small way that these 5,000 children whose lives that we have saved, in some small way, I have helped. When I see people in the bush who are walking, who were blind, and by the way, we've worked for 20 years, and some of these people now who were children are grown-ups and come back to us to say thank you. When I see them and I see what we have done, that I have in some way touch the lives of so many people, this gives me a feeling that I've done something. And this feeling of satisfaction is terribly important.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Morris Khan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for this fascinating
Thank you.
conversation. Always a pleasure to hear from Morris Khan. Our next panel will focus on global investment in the post-pandemic era, which I hope we can say we are in. Please help me welcome once again my colleague Abhishek Sengupta, head of multimedia at Khaleej Times. He will moderate this session. I'll also note that there is coffee and snacks coming up, so just bear with us. He will be joined by esteemed panelists, His Excellency Fahad Al-Gargawi, CEO of Dubai Investment Development Agency, Les Mail, CEO of Dubai Gold and Commodities Exchange, Vera Futuryansky, CEO and founder of Veritas Ventures, and Daniel Seal, founder and CEO of Unbound. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Michal. You said the most important thing. The coffee break is coming up, but we'll try and make the next 20 minutes very, very exciting, because what we're going to talk about is essentially the new norm. And of course, before I get started, I'd like to quickly introduce, in fact, reintroduce our distinguished panelists. Right next to me is His Excellency Fahad Al-Gargawi, who's not just the CEO of Dubai Investment Development Agency, but also the president of WIPA, World Association of Investment Promotions Agencies. Thank you for joining us today. Les Mahler, the CEO of Dubai Gold and Commodities Exchange. Thank you very much for joining us. Vera Futuryansky. I'm sorry, that's a bit of a tongue twister, but I'll get used to this by the end of this session. Vera, thank you for making your time today. You're the CEO and founder of Veritas Ventures. And of course, last but never least, Daniel Seal, with whom I've had the longest conversation this morning before we got onto the stage. He's the founder and CEO of Unbound, a company that of course has offices in Singapore, London, and very much here in the UAE, the capital of UAE in Abu Dhabi. Thank you for joining us this morning. Let us get started with the very first question. We are talking about, ideally, we would all love to be in a world that is post-pandemic, but we're still very much in the middle of a pandemic. If you look at some of the numbers in the US, India, Brazil, we're still reeling with cases every day. Of course, UAE is a world apart. Question to Your Excellency, Mr. Fahad Al-Gargawi. Is this the new norm? And how has this changed your mindset when it comes to investing?
Good morning.
And are you used to it already?
Good morning, everyone. My pleasure to be with you here, and among also the distinguished panelists. The new norm we're still discovering. I think no one can call it until we see not only the COVID end, but also the shaping of human interaction and communication just after COVID and how they will. We all believe that we will go all the way with, virtual communication will be the solution of everything. But we understand that, at least in our world of investment, that trust is very important for investors to take decisions. And trust is not only virtual. Trust is about where I'm going and whom I'm dealing with, and I have to really get that feeling. Especially it's a long-term process. So we will have to do that. And actually, even the ones who didn't dream about it, that we still need to really meet each other, see each other. We're human at the end of the day.
Agreed.
We need to interact, we need to discuss, we need to have the feeling of that one-to-one person to really establish a good understanding of where our decision going to take us. In our world and the investment scene, yes, it is very important. We are still discovering. We're getting a lot of information, although certain information sometimes gets us confused, but we're still in the middle of it.
So we're still getting to know that better. Let's bring in Les Mahler, the CEO of Dubai Gold and Commodities Exchange. Les, how has the last 12 months, 18 months been? How has it changed your outlook as an investor, as someone who does business essentially out of Dubai for the rest of the world?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, and wonderful to be here this morning. Actually, I have a slightly different opinion about the new normal or investment out of the pandemic. I don't think the what of investments has necessarily changed. I think they're still based on the fundamentals and the analysis that's done. I think perhaps that the how and the why are interesting, particularly on the retail nature, which will need some protection, the Robin Hood trader, the micro investing, if you like, and the big investment projects will have to have an attraction that leads to the fragmentation in order to encourage those micro investors. But we talk about the new normal, and I know we're still in the pandemic. Here we are, and not quite on the stage, but wearing face masks. But when I look at the global equity markets, they recovered surprisingly quickly. Within 2 to 3 months, NASDAQ, DAX, Nifty were back at the levels that they were in Q1, Q2 last year. And that hasn't been eroded. So if a pandemic like COVID can't take down the global equity markets, has it really fundamentally changed the investment strategies and outlook? And as I say, I think the switch in that time, over the 12, 18 months, still a very short time, is actually the retail investor. And that's, I think, where the challenge is going to be, because they will need protection as well as the global corporates attracting that asset class of investor.
It's interesting that you mention how markets have recovered, or if not, they're already on that recovery mode.
Yep.
In fact, just 3 days ago, we had the OECD Global Growth Outlook, 5.8% for this year, vis-a-vis 4.2 as projected 6 months ago in December. Let's bring in Daniel at this point in time. Daniel, of course, we were talking about how you've been taking 100 flights a year just before pandemic hit us, and now you're down to 20 Zoom calls a day. Of course, personally and business-wise, we've had to sort of make do with a lot of new changes. What, in your words, what are the big new trends that have sparked this growth that Les has just mentioned, in your opinion?
So I think if you go back and look over the past 20 years, there's been always moments of pivots. You know, we see when Morris mentioned before with Yossi Vardi with ICQ, when messaging became instant. We've seen when films went that way. So we've seen those changes happen. And I think what COVID has done, let's just take the classic example. Events, we used to have hundreds. One of the fastest growth companies in Europe was something called Hopin. We would never have done before an online event. It's now, I think, a $3 billion valued company. Airlines have been hit, hotels, but you know, we've been quite sheltered here in the UK. A great story was an entrepreneur I met in England who had an app basically booking hair appointments. Now, for 6 months of the year, that business collapsed, but what he started doing was importing shavers, razors, and he's built a phenomenal business. So I think pandemics promote opportunities. Every crisis is an opportunity. And if you ask me, what we're seeing, if you're looking, is how people are wanting to try new technologies. We heard before about crypto, about cyber. Crypto's gone crazy, up, down, and not here, speculating. So I think what we're seeing is an acceleration of what's happening. So fintech, mobile banking, digital banking. Look here, we're seeing now the first challenger bank opening. I was chatting before with someone in the audience, the insurance sector, looking at people, the uninsured, the unbanked. So this is an opportunity for necessity, as Morris said earlier, happening. So can we connect to people in banking? Can we open our market? So my advice to people, and certainly the advice to myself and my business, is look to see where the challenge is and look to see whether the technology that solves that, that's where you can start speculating and seeing.
Surely, you did mention fintech. In fact, last week I was moderating a panel. We were talking about telemedicine and how this pandemic has thrown up opportunities everywhere. Let's bring in Vera for the first time this morning. Vera, your thoughts on how this whole last 18 months, 12 months have changed your outlook as an investor here?
Thank you so much. First of all, thanks so much for having me, Abhishek. I find it's amazing that we have this event happening, so it's a pleasure to be here. I mean, of course, the last 12, 18 months changed everything, right? The consumer behavior shifted to a whole different level. I'm sure many of us have to teach their parents, in my case, even my grandparents, how to use Zoom, how to use, WhatsApp video calls. So the consumer behavior has changed immensely. The marketplaces have taken off. We do everything online now, right? Mental health, well-being in general has really taken off as well. FinTech, as some of my fellow panelists have mentioned, NFTs, the whole crypto space is very big. So there has been a huge shift in behavior. What I think also happened, what I think is a silver lining of COVID, is that we don't necessarily have to be in Silicon Valley anymore to actually raise money, either as a VC or as a startup. And I think that's actually something positive. As we all know, for the first time, Sequoia made an investment in the Middle East, in an Egyptian startup, which was just a couple of months old, which is impressive. If you have spoken to them 18 months ago, they probably wouldn't even know where Egypt is, right? So this behavior shift, that you can actually now raise money as an Egyptian startup from Sequoia, which is one of the best VCs in the world, I find that's great, that we see those shifts happening. And this is going to be more and more. I see several things happening for our region. I think, first of all, global VCs are looking at us now, finally. It's really time. I remember when I used to be with Dubai government and we would travel to the US and talk to the local VCs there. They would laugh in our face. They're like, why would we should even look at the region? But now they are looking because they realize the potential. It's growing immensely. There is demand. You mentioned telehealth. We don't have enough doctors in the region here. I think on average it's 1.4, whereas in Europe it's about 4 doctors per 1,000 people. So telehealth is really necessary, and it has taken off a lot, which is great to see. Also, what I think is happening, thanks to recent exits like Uber buying Careem, we have this ripple effect of the people who used to be with Careem now building their own startups and going to India, to Australia, to Europe. So this ripple effect is very impressive as well to see what's happening in the region. More people are wanting to become entrepreneurs. They are raising money. They are creating an environment. And another thing that I find impressive, and many people from outside are surprised, is the role the government actually plays here, and even more now. I think the UAE government knew already before you want to diversify from the oil economy and actually really bet on innovation, and it's happening even more now. So I think going forward, we'll really see local champions created by the governments in our region.
It's interesting you mention government policies and framework. We'll talk about that. We'll come to that a bit later. But I want to come back to Your Excellency Fahad Al-Gargawi. You're also the president of WIPA, and we were talking about it. Les did mention how the world is projected to grow at over 5%. Any trend that comes to your mind you think will be the game changer this year?
I think the whole digital transformation that we've seen and the behavior on consumer is changing everything for investors to look at. Definitely opportunity has been created out of times like that in many different cycles, and this was also one part of what Dubai have been changing itself in many different ups and downs. Nevertheless, where we are today in terms of investment and investors around the world have decreased tremendously. We're almost 50% down from 2019 as per the UNCTAD numbers. But at the same time, there are signs of change happening from government. What we are there is on WIPA level at least, IPAs are a backbone that support government to attract foreign direct investment. And in a time like that where the world have lost a lot of jobs, which is a trigger for some domestic turbulence and insecurity in certain places, governments need to work hand in hand with their IPAs to really shift into two. One is the support that they need to give to these IPAs to really attract the future investment and to work within the private sectors and global and international players around the world to attract more investment. And this is going to be a fierce competition due to the numbers going less, and then the companies or countries seeking investment is increasing. At the same time, government policies that need to be changed within the facilitation of the new investment. As we spoke here, the rules, regulations, and even central banks need to play a big role in that, and to adaptation of new technologies that are already there, and consumers are already embarking on it. Even if I'm living in a country that has still restriction in certain, I'm doing that globally, sitting in my own place. So all these adaptation should happen from two parts. One, the government itself. Number two, I think the IPAs, or the promotion and attraction agencies of the world. It has to be within also a good understanding where this after COVID bringing us. And I think we are blessed with the governments here that they took bold changes, and a lot of laws and regulations. Changing the company law is a tremendous change that we saw this year, with a few other laws that came into mind. This is all preparation for the next wave, and I think it's not the end of it, it's the start of a few others. And that created the buzz that we're seeing in the market, that created confidence that we're seeing even in the local investors to really start embarking on what's next, what can I do, and going back to their development plans for the after COVID time.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you touched upon how government should step in. Obviously here in the UAE, the government has in a very, very large way. This also kind of triggers the resetting, if you like. I don't like that word too often these days, but if you were to reset your ESG goals, it's already happening. Do you think investment will have to, you mentioned IPA, investments in the future will have to keep that kind of sustainability in mind going forward?
100%, 100%. We only have to look at the next generation of investors to see the tools that they use and the mindset that they have. ESG, we've been in our respective careers, however long we have, we probably couldn't even spell ESG 10 years ago.
And it's become a vogue now.
100%. So the generation coming through won't just be looking for this, they'll be demanding this. And this comes back to what I mentioned earlier about the retail investor and how we fragment investment strategies to appeal to the ESG population coming through.
Daniel, your thoughts on that?
So, I was on a panel with Sir Ronald Cohen about 5 years ago, one of the pioneers of responsible investing, and I remember he said, in a few years' time, ESG is going to be, and I said, do we really think it's going to be that big? Fast forward, on one of my last flights, I remembered Standard Charter, a great advert they had saying, it was showed a shipyard, we will only invest if we know the conditions are good. So a group of us got together during the beginning of the pandemic, because we kind of thought, well, we're not traveling around. So we built a startup in ESG called Equilibrium, which was all about metrics and measuring sustainability. And within 7 months, we managed to raise a Series A at $35 million from literally 2 customers, because the industry now of the role of government in investing, the role of corporates, it has to be more than that. In a sector which I've just discovered through seeing opportunity around, but it's really something meaningful, because it means that whenever companies have that obligation, like we heard from Vera, Sequoia going into Egypt, but now the wider implications of that, the job creation, providing health insurance for the people, providing with other things. So investors have to look at just only the monetary side, and as we're moving in an industry and in a world of more socially focused, ESG is a great opportunity. And I think here, just echoing what His Excellency says, where you have a country and a government who invest alongside corporates and ensuring that there is responsibility from government and responsibility from corporates. This region is fantastic because of government's role in innovation, partnering with industry and ensuring everyone is to the highest standards. But certainly I think we're going to be seeing ESG, companies will be starting to publish ESG audits, and it's an industry that's going to go flying.
Vera, you run an advisory company here, and obviously you're planning bigger things in the next few months to come. How much of ESG is on your mind?
I mean, as we discussed before, yes, I run an advisory firm and I'm building a well-being VC fund. So for me, of course, ESG's impact investing are very important, but I think we have to be also honest and realistic. We talk about it a lot, but not that much has happened yet. So I really would love to see more change in that respect. I think we really have to go from talking to doing soon. And of course, it's, you know, the big corporates have to make a big step in that. And it's great to hear that, you know, some big ones like BlackRock are actually talking about it now and making it part of their plans. So for me going forward, I mean, I want to look into several verticals, well-being, you know, being one of them, mental health, meditation, but also food technology. I think we have to become so much more self-sufficient here, and that's why I'm also bullish on this joint partnership now on, you know, the Abraham Accords of Israel and UAE, because I think we'll see a lot of benefit, you know, coming from Israel this way in the agriculture sector and food technology. I know well they have, you know, hydroponic farms. We're thinking about greening the desert, you know, different superfoods. So there are things happening already. Back when I was part of Dubai Future Accelerators, we brought companies then already that were working in that respect. But I think we need to do much more. And I think what an important point in that is to educate people. So we need to educate consumers, but we also need to educate investors. And in this region particularly, we need to educate family offices. The younger generation of family offices, they are going into investing and they're really, really interested in impact investing as well. So it's the education that comes first and then has the ripple effect on everything else.
There is a point I would like to add, and this is where we're adopting at YPAN, starting at Dubai FDI. Impact FDI. Impact FDI is a trio of investment that has a positive impact on, of course, economy has to be profitable, but at the same time, social and environmental. This is something that will add a lot of value to whatever investment comes to different, you know, destinations, cities, and regions or countries. And I think part of that is needed in a continent called Africa, where we saw in the past years certain investment that didn't meet any criteria, even to an extent of a big land of farming that brought even foreign or foreign country labor to harvest the crops, not even given the local society. So many things can be adopted in different places, but as long as Impact FDI is part of what you're doing, it takes the mark with everything that we would like to do. And I agree that a lot of education needs to be done in many different places, not only the global initiative that is by United Nations. Within that, we need to take it all the way to even the academia.
We're actually running out of time. We'll have one last question. I want all of you, your views on that. We'll start with you since we were with you last time. Any government framework that you want introduced that you think has just been introduced and doing well? Because you did mention that governments must be involved in a big way in the post-pandemic recovery.
I think, in my opinion, it's going to be talent. And I think we've done already that 1 month ago into facilitation, the attraction of talent, the keeping talent, at the same time growing talent. Dubai is blessed, and UAE in general, of being able to grow talent, attract talent, and continue to be a place where I think majority of the, at least Arab world youth would like to live in.
Absolutely, and that's something that's been talked about all the time. Les, your final words on that. Any government framework that you want to see? He didn't mention about attracting talent. Dubai has already been doing that. Anything that you want to add to that?
And Dubai is such a hub for the Middle East that we know. And the one answer I would give to your question is crypto. There was an event last week here in Dubai, a crypto and blockchain summit. There was 5,000 people attending. And my business, my company, we trade $2 billion a day notional value. That's typically currency, forex. We'll be adding shekels soon. This time last year, no one was queuing at my door wanting crypto. Now they are. And I need the central bank and the regulatory framework to be in place. It's almost there in terms of the environment that we need. But for a regulated exchange platform, I still need central bank approval. So that one simple question and simple answer is what we would do.
No, there are reports we've read, we've actually carried on. Khaleej Times talks are very much on.
Yeah.
You never know, in the next 6 months it
Inshallah.
should be regulated. Daniel, final words on any government policy framework that you...
Well, as a proud resident of Abu Dhabi, I'm going to wave that flag that there is some wonderful initiatives happening in Abu Dhabi, whether it's Hub 71, Abu Dhabi Global Market, an international finance center, and many of the initiatives of funding. I think what Abu Dhabi is doing to attract, I think they want to say 1,000 startups in the next 2 years or so is really quite interesting. And I think, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, the UAE is a wonderful place of access to Asia, access to Africa, and also access to a region of, if you combine the whole MENA, of nearly 150 million people, almost the size of half of Europe, equally the size there. So there's a lot of opportunity in this region.
Absolutely. You've summed it up the best possible way. Vera, last take from you before we call it a day, at least this panel.
Coffee time.
I think there are so many wonderful initiatives, but one that I'm really excited about is to bring all government transactions on blockchain, to make it a totally paperless government. I just moderated a panel for the Forbes Middle East, competition, but there was somebody there was somebody from Smart Dubai on it who reconfirmed that they have those plans and they plan to make it happen by December 2021. So in the next 6 months, we're going from, away from all the papers to being a completely paperless government, which I think is unprecedented, is amazing. To have all government transactions on blockchain is the way to go for many governments in the world.
Absolutely. Paperless is the word, and we're seeing it already. And I think that is a very fair point. A lot of us have heard this. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Vera and gentlemen, we'll see you in a short while from now.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Abhishek, thank you for moderating that wonderful panel. We will now take a coffee break. Please be back here at 12:05 sharp. Don't stray too far. We got a lot left to go through, a lot of exciting panels and speakers. Thank you very much.
See, it's everything we wanted to be. Make a wish, hearts rise. Make a wish, make a wish. We rise above.
from Jerusalem every day, bringing you the latest international news from Israel. The new J-Post app has recently been launched, through which you can receive updates from anywhere in the world, on any smartphone and iPad, as well as on Twitter and Facebook. In addition to its journalistic activities, the Jerusalem Post Group has launched a program of key conferences in Israel and abroad. At these conferences, we host a series of special guests, including top decision makers, officials, and other VIPs who engage in a dialogue on issues most relevant to the state of Israel and the Middle East. These events create news and are covered extensively by local and international media channels. The Jerusalem Post, the leading news source from Israel.
Well, thank you for coming back, and we'll restart, get ourselves back on track. To re-begin, we have the honor of hearing from Ambassador Pavan Kapoor, the Indian ambassador to the United Arab Emirates. I've known him for a few years because he previously served as the Indian ambassador to Israel. And you might not know, but his wife Aradhana is a journalist, and actually wrote a wonderful piece after the normalization agreement was announced between the UAE and Israel of how she can pick up the phone now and make phone calls between Abu Dhabi and friends who she left back in Tel Aviv and Herzliya. So he's one of the few people who actually knows the relationship and straddles this relationship and the axes between the UAE and Israel. I'm honored to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Pavan Kapoor for a conversation with the Khaleej Times' Michal Divon.
Oops, let's take this up. Hi, thanks.
Hello, Ambassador. How are you?
Very well, thank you so much, and hello to everyone here. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Really great to have you, and definitely the right person for the occasion, seeing you were previously posted in Israel, now based in Abu Dhabi, and we have a mixed crowd from both here in Israel and India, of course.
Sure.
So we've all been following the news out of India and the very harsh second wave of COVID-19, and I think it's very important to mention, and maybe for the Israeli audience to give some context, Indian nationals are in fact the largest population of the UAE, 30%. They are a very important part of the workforce here in all sectors, and the strategic ties have always been there, even before unionization.
Sure.
So how has this affected your work as ambassador, being posted to a country where there's such a large population that you represent, around 3 million, and how has it specifically been during COVID-19, specifically the second wave?
Right, well, thanks very much, Michal. No, I think we take great pride in the fact that we've got such a strong Indian presence in the UAE, which connects us like an umbilical cord. The fact that we've got people from a complete range, they're such a strength for our relationship. We have the top businessmen here, some of whom are present here today, but also we've got a very large numbers, about 65% of whom are really literally in the workforce, in the working class. And I think one of the impacts that we had, certainly I would say even back last year in the first wave of the pandemic here, was that they were in some serious trouble. Many of them initially wanted to move out of the clusters in which they live because of their working environments. They were being impacted by the pandemic. There was great fear. They wanted isolation facilities, medical health, and of course we worked with the UAE authorities. But initially, as you can imagine, everyone was unsure what to do and how. And then we ended up closing our airspace in India. So there was a huge clamor from all of these people saying, I want to go home, and you've got to help me go home. And that was a huge challenge. But I think, the fact was that we worked so closely with the UAE government, including on the healthcare side. And even now with the second wave, of course, we've had help from the UAE side. We've had the UAE government assisting us with ventilators and BiPAP machines and other medical supplies. We've had medicines. We've tried to source some liquid medical oxygen from here. We've had the community coming together. So that's, again, a great strength for us. As I said, people are saying, and of course we do have the other side where you have Indians resident in the UAE who are now in India and saying, oh, we want to come back now. So we're working closely with the UAE authorities to say, how do we get them slowly back? Because, these people are most of them are vaccinated, but let's get them back soon. And, when you're comfortable, of course, to see that they're meeting their health requirements, because this is a health decision. So I think the community is a tremendous source of strength for us. But through the pandemic, it has been a real challenge, and it's been heart-wrenching at times to see some of the issues that they've had to face. But I have to say that with the support of the better off Indians and with the UAE authorities, we've touchwood done reasonably well.
And also a great show of solidarity here from the communities in the UAE, seeing the Burj Khalifa
Absolutely.
lit up with the Indian flag. Is this something that people in India realize, the amount of support coming from the country?
They do. And as I said, every time we put those pictures out, you see the kind of support that we get back. They understand that it's not, we of course, we've got these amazing historic links and connections, but the fact that these kind of symbolic gestures are made by the government here, it gets tremendous support from the community here and back home. As I said, right in the start of the pandemic, we had a conversation between His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi and our Prime Minister. They discussed what we should be doing, how we should take this forward. We've had 3 physical meetings. We had our Foreign Minister came here in November last year. He came again in April. We had His Highness Sheikh Abdullah, who visited India in February. Obviously, dealing with the pandemic has been a key aspect. Talking about the welfare of Indians here has been a very important aspect, and we've been, of course, greatly appreciative for what the UAE government has been doing through this time.
And you mentioned the flights the airspace being blocked off, and now flights have been suspended, and that suspension was extended until the end of the month. Do you have any idea when flights will resume?
Well, like I said, Michal, we've spoken to the UAE authorities. I think the Foreign Office is fairly supportive of us, but this is a decision being taken by their National Central Emergency Authorities, the NCEMA. They're basing it on their health. This thing. We've had actually good exchanges even between the health authorities to discuss elements of, genome sequencing, etc. And we've suggested way forward for them, particularly as we go forward in the year, and we are hopeful that there will be some starting of normal people coming in. The flights are still coming in because they're going back, and they're going back pretty full, but there are only very restricted number of people allowed in, just some exemptions for a few categories. So we're hopeful that the situation will soon be right for them to feel comfortable to allow these people to come in.
And maybe you can share a little more specifically about the health cooperation that we've seen in the past year. And I will say that just a week ago, I interviewed the UAE ambassador to India, Ahmed Al-Bana, who said that he feels that the ties have strengthened also as part of the pandemic. So if anything, cooperation was always strong, it's even stronger right now.
Absolutely, I agree with him 100%. Like I said, just right at the beginning of the pandemic, the kind of exchanges we had at the highest levels, we were able to be, in the initial stages, we were able to send some medicines across to the UAE, which they needed. We were able to assist with, 400 plus nurses and doctors who needed to come here to strengthen the UAE health system. As I said, we got supplies from them, medical supplies. We've seen it now in the second wave even more. So I think there's no question about healthcare having become a more important aspect of our exchanges. The other area I think which has really strengthened during the pandemic is food security. Because again, for a country like UAE, which is very particular about where they source their foods from, but they are still vulnerable, like the other Gulf countries, importing almost 90% of their food requirements. So we were very particular, making sure that even when our airspace was shut, cargo flights continued, and supplies of food, fruit, vegetable, the works, they were completely coming in, even when we had lockdowns in India. So I think that gave them a sense of comfort. They realized that we were a reliable supplier and a friend in need. So we would, I think these areas will strengthen. We are looking at how we can create sort of an India-UAE food security corridor. We're looking at investments in that area as we go ahead. So I think some of these areas will strengthen even further. So you're right, absolutely. It's strategic partners, very strong, but we want to carry on in many more areas.
And we briefly spoke about the Indo-Israel Chamber of Commerce before our session, which links Israel, India, and the UAE. And you did mention that this did exist, this forum before, but it was newly launched in Dubai, and you were part of this launch. Can you share a little bit about the objectives?
Sure. This is really an initiative of entrepreneurs. So I think we had the Indo-Israel Chamber of Commerce in Tel Aviv and in Mumbai, and I think we had Ravi Byron from Tel Aviv and Merzi Sodawatawala, who's based here in Dubai, who decided to take this initiative, and we were, of course, very happy to support it. So they've set up this branch here in Dubai. I think they realize that there's a huge Indian community here in the business sector who can try and assist with the exchanges both between UAE and Israel, but also, of course, between India, UAE, and trying to draw all three countries further closer together. So I think they're very excited about it, and we are happy to support in every way we can.
So the UAE is India's third largest trading partner, and India is the UAE's second, projected to be the first by 2030, which is quite remarkable. What sectors will you be focusing on post-pandemic?
So, it's very interesting, Michal. I should mention this to you, that even during the pandemic, the financial year 2021, which ended for us March 21, we got an amazing amount of foreign direct investment into India, a record, in fact, about $81.7 billion, or 10% more than the previous year. So that's telling you the fundamental story that we have going in India. And I'm proud to say that from the UAE also, just between ADIA and Mubadala, these two sovereign wealth funds, we had almost $3.5 billion coming in this last year. So this is across the board. We are, of course, focused in India on trying to ensure that there is a better business climate. We've gone ahead and made it easier for businesses to do. We've brought down the corporate tax rate. It's down to 22%. In fact, for new manufacturing units, it's even down to 15%. We've also exempted sovereign wealth funds 100% tax-free if they invest in infrastructure till 2024. We've also taken many other steps like reforms. We introduced a unified general services tax, goods and services tax, a couple of years ago, which unified about 25 indirect taxes at the state and national level into one tax. We introduced the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, which is very helpful for lenders and investors. We've got a slew of investment projects across the board, but hugely in the infrastructure sector, which is physical and social. So it's something called the National Infrastructure Pipeline. It's about $1.5 trillion, which we're expecting in this area by 2025. And if you talk about sectors, certainly healthcare is clearly one. The government is very keen to put in more there. There is already a huge connect between India and UAE there. But education, we've launched the new education policy in India last year. We're now allowing foreign universities to open campuses there. So there's great excitement about that. You heard in the previous panel talk about digital. And I am proud to say that India is doing very well on that, on digital payments platforms, on the whole digital economy. It's looking very, very big. Startups, you've seen what Israel has done. We've been working with them closely on that. We've now got the third largest, number of startups in the world at about 50,000. But also in other areas like renewable energy, so clean tech. Let's talk about ESG, etc. But renewables, here in Abu Dhabi, you have the headquarters of IRENA. India has taken the lead on something called the International Solar Alliance, and we are working very closely with the French on that. But so we are very keen to increase the share of renewable energy in our energy mix. And we've got very ambitious targets of about 450 gigawatts by 2030. So a slew of projects in that. So I think all these are attracting the UAE, sort of sovereign wealth funds and other businesses, and I'm sure we'll continue to push in these areas.
And incredible to see that it's happening during the pandemic.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say, because I think that the fundamentals have remained strong. That's the key thing. I don't think it's, we have to admit that we've taken a blow both last year and with the second wave, which is going to hit us in Q2 of this year. But I think from Q3 onwards, we'll again pick up. I was seeing the reports from various agencies, Moody's and Barclays and Goldman Sachs. They're all looking at double-digit growth figures for India still. And I'm pretty confident that starting Q3 this year, we'll pick it up. We've got more than $500 billion of foreign exchange reserves. Our growth projections are still high. Inflation is under control. So as I said, with sound fundamentals, policies which make it attractive for investors, I think we should be on a decent, sustainable growth path.
So a very big topic that we're all very much invested in already is Expo 2020, which we're looking forward to this October. How many Indian companies are you expecting at the event, and do you believe that Expo will also further boost trade relations?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it's been variously described as the greatest show on earth and in different ways, but, you see here in the papers, and I'm sure if you've been around to the Expo site, you'll see all the pavilions are up. I think it's going to be a tremendous show, and there's going to be a huge support from India for this. We've got a very large pavilion. We've got a huge number of corporates. I don't know exact numbers, but huge number of corporates who've signed up. But I think more importantly, it's not just number of companies who are coming from India. We've got a huge number of companies in the UAE who will be out there and interacting with people. We've got, India's a large country. We've got a huge number of states. Many of them will be coming for a week or 2 weeks each, and they will be showing what they have to offer. They'll be bringing their own companies from the public and private sector. We'll have sectoral representations across, the sciences, industry, technology, healthcare, pharma, and we'll have ministers coming in big ways. So I think it's going to be a big show. And like I said, it's not just for what we can do, of course, with the UAE, but to showcase what we have with the region. You heard people talk about the MENA region, what it offers here as a springboard here in the UAE, but with the rest of the world, because, I think many countries from all over the world, you're getting almost 180 plus countries coming here, and they would want to showcase everything they have. So the opportunities for people to interact with each other. So we see that at the B2B level, the G2G level, the G2B level. So I think we should be this thing. And I'll tell you one secret which many people here don't know, because it wasn't displayed on many sheets, that the India pavilion is bang next to the Israeli pavilion. Although they didn't want to identify it till some time ago. Yes.
Did you have something to do with this?
No. I can't claim credit for that. But clearly the UAE was foresighted.
That's incredible. I'm sure everyone in this room is going to visit both pavilions.
Right, absolutely.
We're very, very much looking forward to Expo 2020. You mentioned, one of the first things you mentioned is food security, agri-tech. India and UAE, of course, already have a strong relationship, and now with Israel in the mix, it could strengthen food security in the region, with Dubai, of course, being a gateway. How do you think that partnership will work, and do you see that as a natural partnership between the three?
Well, that's a slightly tricky one, but as I say to my friends here and back in Israel, the fact is that we've worked very closely with Israel in the area of food and agriculture, water. You had Mekharot here, of course, and we've been having a lot to do with them back in India. We've been learning how to do better conservation of water. I know that WaterGen was here a couple of weeks ago with a delegation. We've been working with them. So, clearly there is so much that the UAE can learn also from Israel, and wherever we in India can, suggest our experiences about how we've gone about it, what we've learned from them, we would certainly add on and, see the synergies that come through with that. Similarly, I would say again in the health side, because again, with Israel, what I saw was the amazing advances they made in healthcare, with medical devices. There's so much innovation happening there that many of that can find a lot of use here, and then from here, springboard into different parts of Asia and Africa. So I think we'll be there, happy to support in every which way we can. But I think because we're very privileged to have a strategic partnership, not just with the UAE, but with Israel. And so we're in a reasonably happy position there.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Kapoor. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you today.
Thank you. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Did I leave my master? No, I've got it here. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. We'll now hear from Rami Jalad, the CEO of the Ras Al Khaimah Economic Zone, for a conversation with Mayan Hoffman from the Jerusalem Post about how people can expedite trade in free zones and urban tech hubs.
How would you like to sit?
However you.
Anywhere.
Okay. Well, it's very exciting to be here with you. I want to tell you, that it has been a really exciting week, and I was thinking about coming to sit with you, and the fact that this week we signed a new tax treaty. I think that was on Monday with the UAE.
Yep.
And I read yesterday that Israel's economic ministry announced that we have plans to open an office in Abu Dhabi. So it's a good week for this. And Rami, you're going to talk about free trade zones and how these could be a conduit for another level of improved economic relations. But I'll tell you, as I was preparing for the conference, I mentioned to a few of my colleagues and friends that we were going to be talking about free trade zones, and they said, what is a free trade zone? So actually, before we get started, I want us to just define some terms. So can you tell the audience what is a free trade zone?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for inviting me to talk about free trade zones. But I think just to start out with, here in the United Arab Emirates, we're expert at free trade zones. So we've been doing it for a very long time. And in general, it's a geographic area within the country that has its own regulations and it has its own bylaws that international companies or foreign investors from all over the world can come and set up their companies and operate within these free trade zones to conduct trade, whether inside the UAE through certain processes and policies or re-export to the rest of the world. Earlier on, what we heard was the UAE is very strategically located, and we're 3-hour flight from 1/3 of the world population. So a lot of international companies from all over the world use it as a hub and a bridge to conduct trade and all kinds of trade. I mean, we've got technology companies, manufacturing, F&B, agro companies, pharmaceuticals. So the reason people come to free trade zones is because the transparency, and it allows them to actually conduct trade as if they were outside of the country. So you get your 100% ownership. It's different than being on the mainland. You get repatriation of all the profits. You don't have corporate tax. You don't have income tax. It's a one-stop shop as well, so people like to plug and play. So whether you're starting out as an SME or you're starting out as a major manufacturer, you get a variety of services all located in one area, and the services that are provided are to allow the investors to just focus on their core business. And so those are added advantages for people who are coming from outside that want to deal with one entity so that they can conduct trade, and all the admin is taken care of by somebody else.
Very nice. Now, in the UAE, do you have one free trade zone or you have many free trade zones? Describe a little bit more when you say you're experts in free trade zones in the UAE. What does that mean?
Well, the UAE has been doing free trade zones for a very long time, and there are free trade zones all over in every emirate. Nearly in every, yes, in every emirate in
and
the
I
UAE.
learned there are 7 emirates.
There are 7 emirates, of course. So, and we have the Jabal Ali Free Trade Zone, we have Ajman, we have Ras Al Khaimah Economic Zone, we've got Abu Dhabi, we've got Kizad in Abu Dhabi as well. So there are free trade zones and there are economic zones. And we all complement each other. So some of them have port access, some of them are in the city as business parks. So every emirate, I think we've got more than over 35 free trade zones, and some of them specialize in certain industries. So you've got the knowledge workers, you've got the ICT free trade zones for technology, you've got the pure manufacturing free trade zones as well. So some of them like to differentiate and focus on certain industry clusters or technology clusters. So that's, and people go to these free trade zones or investors from all over the world depending on what their activity is and what they want to focus on.
Amazing. Now, you mentioned that there were many benefits. Can you share with me one specific success story, an example of where something has just really benefited from being in one of these zones?
Well, I think it allows the investor to start on a small scale. So I can share with you some of our success stories. I mean, we've had people start like the Microsoft model or the Google model, where they start out of a garage, but they started out of a small business center. And now they're the largest privately owned armored car manufacturing company in the region. We've had companies that started out with doing R&D in certain pharmaceuticals, and they're now working with the largest pharmaceutical companies in India and in Ras Al Khaimah to enhance COVID vaccine efficacy. And so forth. We've had many success stories in construction, a lot of the burrata cheese that you eat in the UAE is manufactured in Ras Al Khaimah. So just to let you know that if you're eating burrata cheese tonight, it might have come from Ras Al Khaimah.
It's wonderful to know. So how does technology play a role when we talk about these zones?
I think earlier on we heard, technology, we've all learned during 2020 how critical it is. And everybody talks about digital transformation. But what parts of it that we saw really effective is we're a service-oriented economic zone. We cater to investors from all over the world. So accessibility to our clients is very crucial, and how customers access their services through portals, through mobile apps, enhancing call centers, back office processes. So one of the main components I think technology is important is how you can access your clients. But one more element that we've learned and quickly come up to speed with is data analytics. Because at a distance where in the past we were dealing with a lot of our clients face to face, now they're all at home or in the remote locations. And we need more data analytics to understand our customers' needs, requirements, profiling them. So data analytics plays a great role in this digital transformation. Plus, you get to understand your customer more and provide services that they really need. And I think one more element is that remote working is here to stay in some way or another. Technology has a lot to play with that. I mean, we're all on Zoom, we're all on Teams, but I think there's a lot more to that where we're doing and conducting trade now on those platforms. And I think that's to come as well.
And you think that's happened as a result of COVID-19, that we've seen that shift, or was that happening already before the pandemic, especially with the international businesses, coming into play and people not necessarily being located in the same country?
Well, I think certain elements of digital transformation were accelerated due to the pandemic, but I think it's inevitable. I mean, today the world is trading cross borders without the need for travel, and I think we've learned that it's easy and much easier to do that than getting on a plane and hopping and going, doing and conducting business as well. But you've got to provide that accessibility. That's very important. Regulations have to change as well with those digital transformation, because today if you want to incorporate a company, you want to do a bank transfer, you've got to have the compliance, you've got to have legislation and regulations and laws that support that. Because sometimes if you want to open a company, you've got to come into the country, get a residence visa, open a bank account. The regulations are changing in line with this digital transformation, because if you want to open a bank account and they're asking you to be here to open a bank account, then somewhere it's not going to match.
Of course. Now, how could Israel get involved?
Well, I think, we're all about business, and we have investors from all over the world. So today we've opened up our doors for SMEs, high-tech companies, agro companies. We've already dealing in the pharma space as well with a few Israeli companies, and they're seeing that in our zone we also have people on the ground in Israel talking to these large corporations, and I believe that what we're finding is that a lot of Israeli companies want a lot of matchmaking in the country with supply chain or with the agents or distributors, because they just don't want to move all of a sudden at one time. So I think we've opened that door where we're doing a lot of matchmaking and establishing their, I would say, reconnaissance or startup or subsidiary offices here, so that they can start to conduct the trade, start to understand the market. And that's where, the plug and play aspect comes in, and somebody else focus on the administration work.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So, this is the Global Investment Forum, and there are many top-level business personalities, investors sitting in the audience today. What advice do you have for them when it comes to free trade zones?
Well, we're all smart business people, and everybody looks for cost effectiveness. But what does cost effectiveness mean? You still want to get the right support. You want to get the right transparency. So value for the service that you're paying for. So I think looking at it is that being in the right location where you can have the right supply chain and likes of mind and businesses that can support your business. In Ras Al Khaimah, we're focusing now not on just activities or businesses. We're focusing about supply chain, having the right ecosystem for investors so that they can conduct trade. And I think the advice is that they've got to find the right location with similar kind of businesses that are within their field, and proper supply chain access so that they can access and conduct business and grow.
Wonderful. Well, is there anything else that you would want to add that you think I didn't ask you about today?
Well, I think we always forget the human part of things in business. I mean, today, RAC we pride ourselves as saying, it's cost effectiveness, it's customization of products, but we also look for customer service. So I think you need to customer service doesn't mean that you're getting only a service, but you're working with people who understand your business. And that's, I think, the level that we have to get to all over, wherever you're conducting business.
Wonderful. Well, this was so interesting. Thank you so much for your time
Thank
today.
you. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that very interesting conversation. The UAE's rapid economic growth is largely credited to the introduction of free trade zones in the 1980s. And the topic of our next panel is co-investments in free zones, tourism, and real estate. So please help me welcome Ilanit Melchior, Director of Tourism at the Jerusalem Development Authority, Khalid Anib, CEO of Abu Dhabi National Hotels, Sheikh Abdullah Al Nuaimi, Commercial Operations Executive Director of Ajman Free Zones, and of course, moderating this panel will be Steve Lind, Editor-in-Chief of the Jerusalem Report. Welcome.
Tada, Michal.
Is that correct? In my ears? Okay.
We're just waiting a minute for Sheikha to wire up. Maybe I should take my mask off. So we're here to discuss co-investment and tourism. And perhaps while Sheikha is wiring up, we'll start with you, Ilanit Melchior, the Director of Tourism in the Jerusalem Development Authority. Tell us a little bit about how tourism, welcome, how tourism is going in Israel and the hotel industry and the tech tourism in Jerusalem.
Thank you for having me. It's very exciting. It's first time here. The whole world of tourism and tourism industry have been going through a tremendous crisis, not only in Israel, but worldwide. The good news is that in Israel, everything is open, so Jerusalem is as well. So we can go back. But I think that one of the things that we learned from COVID is that we are relying on each other. So, and it's a global world, and we are in a global investment summit. So if countries and this nation will not learn how to work together, then my friend and myself will be left with empty hotels and no activity. So I think that one of the things that we really have to embrace is to have this kind of a global agenda where we are respecting each other and making the life of businesses from the tourism sector go back to life. Because at the moment, it's quite challenging traveling from one destination to another. There's so many checks that you have to do, so many papers that you have to fill in. So if we will learn how to work together, that it might be that it will be more fruitful for all of us.
Sheikh Al Nuaimi, thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor to have you. Tell us about the Ajman Free Zone and how has it become such a successful destination for tourists and other sectors?
So first of all, my pleasure being here with all these guests, meeting them face to face. Good afternoon, everybody. So when it comes to Ajman Free Zone, before of that, Ajman Free Zone is located in one of the 7 Emirates, which is the Emirate of Ajman. It's a distance from Dubai. Within 20 minutes, you can be there in the Emirate. When it comes to Ajman Free Zone, it's one of the oldest free zones, and also we consider it one of the greatest. We host more than 9,000 companies in different industries. When we mention in different industries that we do have companies that is working in the trade, different clusters, food and beverage trading, textile trading, and petrochemicals trading. When it comes to service company, we do host number of startups, especially in advanced technology in this period. We are also opening the doors for different type of companies. Branch of local companies are expanding in Ajman Free Zone, and the branch of local foreign companies are also expanding from their mother company, their mother region to Ajman, the Emirates of Ajman. We host proudly a great number of SMEs which start their first business with Ajman Free Zone, and now they are one of the largest companies in this zone. We are more than 30 years in the market, and when it comes to expertise, our team members are advisors, taking those companies in different stages of growth and success. This is mainly an overview on the free zone, but one of the most benefits that we are a tax-free exempted zone, which helps people to trade easily, cost-effective, and a variety of product that they can lease it, and the service that is given to them in one-stop shop. So it's very suitable for foreigners. We take care from establishing the company, taking care of their labors and their requirements, opening their bank accounts, and after-sales service, giving them privilege in number of different industry when it comes to health industry like insurance, when it comes to labor's needs and accommodations. So it's a full ecosystem that helps those companies start and grow in that.
Thank you. And Khaled Anib, how is the hotel industry here faring and coping as it emerges from the pandemic?
Thank you. The pandemic, without doubt, had a tremendous impact on all kinds of sectors, and of course, the hospitality, the airlines, tourism, the most impacted. In the UAE, we were pushed to our limits, to the level that we became creative and innovative, and mainly agile. So we had to reinvent things, and thanks to the leadership of the UAE, that we were able to tackle very quickly and implement all sorts of health and safety measures that enabled us to reopen quite fast and take advantage of a population that actually was hungry to travel from different markets, and we were able to fill our hotels. I must also highlight that Israel was one of them. In December, we had 60,000 tourists within 3 weeks. That was amazing. Now, currently, things are much, much better. I must say, in the UAE, mainly the hospitality sector, within our hotels, we have 98% of workforce that is fully vaccinated. And hotels now are trading in very acceptable performance level. In fact, just for the audience, is that Dubai is recorded this year the highest revenue per available room, which is amazing. Thanks also again to the Department of Tourism for their initiatives and marketing strategy that is paying off. So us as investors in the hotels and in tourism in general, we are quite satisfied with considering the current circumstances.
Thank you. Yeah, Ilanit, a lot of people, when they think of Israel, think of Tel Aviv as Israel's business hub. But you say Jerusalem is giving Tel Aviv a run for its money.
We don't have to give a fight to Tel Aviv because we are different. Jerusalem is, and I'll speak about it later in my presentation, is the one city that everyone are dreaming, praying, and looking. And when once people are thinking about Jerusalem as an ancient place, it is a place of heritage, and we respect that. But at the same time, a lot of the innovation is actually from Jerusalem, but we are just more modest to talk about it. And I think that the unique thing about innovation in Jerusalem is that it's very much based on the community. And while we are a city that really represents so many different communities, then we incorporate that into our innovation vision. So where else in the world you could see, ultra-Orthodox women sitting together with Arab women, sitting together with secular men and creating something different. And it's based on the fact that it's a city where everything, is unique but challenging at the same point. We just actually, based on what happened with COVID, we are digitalizing all our cultural institutions, and we are maximizing the way tourists will really utilize its private tour in the city. And it's all based about our ecosystem and talking with the community. So it's much more modest, more quiet, but who else invented Mobileye?
Sheikha, you shared with me earlier that you're working on something new and exciting that hasn't been released to the media until now.
So before announcing that, I would like to share some numbers that was behind keeping us thinking about innovation and the new things. Thanks to the leadership and the strategies, as Khalid mentioned, in the UAE that help business boosts and tourism boosts within the pandemic. So at Ajman Free Zone, we achieved outstanding growth in 2020. And we have registered more than 1,700 companies, which is considered a huge number compared by the previous years. Those companies give a growth of 23%, which our occupancy rate has been fulfilled and kept us thinking about the need of our clients. We find out that e-commerce companies has grown and technology companies has grown from many different regions to UAE. So going toward this has led Ajman Free Zone to think about new innovations. We had opened our soft opening of our new eco-friendly warehouses that serves food and beverage and e-commerce companies. So we do have the warehouses that is LEED certified, and they save energy, they save cost on people who are looking for a place to trade and store their goods. Especially that Ajman is one of the northern Emirates, and this connection to the port and to the land roads helps this location to grow and boost. One more thing that I promised you to announce, that we are launching very soon the formal opening of the AI and Robotic Hub. And I know, and I have met a number of people who's interested to start their business or have their own innovation in this place. The nice thing that those innovations are also will be funded by a local specialized funding firm, which this can't be announced. It will be announced, inshallah, the next week. So keep an eye on the media and on the social medias of Ajman Free Zone. So you can start your business in technology and have the fund also supported from a funding firm, a local funding firm.
Well, we wish you the best of success and best of luck. Maybe you can do some work with Ilanit.
Yeah, definitely.
We'd love to do that.
Khalid, how do you see the future of the hotel industry and co-investment? What is your vision to expand cooperation between Israel and the United Arab Emirates?
Look, the UAE is a crossroad between East and West, and with its population that has always embraced peace, tolerance, and inclusion. Tourism is an industry that always brings people together. And I am pretty confident that we will see a lot of opportunities for the population to come to Dubai or to the UAE in general, and also population from the UAE to visit Jerusalem and all other places. The opportunities are massive, and that will also include co-investment in various projects. This is essential, and the UAE is a nation that has always been at the front of partnership and alliances from all aspects, and tourism will certainly be one that will benefit from this relationship.
Thank you. We were running a little bit out of time, so one more question each. Ilanit, what is your vision for the partnership that now exists between Israel and the UAE?
I think that we are really looking forward. I was just meeting with some of my colleagues, and I would love to also have meetings with you. It's about partnership, and people can speak about signing an agreements officially by governments. By the end of the day, it's about the people working together, doing businesses together. So definitely in the city of Jerusalem, we are looking forward in making this dream a practical one, and doing like an action item. So it can be about mutual conferences, having a delegation. We have a lot to learn from friends here, and they, of course, can leverage with the communication with us. But we have to build it, and we have to respect each other's different way. So we are still in a process of learning and studying, and I'm sure that in a year than today, we will all be in a different place. We just have to take the time and inhale it.
Nice. Sheikha, what can we learn from your experience and the successful model that you have created in the Ajman Free Zone?
So going to this learning curve, let's say, we need to always think about being innovative. And as previous speech we heard, the customer service is a very important aspect to consider it in business. Adding on that, I think the cooperation and the tie-up to make things real and not only a high-level agenda and be more practical, we can create an initiative between three of us here and have business trips to the UAE, having special hosts in the hotels, and then special tours when it comes. When you will be in the business zone itself, you will know exactly and digest what the reality of the market and how to test the market, rather than just hearing about the zone information or the free zones information. I think after the session we can really be practical and have delegations immediately coming and visiting Ajman. We'll take care of that, as it's one of our cultures and ethics and habits to take care of guests and tourists in the UAE.
And Khaled, the final word for you. The hotels here are so spectacular. How can it get any better? What do you see in the future?
Look, I'm pretty sure that our Israeli friends that are here in the room today, I'm sure that they are amazed with this vibrant city, which is Dubai. And I'll be also very happy to welcome them to Abu Dhabi, where we have fantastic nature and fantastic cultural heritage. And I'm proud to be here today and speak about the beauty and the vibrant things that this country has to offer.
Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us on this very interesting panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to this fascinating panel. And Ilanit Melchior, you are staying with us on stage, and you will be discussing Jerusalem. So please, the stage is yours.
So I don't know if I'm the one before lunch, so I will try to be accurate. Okay, sorry. So, Jerusalem. First of all, I'm so excited and happy to be here. My first time here. And it's really a dream come true. And I'm so honored to have here with us His Excellency, the Ambassador of the State of Israel. So, Eitan, thank you. And also the representative from the Ministry of Jerusalem and Heritage here is with me in the delegation. So, Jerusalem, what can one say about this amazing city? The city of three monotheistic religions, of course, important for the Christians, the Jews, and the Muslims, but also to many other communities around the world. So we like to think about Jerusalem as the city of faith and the city of hope. When I was preparing to come here, I was thinking about tourism, and I was thinking about the connection between both our nations. And the one thing that came to my mind is the sentence from the Bible, and Moses sent them to search the land of Canaan. So the Jewish people, the DNA, when we think about it, is about people who are exploring and people that are touring. It's people that will never stay in the same place. They will always be curious, and they will always ask themselves questions. So when we think about why did we become such a startup nation, I think it really starts in the early time. And when you think also about the connection between both our nation, so Abraham, our father, and the founding father also of the Muslim nation. So Jerusalem was always the center, the meeting point of the world. It started with the trade and commerce, and we are here in an investment summit, but also it's something that really continues in the line as we are moving today, including to the city. And for many years, we were fighting and struggling with the city image and branding. Why? Because Jerusalem was not a city that once will think that they would want to invest. As my panelists I mentioned before, when they will think about Tel Aviv, they will think about, oh, this is where the cool things are happening, the investments, the high tech. So we needed really to work on the image of the city of Jerusalem. So what did we do? We understand that it was not about what we are telling ourselves about the city, but it's how the perception or the misperception of the city of Jerusalem is. So we started to do a lot of things, which I'll share with you in a moment, but it seems that actually it worked. And throughout the world, Jerusalem was positioned or repositioned as a city that is vibrant culture and a city that some can really is interested in coming. So I could have told you a lot of things about the city, but I think that the one thing that there is a triangle between academia, the Hebrew University, of course, is the leading one, the infrastructure, which is all the capacity that we are giving, but also the industry. One example, small example, Mobileye, which is a platform for self-driving your car. And you can see how well they did just last year. And one example, excuse me, Mr. BR, the Hadassah Hospital, one of the leading hospitals in different verticals in Jerusalem. Why do I mention that? Because based on these three partners, we are moving forward with the city of Jerusalem. We understand that investing in the human capital, working with the academia, understanding their needs, and working with the industry, that will bring prosperity to the city of Jerusalem. So, a little bit sharing with you numbers. 80% of tourists that are coming to Israel will necessarily come to Jerusalem. They cannot skip the city. 7 of the most top tourist sites in Israel are based in Jerusalem. So everyone, every faith, cult, community can find their own Jerusalem in our city. And over 50% of tourists will necessarily spend 5 days in the city of Jerusalem. I once went to Italy, and the guy there, he opened the map, and he looked at me and he said, how many hours do I need to spend in the old city? So I looked at him and I say, why do you ask me how many hours? And then I understood that geography-wise, he thought that it's a small place. So you could do it in a few hours. But it was hard for him to understand that it was not about the size. By the way, you should know that the old city of Jerusalem is only 1 square kilometer. But in this 1 square kilometer, there are so many layers of history, heritage, that is important for so many people throughout the world. Going back a little bit to our philosophy or what is leading us as a city. So we were working with 2 main professors. One was Professor Michael Porter from Harvard Business School, and the other one is my friend Professor Richard Florida from the Toronto University. Why do I mention them? Because both of them bring a very different philosophy, that have been our guidelines in improving the ecosystem and the business system of the city of Jerusalem. So Professor Porter, which might you know, is really working on the competitive advantage of a destination, but really respecting the differences between one cluster to another and utilizing and maximizing it into the best of the city. And Professor Richard Florida is coming from a whole different perspective. It's all about the creative class. And the creative class is the people that are working in the ecosystem and are together, those two forces can really lead the city or any kind of destination into an improvement. I have to say that walking in the street of Dubai, or practically more driving because it's so hot here, it's amazing to see the vision of the leaders of this country because they knew exactly what they wanted to achieve building this amazing city. So when we are working not only in tourism but in different clusters, we are always looking at a strategic plan. We submitted to the government of Israel a 5-year plan. We are testing ourselves. We are looking at our ROI because we are really thinking as a business corporate. I know that it's a different language for municipality, usually, but this is how we are working in the city of Jerusalem. So a little bit about investment into the future. Our strategy now is not only working on the big brand of Jerusalem. We didn't need to create this brand. It's a brand that was given us by God. But still, it's a brand that we need to accelerate, or we need to translate to people, or we need to bring the value that are not necessarily in the mindset when someone thinks about old and heritage city. So we are working now also on what we call sub-branding. We are looking at the city and we are pointing out what kind of an experience can come when you're visiting different part of the city. The reason that I mentioned that is that also we are looking into working together with the business community because one cluster is actually supporting the other one. On practical, we are looking for 2 major investments. One at the gateway, at the entrance of the city of Jerusalem, where there's going to be a huge amount, 20 towers, that are going to be built in the upcoming decade, connected to a light train that will bring you straight from the airport, and that will be the business district of the city of Jerusalem. So anyone who is interested, please contact me later. And the other place that is looking for investments, it's in the other part of the city where we are going to have 8 different hotels, and that will actually develop another focal point from tourism point of view. The reason that I also mention it is going to the map here, is that we want our tourists and our business community to move from one district to another, but get a different experience and different values from one area or one zone area to the other one. We want it to be very clear for them. We want to make their life easier, to move from one point to another, to make their businesses, to make sure that the ecosystem is really supporting and in line with one another. So, few facts. Flying to Israel is only 3.5 hours. It's really very short. To get to the city of Jerusalem with a train, less than 35 minutes. And there's always a chain of different light trains in the city, meaning that you don't need to use your personal car. You can just easily walk around. We have a lot of international brands in the city. Yes, I do have to admit that service here is outstanding, so I'm not going to compete with you on that. But definitely we are going to challenge the value or the experience that we are giving our visitors in the city. People usually talk about innovation, startups in medical devices, in fintech, in agriculture. But I want to be the voice that is talking also about the travel tech community. Because when one thinking about TripAdvisor or Booking.com or Airbnb, is that a startup? Is that a corporate? What it is. So I'm a strong believer that if we will do the right thing and invest in our human capital, also in matter with innovation and technology in the area of travel tech, and this is just some of those local startups that we have in Jerusalem, and we are trying to invest more and to develop this ecosystem so that will flourish not only the local businesses, but also elsewise. And we just formed actually an international tech travel, and anyone who would want to join us, please approach me. We do a lot of work around hosting different conferences and events. WSB had just been to Jerusalem before COVID with 5,000 people from around the world insurance company, and that was just in the footstep of the old city. One last thing about where is the world of tourism is going after everything that we have been through this year. So people will look for more ethnicity. They will look for really not just being preserving or watching any kind of an experience, but actually they will want to be part of the experience. There wouldn't be enough just eating in the best restaurant. They would want actually to work with the local chef preparing this experience. And I think that destination that will work in smart way with technology, understand that sustainability as an important value and asset to incorporate into their philosophy, by the way, in any kind of field, that will really help improve their businesses, not only in tourism, but elsewise. And you cannot end this presentation with us without this amazing picture. And I just wanted to share with you that when I landed with the Israeli aviation company El Al, where the flag of Israel was there on the airplane, and when the airplane just really almost touched the ground of Dubai, there was, of course, the flag of Dubai. And for me, as an Israeli, that was really understanding, yes, that we signed the Abraham Accords and that there are so many great opportunities for investments and elsewhere. So we are here from the city of Jerusalem looking forward to work together with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ilanit. I know the city of Jerusalem is waiting to host all of the Emiratis interested to visit, and of course, see the Al-Aqsa Mosque as well. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Raphael Nagel, the founder and chairman of the Abrahamic Business Circle, and he will discuss UAE-Israel business ties, of course, and how the Abraham Accords have created a new path for peace and cooperation. He will be in conversation with Yaakov Katz, who you already know very well. Welcome.
Raphael, thank you for being with us. It's great to have you. We had a fantastic event last night. Some of you were at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, also working to create partnerships and collaborations between the different sides and talking business. So just maybe tell us, to the people who don't know, what is the Abrahamic Business Circle? What's the idea behind it? What made you want to establish it?
What made me establish the Abrahamic Business Circle? I was sitting down with a friend who was my former boss in Deutsche Bank. I was working for around about 17 years in the banking industry for a German bank. We were sitting there, and because before he became a banker, he did study theology. We thought, wow, that's an amazing thing what's coming up. When we could see it already when they started building here in Abu Dhabi with the project of the Abrahamic Family House. So we had the feeling something was changing already. So before signing the Abraham Accords, we were setting up already the Abrahamic Business Circle. And the main idea was we wanted to set up not only something based on the relationship between Israel and the UAE. We wanted to set up something on a much more global base. We wanted to integrate everybody. I think the outstanding thing about the UAE is we have more than 205 nationalities living here, more than countries recognized by the United Nations. And I think this gives us a total new window as Jews and Israelis in general to new markets what we never have dreamed about. And that was the idea behind it. We thought very clearly we wanted to stay very clear on the business side. We only wanted to connect people in business. We didn't want to go into religious or political side because I don't understand, and I prefer to leave it to the leaders and the people who understand about it, yeah. But we could see very clear that the open-mindedness here in this country and the big opportunities, you have to see that, for example, the Indian community, if I'm right, is around about 24%, we have around about 13%. Pakistani community, and this opens totally new windows for all of us of business, and that's what was the main idea. We wanted to bring economic diplomacy to the area.
You have people or representatives from how many countries are members of this?
At the moment, I have lost the control, to be really honest with you.
And there are some countries that don't yet even have diplomatic relations with the State of Israel.
Absolutely, absolutely. Our first member from Pakistan.
That's
sorry.
the main word, yet. They don't yet have relations.
Yeah.
But, and they're willing still to come to the table to discuss how to create a, what is it? Business is just the bridge of everything?
We focus very much on business, absolutely. Everything else we'll leave it apart. And we have members who are even have never been in this region. We have members from South America, even from countries like Ecuador, Costa Rica, who see the big opportunity of this common market what is creating here in the Middle East, thanks to the UAE, of course, and Israel, for making it possible.
So your story, you're Spanish-German, if
Yes.
I'm not mistaken. I read somewhere that you even bought a Luftwaffe base at some point, right, and turned it into a nanotechnology factory. And as a Jew, I can only imagine that you know, to buy a German Air Force base, that has some symbolism to it. But tell us, you know, for our Israeli friends who are here, who have traveled from overseas to come to Dubai, what are the opportunities that currently exist here for them, do you think?
First of all, let me explain you in one sentence a little bit the story about this building. For me as a German, it was very interesting to be able to buy a building that was owned before by the Luftreichswaffe, by the German Air Forces. And I bought this building, I acquired this building with around about 12,000 square meters, and I converted it into a building related to nanotechnology. On the other side, yesterday, please give me this moment, I had a call from a friend, an Italian friend. He was telling me, I want to bring somebody to the event. I told him, yeah, why not? And I was very surprised. Why are you asking me? What is the big thing about it? His family name. And thanks to this country, I've learned to be very open-minded. His family name was Mussolini. And I thought, wow, how can I bring to an Arabic country a guy who is in fourth generation coming with the family name Mussolini to Jewish?
Last night
you met him. Yeah. And he was very thankful. He has nothing to do with his relatives, but it shows that we also have to forgive. He's not guilty for whatever his grandfather did, and I think only a place like Dubai could show you this tolerance and open-mindedness to deal with everybody. And
he came up to me and said, you've written about, your newspaper has written about my great-grandfather, and I'm looking and I'm saying, who's your great-grandfather? He says, hold on a second, he keeps on talking, then he gives me his card, and I'm like, wow, that's quite the last name you have there.
So you see, I think that's one of the big things what teaches you the UAE, that you have to be very open-minded and you have to judge everybody mainly by himself and not by his relatives. And the other thing, coming back to former conversations here, I think the good thing in the UAE is everybody is evaluated only by two things. You deliver or you don't deliver. At the end of the day, I think there's much more going on underground and a lot of projects are being prepared. Of course, Corona has a certain delay, but there's a lot of big projects in healthcare and so on happening, and I'm very sure we will see them, but I think it would be not very smart for all the business people to announce them before they're happening.
So reliability, deliverability, and what else? What else would you tell Israelis? Because Israelis, like we tend to have not a lot of patience, right? We like to cut to the chase. We do things, you know, there's a word I've been teaching a lot of my Emirati friends, a word in Hebrew called balagan, right, which means just chaos and a mess. That's something that we kind of, there's a trail of balagan wherever we go sometimes. But what can we do a little maybe better here?
I think you're doing many things amazingly well. But I've learned also another Hebrew word. I don't speak very good Hebrew because, as you said, I was born in Germany, and my father was German, my mother was Spanish. But I've learned the word chutzpah, and I think chutzpah can be extremely good and it can be extremely negative. I think we have to come in with the right chutzpah, and sometimes what I would love that we come with clearer business proposals. Sometimes I'm missing, we get very standard business proposals, PowerPoints, what we have seen many times, but not a very clear business. I think in this country, people are very well educated. They have a lot of knowledge. You have to think where everybody who comes to discover the Middle East, the first place where he comes is to Dubai or to the UAE. So we see everyday business proposals. Everybody wants us to invest in something. I think sometimes you should, as you say in Yiddish, a little bit more tacheles. We would like to see a little bit of more substance in some business proposals.
Interesting. So you predicted in an interview with the Jerusalem Post that trade can reach $5 billion very quickly between the countries. Do you have specific industries in mind of where that would take place?
Look, one of the industries, I think we have an amazing offer in healthcare in the country. But for sure, there's a big demand still in technology, knowledge, where we can improve. We still have too many outgoing healthcare tourism. I think our healthcare costs are too expensive. I give you a figure very briefly. In Europe, a doctor's earning per hour 22, in a country like Spain, between $22 and $28. In this country, it's much more. Our healthcare costs outgoing are 6 times higher. And we have certain other sectors apart from healthcare, like agriculture, high tech. I think the thing what you have to do also, or we all as Jews, and I think it's not only a peace agreement what happened between Israel and the UAE, it's a peace agreement for all Jews. It's a unique opportunity what we all have to use. It's a big window for all of us. Also for me as German, I'm not an Israeli passport holder, and I see it's an amazing opportunity for the whole area to create a common market with more than 400 people in this area, and to convert this area. Of course, we all know sooner or later fossil energy will disappear, so we have to create projects. The thing what I would love sometimes also is, apart from going more tacheles, I also think it would be very interesting if at one stage we could think more about, be a little bit more open-minded and coming up with a joint venture project. I think when you come only with a pitch book and then you ask us only for give us money, it's not very sexy, forgive me please the word. We would like to see that you come over, that you provide us, we set up here an infrastructure, bring a little bit of compromise, invest in this country here, create jobs also, and I think this will establish long-term relationship. But if you only want to take a check, that's too easy.
Right, right. Well, thank you very much for what you've been doing, Rafael, and for the Abrahamic Business Circle for partnering with us, with the Khaleej Times. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that fascinating conversation. We now have 3 sessions, one-on-one conversations with 3 different companies that are helping change the medical world. And I would like to invite the moderator, Mayan Hoffman, the head of strategy at the Jerusalem Post, to lead these 3 conversations. The first one will be with Yaki Yanai, CEO of Pluristem. Thank you.
With the initiative, we want to, I told you, to organize medical council.
Well, it's such an honor to have you here. You know, I've known Yaki now for several years in the company Pluristem, and I will say that when I do stories and interviews about you, and I say placenta cells, my colleagues say, "What are you talking about?"
Okay for you.
So I want us to get started by just learning a little bit about Pluristem. What is the company? What are you doing? Give us that elevator speech.
Thank you, Mayan. So first of all, I must start and say that I feel very privileged to be here in this location. So we hope to see many more of that coming. So Pluristem, imagine that you could hold in your hand a tiny robot that you could inject to anyone in this room, and this robot will communicate with the body. It will be able to understand the signals of the body and to respond and secrete many drugs, many cytokines, to create regeneration. This is basically what we are doing in Pluristem, but in a much more sophisticated way. We are using cells. Cells are small creatures that we are harnessing from placenta. And we have developed in the last 15 years the method to expand them very efficiently and to introduce for many severe disorders. So this is the business that we are utilizing. We are holding, in my opinion, the next generation drugs that all of us are going to use in the very near future, because cells are very powerful creatures, and we are using them in order to create health and wealth.
Amazing. And actually, just last month, Pluristem had a pretty big achievement. The company reported positive preliminary results of its first phase open label study to evaluate the safety and exploratory efficacy of its PLX-R18 treatment, the 18 standing for Chai, for life, right?
Exactly.
In humans with HCT. So for our non-medical listeners, tell us what HCT is and why is this such a major achievement?
So this is another good example for patients that are in a very severe condition. These are oncology patients that as a last resort went for a bone marrow transplantation, which is quite an acute and quite a dramatic situation for patients. We are using our product for these patients that did a transplant but didn't engraft well. So they still have a very low blood counts, and these patients are actually candidate for a second transplant. The only thing that about 80% of the patients that we're going to go for a second transplant will die. So we developed this product together with the NIH in the US and the Department of Defense for another project that they have in radiation countermeasurement. And based on this data, we actually started this study treating oncology patients, helping them to avoid the second transplant. And yes, we announce a very good data showing the ability of the cells to support the recovery. And I think that offers a great help for many patients, oncology or hematology patients that need a product like the PLX-R18, and that's going to stay for high.
Amazing. Now, what are the next steps for that project? You know, when do you see that going to a phase 2, phase 3, and maybe even making it to help people?
So we are pushing it forward for at least one indication. That's going to go for a phase 2. We intend to apply with the US FDA this year, obviously with Israel. We had some interesting visits here for looking for potentially partnership also in these territories. So it's moving forward for additional clinical studies, and cell therapy is coming and coming big time.
Amazing. Now, as a health reporter, I've been, as I mentioned, following Pluristem for a number of years very closely. And I would say that it's been a really special month, though, for you in the last 30 days, because aside from this great information about the data, you just talked about a 20 million euro investment from EIB, the European Investment Bank. What is that for?
So in Pluristem, we are developing platform. We are developing technology. We are a very technological company. We more 120 patents are granted. We have probably the facility which is the highest capacity in the world, which is based in Israel in Haifa. And we are developing this platform for cell regeneration. I truly believe that all of us are going to use that as a first-line treatment in the very near future. This is a project that we initiated actually last year, where the European Investment Bank said, we have an interest to look for the next generation therapies. All of us are aging. The world is aging significantly. Europe is quite an extreme case for aging that is coming. And they would like to invest in therapies that will enable all of us to treat our elderly and patients in a reasonable way. So they provided with a 50 million euro facility to develop our platform. We just announced this week or last week that we met the first milestone, and that injected the 20 million euros into Pluristem, and yet to go.
Unbelievable. Now, mention a few of the other indications that these PLX-R18 cells work for, because you mentioned radiation, and I know there are many others, so let's talk about those.
Yeah. So the PLX-R18 are also placenta-derived cells. We are investigating this product in the last 5 years, mainly with the NIH, National Institute of Health in the US. And about 2 years ago, the Department of Defense also participated in this program. We were able to show that if we inject the cells to population that is exposed to very high level of radiation, like nuclear radiation, we were able to increase survival from 30% to close to 100%. And we're talking about post-exposure to radiation. We get a lot of interest on this project. Fukushima in Japan are also partnering with us. And this is something that we are developing. The cells have quite a broad applications, and today, since we have such a strong platform, we can utilize different cells for targeted indications.
Unbelievable. And with something like the radiation, these are off the shelf, if I remember, so you can go out into the field and inject them right then and there if, God forbid, there's a reason to do it.
It is as simple as you can think. We invested heavily into it, but eventually it looks like that, cells in a vial. So the doctor eventually get vial with 100 million placenta cells. You just need to take them out and inject. As simple as that. And it's like iPhones. There should be a lot of technology behind it, so it's going to be a simple use for the user.
I'm not sure everybody thinks iPhones are that easy to use, but anyway. Now, you've already had some collaborations here in the United Arab Emirates. That's correct?
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about the collaborations that you have, and also, what are you looking forward to in the next several years in the UAE?
So we feel very privileged to be one of the first companies that signed an agreement after the Avram Accord last year. We did enter into collaboration with the Abu Dhabi Stem Cell Center, which we visited the guys last week. And we do find on the other side very strong, very clever, very strategic partners that wants to understand that cell therapy is coming and coming big time. Today we have with them a clinical research or clinical agreement. And we are visiting this region, and I think we're going to be here more and more because we see the level of interest from many parties. And I'm said that I'm very impressed with the strategic thinking, investments, long-term thinking, because eventually all of us need that as human beings. We're going to intend to push it forward. We're going to focus some efforts for this region in the coming month. And I want to see these PLX products and other collaborations between the two nations to support the well-being of both countries, economically and from the healthcare system. And as I said, I feel privileged to be part of this amazing journey.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for being here today, and I hope that we will hear more about the next generation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I have the privilege of calling up Dr. Tatiana Zelenova, who has more than 25 years of experience in the medical practice, including 20 years in the fields of cardiology. But wait, what makes Tatiana unique, she comes on up, is that she's not just treating patients. She has successful experience in creating medical centers from scratch and working across borders to ensure that people get the health care they need. Tatiana, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mayan. Thank you, everybody. I'm really excited to be here and to be surrounded so amazing people. I'm really proud because, you know, we have clear understand what's happening now. And just some few words about myself. I'm medical doctor, I'm cardiologist, and I headed last year's Hadassah Hospital branch in Moscow. It was the first international branch in Moscow. I have great experience in R&D, launched clinical trials units and centers, launched from zero, from scratch, hospitals and international department and university. That's why I have a huge amount of friends all over the world and high expertise medical doctors, professors, etc. So we really we have to understand that we live now in dramatically changed worlds. And we have to understand we live in perhaps not in crisis time, but recession. And my opinion, just two direction, medicine and IT technology can break through instruments, tools. Even imagine my experience 25 years from student with phonendoscope. And now imagine as a medical director, as a manager, I have in my hands tools, telemedicine. Last year, imagine numbers increase 4,000%.
The use of telemedicine, amazing, 4,000%.
American Investigator Center shows 4,000%, 1 million consultation only in USA. Telemedicine, medical information system, artificial intelligence because of big data, teleradiology, teleophthalmology, artificial organs, 3D prints. My colleague Yakov, thank you very much. Very interesting interview because I believe in stem cell therapy. I have already have patients who are who are such therapy in different phases, and really very interesting time.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You talk about telemedicine, which really means that you don't have to go and physically see the doctor to get the care that you need. So you are doing something that you call medical care without borders. Explain what that really means. What is healthcare without borders?
Medicine for me all the time, and for our company Health Plus, I present here Health Plus company, and our mission is the international marketing arm of Hadassah. Our mission is medicine without board, because it's not only my opinion. For medical doctors, staffs, nurses, medical professors, it's not important for us the nationality, races. It's not important where I am. I like to say it's very important who you are and what are you doing and with whom you are doing. That's why for me it's medicine just a challenge, especially now new words, digital medicine appear, digital healthcare.
Amazing. Now, since the signing of the Abraham Accords, you've been working very hard to sign deals and collaborations between different hospitals in order to allow medicine without borders to take place between different borders, between, for example, the UAE and Israel. There was one hospital I know that you spearheaded with. We talked about Zaleka and Hadassah, but there are others since then. Tell me what you're doing in terms of collaborations across the border between Israel and here.
Thank you very much. Good question, because, you know, since March we have already made and CEO of company, David Berez. And David, thank you very much. When I arrived here first time in my life in December, I thought, my God, they opened the board. It's really a challenge for us. And I met a lot of colleagues, the key opinion leader here, visited hospitals in Abu Dhabi, Cleveland Hospital, Burjeel Hospital, Health Point, Mediclinic here. They are very different. It's really interesting. There are the best building, medical technological construction building here. One of the best equipments and instruments, medical equipments. But I think this is not problem of UAE. This is the great challenge all over the world, the lack of staffs, the lack of medical doctors, the lack of nurses, educationable, competence persons. That's why we very quickly changed our business model, and first of all, because the company has great experience like a facilitator, medical tourism, and we decided to bring here and organize the Center of Excellences, the Center of High Expertise, and to organize telehealth center, command control center, and to bring here medical doctors who provide treatment, surgery, provide education programs, R&D, etc.
Amazing. And as you mentioned, it's bringing new technologies, biotech, higher standards to the area. Why is this so important?
It's very important, biotech, very important technology. But I want to notice that's more important, and reporters has already told human capital. Human capital, that's why we have like an association of Israel-based expertise, key opinion leader, European, and we will bring them here. That's why we organize platforms on medical universities and hospitals.
So it's more about bringing the people who can provide the treatments to the places.
Thank you, Maya.
So now recently, in Israel, we had a very challenging security escalation. It was not only the one that most people read about in the headlines between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, but it was also on the streets. There was an outpouring of violence that erupted between Jews and Arabs in our mixed neighborhoods that were historically known for coexistence. And, as the fires flared across Israel, what was so fascinating was the doctors and the nurses offered testimony that coexistence is possible, and they called on Israeli society to learn from what happens in the halls of Israeli hospitals. Many people believe that science and healthcare are the foundation for peace in the Middle East. What do you think?
Exactly right. Because, you know, when it's very important, and a lot of speakers have already told that very important to bring here and to organize education, bring education, because when the people are educatable, they don't need to fight. It's simple, you know.
Amazing. Well, let's hope that that is a great start to the future of more peace and bringing health and science for that purpose. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I have the privilege of calling up Noam Salman, the CEO and co-founder of Immunai, the first and only company to map the entire immune system for better detection, diagnosis, and treatment of disease. Immunai is using single-cell technologies and machine learning to achieve its goals. Thanks.
Thank you.
So we decided to pull out Immunai, as you know, and spotlight the company when we really learned about its incredible growth in the last year, when everything else with COVID-19 in our economies was shrinking. I understand your company tripled in size in the last year, expanded to new locations. Explain exactly what Immunai does, and tell us, why do you think it's working?
Thanks, Mayan. So before I start, I also wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me and to speak with such a great and distinguished speakers. There is a nice saying that you shouldn't let a good crisis go to waste. And this has been a colossal crisis all over the world, but there is one takeaway that Immunai has leveraged even before the pandemic. Like our name, we are mapping the immune system. And I think that the entire world understood that the immune system is critically important if we want to improve health and find new drugs. So this was the main driving force behind Immunai, and indeed we tripled in size. We raised a handsome financing round even during the pandemic, and we are expanding partnerships all over the world.
Amazing. Now, Noam, you and I have spoken before, and you've mentioned to me that Immunai is fully mapping the immune system, as you just said, but that you equated it to a Google map or to Waze. But the main surprise is that most of the roads, as you call them, in the human immune system have not yet been paved, and over 90% of diseases have no path back to health. Can you explain what you're doing that's going to change this notion? How are you going to find new drugs, new treatments from what you're doing?
Definitely. So in Immunai and in other biotech companies, we are literally standing on the shoulders of giants. And I'll go back in history and say that one of the biggest achievements humanity had, especially in the space of biology, was that we fully mapped the genome. So the Human Genome Project that was completed on the change or the turn of millennia was a monumental achievement. And there was a belief in the world that this is going to maybe end disease. This is not the case, but we keep making progress. And the past 5 and 10 years in medicine, in biology, were transformative. What we are doing in Immunai, like you mentioned, Google Maps or Waze, we have generated tens of millions of immune cells from thousands and thousands of patients in different states of disease and health. And like in Waze or Google Maps, we put them all in one map. And with the power of big data and AI, and mining with artificial intelligence and machine learning, we were able to identify mechanistically what is the reason for why certain patients respond to therapy and others do not respond. And like you said, more than 90% of diseases do not have a therapy. So we took upon ourselves to develop the next generation of therapies that are immune-mediated.
Incredible. But medicine in general, I mean, it's not an exact science. Are you thinking that it might be able to become one?
Yeah, I'm a mathematician by education and training, and in fact, we founded the company when I was working as a researcher at MIT. And I heard from many clinicians and medical doctors that medicine is not an exact science. But this is the era of precision medicine. And Immunai, along with other companies, is help bringing this next generation of medicine, which is an exact science and is relying heavily on big data of biology and clinicians.
Incredible. Now we're here at the Global Investment Forum, and that's in the United Arab Emirates. Do you have any Emirati investors, for example, or are you hoping to get some?
We actually have Emirati investors that invested in some of the VCs that invested at Immunai, and I even happened to have met one of the main investors yesterday. I will say something that, first, as an Israeli, it's a great time to live. We lived, growing up, I grew up in Tel Aviv with a peace agreement with Jordan, and for many years, more than 20 years, we've been waiting for the next thing to happen, and these are exciting times with the Abrahamic peace accords. We are hoping that the Arab world and Israel are going to work unitedly, and I think that already now with partnerships between hospitals in UAE and with hospitals in Israel and in other places, things are beginning to move in the right direction, so it's very exciting.
Wonderful. Well, I hope that when we check back maybe next year, we'll hear about 6 times more growth, and we'll know about more investors from the UAE in Immunai, and hopefully some the other way around. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Maya.
Thank you, Maayan. Thank you, Noam. That was a fascinating discussion, and the company sounds pretty incredible what they can do. We're now going to move on to also health. Health is a big issue for all of us today as we still move and traverse through the pandemic and maybe post-pandemic period. So our next panel is Funding a Healthy Future. I am honored to invite on stage Anjana Sankar, the assistant editor at the Khaleej Times. Anjana, I had the opportunity to meet when she made her maiden visit to Israel, to Jerusalem, shortly after the announcement of the Abraham Accords. She was sent by Vinay, the editor of the Khaleej Times, to see Israel up close, and she did a fantastic job. She'll be joined on stage by Professor Raphael Bayar, the co-founder and managing general partner of Alive Israel, and Dr. Marwan Al-Mula, CEO of the health regulation sector in the Dubai Health Authority.
Please.
Hello. Very nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Welcome all of you. And it's a pleasure to see all of you. I know that while we are talking about funding a healthy future, all of you are seriously thinking about how to fund your hunger pangs. I know it's past 1:40, but I promise it's going to be interesting and an important session at that. Thank you so much, both of you, to be here. I appreciate your presence here. So let me quickly introduce you to the audience. We have Dr. Marwan Al-Mullah, CEO, Health Regulation Sector, Dubai Health Authority, and Professor Raphael Bayar, co-founder and managing general partner, Alive Israel. The coronavirus pandemic, it has done so many awful things to us. But one of the most important things is that it exposed the fault lines in the public health sector in different parts of the world. So, even the strongest of healthcare infrastructure crumbled in the face of a raging pandemic. So I think it's more important, and it's very crucial, we discuss why it is important that investment in healthcare industry. So my first question to you, Dr. Marwan. See, we spoke about all the doom and gloom, but we had countries like UAE and Israel that stood out in their healthcare policies, in the way the pandemic was, dealt with. Though, even if it is mass rollout of testing, vaccination. So what do you think will be the prospect if these two countries, the two most vaccinated countries in the world, come together for investment research?
Yeah, we welcome our colleagues, our cousins from Israel, Dubai and UAE, and also Israel have showed outstanding performance and reaction to COVID. Whether I talk about the private sector, the government sector, and even the population. We saw the discipline of the population, the social distancing, the way to be enrolled in the vaccination, so many people that got vaccinated. We are at the top of the world in terms of vaccination. So of course, we welcome this collaboration, and we are happy that a few weeks ago, a prominent Israeli clinic, Aviv clinic, they opened in Dubai, when introducing a new innovative medicine. It's hyperbaric chambers, which will stimulate stem cells, and it's very promising. And it's done within an evidence-based medicine approach. So we welcome this collaboration, and I expect it to grow, and we have further collaboration and investment mutually.
Okay. Professor Raphael, let me ask you, do you think Abraham Accords could not have happened at a better time in the context of the pandemic, which calls for global cooperation and collaboration?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank our friends and cousins from the Emirates and the organizers of this amazing event, and obviously the Abraham Accord. Certainly, the pandemic created a lot of interest in medicine. There's no question in that. I mean, we saw that health can really, if it's not dealt properly, it can destroy economy in a way. So we should rather invest in health to make it more efficient and to be able to overcome current, future problems and also prevention. So I think this really was brought to us very clearly that there are lots of needs in health. And this created a lot of activities and companies and that are dealing with the future of medicine, with digital health, with technology, medical technology, with a combination of both digital health and medical technology, with the ability to deploy health remotely without patient next to you, do procedures over the internet. I'm a cardiologist. Tatiana spoke before me, and I developed one of the companies that did the first robotic catheterizations, and they could do it in India from a 35-kilometer distance, going to there. By the way, 2 systems here in the Emirates of this company that is now Siemens. So it really shows you that the world is global, but the health problem, which are global, has to be supported by the government investments and supported by private investment. And that's where a live healthcare fund is in.
Okay. Dr. Marwan, that takes me to the next question. See, when we are talking about funding a healthy future, first we need to understand what is the future of healthcare industry going to be? What is your take on that, and how do you think Dubai is prepared for that?
Yes, I agree with the professor. Digital health is very important. Precision medicine also very promising, stem cell, and the reliance of big data to give us the way forward. And like, for example, in Dubai, we are supporting telemedicine, and with a change of regulation to allow more of this new innovation. We are allowing teleprescribing and the delivery of medications to the patient's home or work. So this is what I can see the future, and relying more on data and evidence-based medicine.
Yeah. So you spoke about, distant giving medical care through robots. So is that going to be the future of healthcare? Because especially in the context of the pandemic, we have seen healthcare workers, the frontline staff, so many lives have been lost. In the UK, I think in the first year of pandemic, more than 850 doctors died. In the US, the numbers were up to 3,000. And no other country is exception. So how do you protect the healthcare staff is a very important question in this context. So is robots the answer for future healthcare?
Well, this is part of the answer. The answer is obviously much more complex. First of all, you have to be prepared for an event which is unexpected, like this event. So you have to have ability as a system to treat patients, even there's some sudden increase in number of patients. Then obviously you have to have a good public system. That's a very important thing that can deploy things, that can handle patients both out of the hospital as well as some problem.
does your work.
Not work. Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
Okay. So you should be able to treat patients both in hospital and out of hospital. I think more important even is to be able to take care of the patients before they come to the hospital, at home or some kind of other locations. And this relies very much on communication, health system communication, novel methods of delivering health safely through the internet across distances, and when needed, the access to hospital is important, and the safety of this procedure. And there where cyber security comes in, you have to make sure that whatever you do with patients remotely is secure, is private, is not hacked. And that also connects with some of the talks we had before about security, cyber security for hospitals.
All right. Dr. Marwan, I just want to take that question forward with you, talking about the safety of healthcare workers, frontline staff. What kind of challenges that Dubai had to face when it comes to protecting its healthcare staff?
See, at the beginning of the pandemic, I think the whole world faced a shortage of PPEs. And because no one expected such a huge pandemic to come and with the sudden changes. But we saw the industries, some industries, they changed their scope and they produced more PPEs, whether in UAE or other countries. We saw many collaboration, the private and the government sharing their PPE at certain time. It was like the money. And it was for a limited time. And after that, it was more stable. And then when the vaccines came, Dubai and UAE were the leaders in introducing the vaccines. So many types of vaccines available in UAE, whether the Sinopharm, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and now also we have the Sputnik. So all of these measures will help the staff and the population for COVID.
You know, talking about protecting the healthcare workers, I know that we, as early as September last year, we rolled out vaccination, Sinopharm vaccines for healthcare workers. But how many fatalities did we handle in the healthcare industry from the frontline workers?
I don't have the numbers. I think the numbers with the National Committee for the COVID, the NCEMA, but I don't see it as a concern. Yeah.
I can tell you one thing on that issue, that if you are well protected in the hospital, and at the hospital which I worked at Rambam in the north, which we had the underground hospital where all the COVID patients were actually treated in, there were very strict rules on how do you really dress up, how do you protect yourself, and there were almost no exposures in the hospital. Some of the staff was actually infected, but most of the time it was out of the hospital, at home with the neighborhood. So if you take the right measurement, there is a way to protect it.
Dr. Marwan, see, when I think we saw that the lockdown fatigued world flocked to Dubai, because they wanted to have a respite. It is also partly, to a great extent, because of the confidence the world and the people had in Dubai's healthcare infrastructure and the way we dealt with the pandemic. And I have to give you credit to you and your team, the way you dealt with the pandemic in Dubai. So how did you do that? How well were you prepared for this scale of a pandemic?
See, when Dubai went into lockdown, as you know, and you saw all the pictures of the social media, it was very surreal. You did not expect such thing to happen in Dubai. But thanks God, it happened only for a limited period, a few weeks. And then we came back to business almost as usual, gradually. We believe that the burden of disease should not be more than the burden of the treatment. So the business should continue and taking the precautionary measures. And I think Dubai is a very good example of that. We can control and contain the disease in addition to allowing business to flourish and continue. Otherwise, it will be a huge financial impact on all the populations. And as you know, Dubai is relying a lot on the tourism, whether health tourism or the normal tourism and business tourism, and this is all, it's back to normal almost, with the social distancing. I think we need to continue this. It looks like COVID will continue with the mutations, but we need to take our precautionary measures and move on.
Professor, while we talk about the need to build a robust public healthcare system, it is equally important that we have the private healthcare, which is prepared to deal with the current pandemic and even the future emergencies. So what do you think are the lessons private health sector can learn from the pandemic that is still with us, and how can they prepare themselves for future emergencies?
It is very interesting that I learned that both Dubai and the Emirates, as well as Israel, have a combination of private and public sectors. For example, our fund, Alive, involves both public Maccabi Health System and Asuta Hospital, which is a private hospital in Israel. And during the pandemic, for example, while the public hospitals had to lower down their operations, surgical oncology, sometimes even cardiology procedure, which may affect the patients, the private sector could catch on that and help in that sector. So there was really a handshaking, working together between the private and public sector in order to overcome this limitation. So I think combination of this is very important for a healthy economy. We saw that during this COVID, and I think that's a lesson that was learned, because on a usual basis, there's sometimes competition between the two sectors. The private wants to get the patients, and the public are afraid of the money drifting over to the private too much. But during COVID, we learned that they can live together very effectively.
Dr. Marwan, that's an important point we would like to know from a Dubai point of view. As he said, there's always a competition between the private and public sector. So how did the public and private sector converge to deal with this pandemic in Dubai?
I think this pandemic showed a great example of how the private and public, they can work together. We had so many of the private hospitals, they were participating with us even as a volunteer, whether for treatment or even mass testing of the population. And now for the vaccines, the private sector, they are introducing this in collaboration with the government. We are providing them the vaccines, and the private sector, they are giving the vaccines free of charge. So this is part of social responsibility. And even the population, some of the, like for the Indian communities, they work with us as volunteers on care for the laborers, and Hind Humanitarian City showed so much how everyone in Dubai works for the well-being of Dubai and UAE in general. And I think it was a very nice example of the whole population of UAE.
In talking about investment, can you tell me, what do you see as the converging points for both Israel and the UAE when it comes to partnership, research, investment?
I think it's really partnership. It's not really that we want the investment, although we welcome to be part of us. I think it's working together to come up with the technologies that will change the world of medicine. And as we know, medicine is not a local problem. It's not only in Israel, in Dubai, it's all over the world. But if we work together and do things together, I think there is a great combination of ability to take up innovations from both countries. Israel has been a startup medical nation. I've written a paper about that to Lancet a couple of years ago. There are about 2,000 health science companies in Israel at different phases of development. We have 2 of them or 3 of them today, and there's also companies like that in the Emirates, and working together, and even taking and doing the first clinical experiments in both sides, Israel and Dubai, and making this as a window to a world that is not typically open for the West, creates huge opportunities. And there are also some unique problems which are major problems here and in Israel, for example, obesity and diabetes, and management of that in digital ways, and being able to better treat the patients can really be a boost for health, as well as, and if you have health, economy strengthens.
Dr. Marwan, my question to you is, what do you think the UAE and Israel can learn from each other mutually? Because we have great health infrastructure. Israel has great infrastructure. There is medical research. Israel is one of the world leaders. So how do you think a partnership in research and investment could bolster the healthcare system?
It will be mutual beneficial. We leverage on the best of the two parties. Dubai with the infrastructure and as a leading health tourism city in the Middle East with the Israeli medical advances, they can collaborate. We welcome investment, mutual investment, whether in Dubai or Israel, and promote the health tourism also in Dubai from all over the countries, including Israel. So, and we welcome innovation. That's Dubai, as you can see, Dubai, they are the leaders in every field or many fields. For the medical part, we believe that regulation should be flexible and in par with the advances in healthcare and digital health.
Maybe
sure.
If I add to that, I think that really generating bridges across disciplines in medical disciplines between the countries is extremely important. We can consult with each other, we can exchange staff, medical staff. We can also exchange education in medicine. I think that's something very important that we learned. We see many people who come to us from all over the world, and we welcome also medical students, nurses to come and also learn from each other on how do we practice medicine. And that's, I think there's a real great opportunity in education, in healthcare between the two countries.
We've run out of time. Thank you very much, Dr. Marwan and Professor Rafael. We hope the Abraham Accords would bring both countries together and will ensure a healthy future for the world. Thank you very much, audience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker is someone who has helped make history between Israel and the UAE. Ambassador Eitan Naeh is the first Israeli head of mission in the UAE based in Abu Dhabi, and Ambassador Naeh has worked tirelessly to help develop relations on all levels, promoting interfaith education and business cooperation. So please help me welcome Ambassador Eitan Naeh, and he will be joined on stage by Lav Arkov, Jerusalem Post diplomatic correspondent.
Ambassador Naeh, thank you so much for being with us today. It's been a good week, I think, for Israel-UAE relations. Not only are we having this conference, but we had the double taxation agreement, and the Israeli Economics Ministry announced that they're opening a trade office in Abu Dhabi. How do you assess things? You know, are ties coming along the way you expected?
It's not a matter of speed or expectations and how fast we're going this week and how fast we'll go next week. I'm not comparing. We have a job to do. When I was asked to take this job, I was tasked with building an embassy and develop relationships, which we do. I think that our job now is to really structure the relationships and to build proper channels of dialogue. I work a lot on the G2G level, and that is the agreements that you mentioned. There are more in the pipelines, and I hope that in the next few days we'll be able to see more agreement signed, ratified, and come into force. And on the B2B level, the third level, the P2P, people-to-people level, that happened immediately, and we saw the very high level of enthusiasm, and that really happened fast.
You know, a lot of Emiratis who I spoke to this week expressed concern about the political situation in Israel, and I know you don't comment on politics, but they thought maybe things would change if Netanyahu is not prime minister anymore. And I thought that at the core, the vast majority of Israelis are happy about this happening. And I guess, want to hear your take on whether the kind of stability these ties can expect.
I think the relationships between Israel and the UAE are consensual in Israel. It doesn't matter which government, who is the prime minister or who is the foreign minister. Those relationships have got very wide support in Israel. And we saw it. The people voted with their legs within a very short time. I mean, just December, we had 85,000 Israelis visiting Dubai, which was the only one open at that time. I think 85,000 people is a very big sample from which to deduct that the Israelis support the peace process and would like to continue to develop it further.
So you were talking about the growing business ties between Israel and the UAE, and that, of course, is what this conference is about. What's something that you're sort of excited about on the economic front?
What excites me is, again, my job excites me. To see things happen, to see Israeli companies come here, to see joint ventures, to see Israelis come here and come together with Emirati companies and build something together. There is a lot that one of the speakers before me, I don't remember who, I think it was Tariq El-Hindi, who said, we have a lot to learn from you, you have a lot to learn from us, and the key word here is sharing, is cooperating, and that's what excites me the most.
So when you're talking about sharing, cooperating, are there any sort of interesting experiences that you can share with us about sort of being here and representing Israel in a time when it's such a new thing?
I'll share with you two things that really kind of stuck in my memory. One is when I first came here and I went to my first meeting with an Emirati official in a cafe, and people realized that I am who I am, an Israeli official. And people bought cakes and just sent it to the table.
Wow.
Out of, happiness, and, came to our table to greet me and to say how happy they are that I'm here. It's not that they knew me, but the very happening of having a first Israeli official in town was seemingly exciting for them. And the second one was actually during the campaign in Gaza, where I sat in a salon, in an Emirati salon, and it wasn't about trying to persuade anybody about each other's narrative. It was about me hearing younger Emirati than me saying that for the first time they have a chance to hear directly the other side. And I think this is what it is all about. It's about listening. It's not about always agreeing with each other, but it's at least having a chance to listen to each other. And I think these two things really stuck into my mind, the excitement of actually arriving here and understanding what it means.
Your story about being in that salon during the Gaza conflict, I think it shows, and the news of the past week or so on UAE-Israel ties shows sort of that these ties have already withstood its first major challenge.
I think that these relationships will withstand any challenge, because I think it really comes from both countries' interests. And enjoy support. They're based on long-term vision, on strategic needs. And yes, we are continuing. We are, as you said, we just signed an economic agreement. We're going to sign more agreements. Israeli companies signed joint venture agreements, more to be signed in the coming few weeks. So, yes.
What do you think is next for UAE-Israel relations?
There's not one specific thing that I'd say this is the next stop. It's really about continuing to lay the foundations. and that will allow soon for the private sector to flourish and to cooperate. We need that. We probably will see more Israelis coming here. I'm told that the summer is very hot here. I'm really looking forward to see the Israelis who come here to kind of try to beat the elements in the summer here. And I'm sure that more, or left to be seen, will come during the winter. And I think that's the best sign of what we are building here. That Israelis can come here and Emiratis to go to Israel. And I know that a lot of my Emirati friends can't wait to go to Israel, for Israel to open the borders and to lift the COVID restrictions and go to Israel. And I think this meeting of Israel, Emiratis meeting Israelis in Israel, will be the next stage, which I'm really looking forward to. I'm really looking forward on a personal level to welcome them back here and hear from them the first impressions from visiting Israel, visiting Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, the Galilee. I don't think that they'll be missing or feel a special need to visit the Israeli desert, but to hear what they think about Israel.
You know, just to finish up, you and I talked during Pesach, and you spoke, and I wrote about in the paper, really lovely things about the Pesach holiday that you had here, and I just think that people would be really interested in hearing about it, because I think that the embassy did such an interesting thing.
Well, I must admit the idea wasn't mine, but I was happy to tag along. The idea was my dear colleagues, Ambassador Grossman's idea, to take the whole bunch of us, Israelis and Emiratis and others, to the middle of the desert and to celebrate Pesach, Passover in a very traditional way, sitting on pillows, as they did 2,000 years ago, and to celebrate it outside Abu Dhabi. And it was a unique experience because it wasn't just us, Jews, Israelis, it was our Emirati friends who were with us. So the whole thing was kind of surreal, but exciting. And I think that was probably the most moving and exciting Passover nights that I had. And I'm 58 years old in September, so that's quite a lot to compare to.
What kind of responses were you getting from Emiratis to the Seder Pesach traditions?
Curiosity. I think that what I find here, and I think it's working both ways, is and one word with which I will describe the first phase at least is curiosity. There's a lot of curiosity. We are curious. We are learning. And I think what I see with a lot of Emiratis and the questions that I'm asked about Pesach and about Judaism, about Israel, is curiosity. People want to know. People want to learn about each other. People are open. And that's one thing that impressed me the most here in the United Arab Emirates. Openness, tolerance. People are, and I'm trying to use a kind of an oxymoron in one sentence, people are quite agnostic about one's religion.
All right, well...
In terms of, there is no priority. You're Jewish, I'm interested, it's interesting. Or you're Hindu, or you're Baha'i, or, people are open. And it's refreshing in a region, and not just in a region, to see it.
All right, well, thank you so much, and continue working to expand and strengthen the ties between these countries. It's very exciting.
Thank you. Thank the Jerusalem Post and the Khaleej Times, and thank you to our Emirati hosts for allowing us to work here and promote and progress our relationships. We are really looking forward to continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for reminding me, Ambassador Naya, that I missed the best event taking place here. I missed the Passover in the desert, but as you heard, it's one of the best nights out there. But there are other Jewish holidays coming up, and it's always nice to see Emiratis and people in the Jewish community come together. All right, I'd now like to invite Lee Ziv, the Vice President of Port Tel Aviv Residents, to discuss new real estate development opportunities in the beloved Mediterranean city. The stage is yours.
Not working, just a minute. דגנית. Can you please turn it? כן, אבל זה לא... Just a minute. They are solving the problem. It's okay? What? Sorry, they will solve the problem and I'll be back soon.
I'm sorry about that, people. Technical difficulties. Anyone who knows about Israel and the Startup Nation would be familiar with John Medved, our next speaker. John is one of Israel's most well-known investors, venture capitalists, angel investors, and most recently, already for a few years, has founded and been running Our Crowd, which is a crowd fundraising or not fundraising, but micro investing in tech in Israel primarily. We're honored to have John here with us, who is the face and ambassador of Israel throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming John Medved.
Okay, we have a very intimate audience here, and I know that you're probably hungry. I am. And I'm going to do this as quickly as I can, except I can't do it without a clicker. So if I can be so kind as to get this, and hopefully this thing will actually work. That would be great. Let's see. Can we click? Can we get a presentation to work here, guys? No presentation? No slides? We don't need no stinking slides. I mean, I've got great slides here, but... hello? All right, in the meantime, just let me know, by the way, when you're ready to go. The problem I think that most people have in understanding Israel's ecosystem is that you've been hearing that it's really cool in terms of technology and technology investment in Israel over the last, my God, 20 years. And me personally, I've come up on stage and I've said, it's going to get better. You haven't seen anything yet. And sometimes this was a little controversial because we've been saying these things in good times and bad times. And it turns out that, guess what? I was right. Because when you actually can see some of the data, if we could show the slides, you would see that it's working. Oh, this is more exciting data, but I'm going to come back to that in a second. I'm going to go forward first and show you this data, which is what's happened to investment in Israel over this period of 2010 to 2021. Now, I don't know if you can see it because there's a lot of chairs blocking this, and they haven't put it up on the other screens, but what it shows is that we've gone from $2 billion of investment in Israel to last year $10 billion in tech investment. Now, in the first quarter of this year, $5 billion was invested in Israel, which means that we are on track, or we thought we were on track, for a $20 billion year. That means another 100% growth. Now, those of you who understand technology, you know that hypergrowth is usually defined as when a company is growing at 60, 70, 80% or more a year. You get a company that's growing at 100%, oh boy, you get excited, venture capitalists start to drool, okay? When you get an ecosystem which is growing at 100% a year, it doesn't exist. That is insane, except it's not growing at 100% a year, it's growing faster. In the month of April, Israel had $2.7 billion of investment. Do the arithmetic. Multiply that by 12. We could be at a $25 or $30 billion year. Now, I know that doesn't sound like a lot of money. To me, it does. In the tech investment area, it's incredible. But before we come back to tech, I want to start with the slides that I was going to show you initially, which are health. And I thought that panel was brilliant earlier about the health situation. And here you see different countries in the world, how they managed their vaccination campaigns. And we all know that Israel was the leader in the world in terms of vaccinated, and this keeps on cutting out my, thank you. Okay, this is great. This is a real challenge. We rise to the challenge. Israel was the leader, but I don't think that many of the Israelis know that you know who was second in terms of vaccinating their country in the world in terms of how many people got vaccinated? Right here, the UAE. It was Israel and the UAE who have led the world. And in fact, the UAE just in this slide passed Israel. Now, what's exciting about this is that when we talk about the Abraham Accords and the future of Israel and the UAE, the world has to get used to seeing this kind of a slide. That Israel and the UAE will lead together, not just in reconciliation, not just in normalization, but in technology, making lives better. And that is really the future of this technology collaboration between the UAE and Israel. So one of the things which is important is that this is not just happening between Israel and the UAE, it's happening with other parts of the world. Our investment from Japan has gone through the roof, literally gone through the roof. We just received a $60 million investment from the Oryx Corporation. Our investments coming in from Europe are going up dramatically. And in fact, the most important data point for venture capitalists is the number of unicorns. You guys all know what the unicorn is in the tech world, right? It's not that mythological animal with a single horn. It is a company that is worth $1 billion or more, okay, because a decacorn is 10 billion, and they haven't gone public yet. And it's an important criteria. There are about 600 to 800, depending on who you believe around the world. And Israel today actually has 65. This slide was done about a week ago. It keeps on going up. Literally, Israel is printing a new unicorn every week, which is remarkable. In fact, so much so that two areas in the States are fighting each other over who can attract the more Israeli unicorns. So you've got New York and California literally duking it out. And what I want to do is I want to have a third entrance here. And that third entrant is the UAE. Because when you actually look at how many people are within a 6-hour flight from New York or California, it's about 600 million people. Do you know how many people are a 6-hour flight away from the UAE? Over 3 billion. Why aren't we building Israeli unicorns here together with our partners in the UAE? Why aren't we starting to do not just distribution and sales, but joint research and joint development and using the skills here at Scale Up to build companies together? And I predict that that is what's going to happen in the future. This agreement we've made is simply, you can't appreciate how fundamental it is. It is as though the Iron Curtain came down, right? When Eastern Europe, that wall came down, everything changed. You can't go back. No matter how much somebody would like to go back to that reality, there is no going back. And what happened with this accord was the sand curtain came down. And when this sand curtain comes down, there is no rebuilding it. No matter who wants to, it's not going to ever happen. And the venture community is rising to the occasion. There are all kinds of exciting new developments going on. We don't have the time to talk about it now. But I'm going to tell you a few words about our crowd. Our crowd was set up to democratize access to venture capital so that the rest of us, and not just huge funds, could actually invest from $10,000 on up into a startup. And we're, in this week actually, probably going to cross 100,000 investors who are now members of our crowd all over the world. We're approaching about $2 billion under management, hundreds of companies, and we've become the most active venture investor in Israel, but doing it democratically and working as teams. And when you look at our successes, we've had 46 exits, which means taking companies that are private and either taking them public or selling them to an M&A company. And we're growing now ourselves at hypergrowth. I'm sharing with the first time publicly a slide, which again, I'm not sure you can see it on the front, on the side you can, which shows the growth in our new members on our crowd in the first quarter of 2020 and 2021. We grew by 1,000% year to year, which is pretty good hypergrowth. And if you look at our teams, you'll see that our teams are very heavily technical. We're a tech company. We're not just a fund making checks. We build platforms that allow lots of people to make checks intelligently and to write these investments, as well as to help the companies. And we're actually now investing worldwide, not just in Israel, hopefully soon here in the UAE, but already 35% of our deals are in the US, but we're proudly headquartered in Jerusalem. We believe in building a network which allows people to add value to the companies. So we take this large group and we help our companies as though it was a force multiplier. And when you look at how many areas we can collaborate with the UAE, it is remarkable. It's not just cybersecurity or food security, but it's IoT and vaccines, it's smart cities and mobility, it's logistics and ag tech, it's life sciences, it's prop tech and fintech. There is going to be a broad range of cooperation between Israel and the UAE across our tech sectors. And just quickly, I don't have time here, but we must remember, number one, investment is not a one-way highway. It's two-way or multi-lane, meaning we're going to invest here, the UAE Emiratis are going to invest by us. The journey is not a short trip. It's a long one. Take the long view. Relationships matter more than transactions. Listen to what Muhammad Alabar said so smartly to an Israeli group. He said, "You want to do business with me? Come meet my mother." Okay, and think about that and what that means in terms of the long run. Build a local team. We've been very lucky to hire Dr. Sabah al-Banali, a local Emirati who's building a team here because we're committed to the long run in the UAE. We're going to build technology and not just sell it here. We're going to build world-class companies together so that Emirati entrepreneurs can dream of not just making their Uber or their Amazon locally for the region, but that they can dream of the next technology company together with us, which will become itself the next Uber or the next Amazon for the world. And that's what's really critical. We want to help Israeli expansion stage companies come here and expand. We want to build a joint ecosystem in venture capital with tens of thousands of new investors. And literally, we want everybody to dream big, because this is an industry which needs to address the challenges of our planet. We've got a lot of problems ahead of us. We got to feed the world. We got to clean up the world. We got to solve the energy crisis. And these solutions are not going to come from complaining about it. They're going to come from dedicated teams of Emiratis and Israelis and other entrepreneurs around the world, backed by millions of investors who are going to be able to help build that next set of solutions that'll make the planet better for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John. I apologize again for the technical difficulties. I take full responsibility so everyone can blame me. We're going to give it one more shot with Lee Ziv, the Vice President of Port of Tel Aviv Residence, who's going to discuss the new real estate development opportunities in the beloved Mediterranean city of Tel Aviv. Ladies and gentlemen, Lee Ziv.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for coming. My name is Lee Ziv, and I'm the VP Sales and Marketing of Port Tel Aviv project by the group of Khaleej Group. Khaleej Group, one of the leading Israel developer in Israel, with over 50 exceptional projects, become a model of reliability and stability. Meyer on Rothschild Tower, cooperation with Nicholas Bergwin and Khaleej Group, located in Rothschild Boulevard, designed by Richard Meyer. This tower, the 42 towers, hold the records of the most profitable tower in Israel by 500 million Israeli shekel in revenue. Khaleej, a luxury division, projects located in prime location, designed with the owner architect and the interior designer. The new project of Marina Herzliya, cooperation with Leonardo DiCaprio and David Rockwell. 4 towers, complex of office buildings, cooperation with Giorgio Armani in the center of Tel Aviv. In the 14th floor, we have a new entertainment space. It's called Pop and Pop. It's culinary and entertainment. We took the best expert in industry of hotels. And now I want to speak about Port Tel Aviv, my project. But let's get some Tel Aviv vibe before. Join with me to walk on the beach of 14 kilometers from Herzliya Marina to Jaffa Port. The Tel Aviv, the never-ending city with restaurants, bar, cultures, event, and the end full of opportunities for you. The old Tel Aviv port was established in the 1930 and was the gate to the upcoming young state of Israel. In the last decade, it's become most popular area and it's renovated with bar, coffee shops, fashion stores, etc. And this is our pearl, located 50 meters from the beach. I just want you to understand the change in local regulation. Now it's not forbidden to build 300 meters from the beach. This is why our project is so exceptional, because it's being built 50 meters from the beach. I want you all to be impressed of our location. It's 2 minutes from the beach, 3 minutes from the marina, Gordon Marina, 3 minutes from Hilton Hotel, 3 minutes from the largest park in Tel Aviv, Ayarkon Park. The name of the game is, of course, location, location, location. Port Tel Aviv was designed by Ilan Fipko, one of the top architects in Israel, and you have some projects also in the world. Here are some of his projects in the world and in Israel. And now to the building itself. At the lobby, we have Art Gallery, a renowned restaurant that will serve the hotel and the guests of the residents, of course. Parking lot without end contact. We use the best company in the world called Parkomat. On the first and second floor, it's going to be a boutique hotel with 44 rooms, with spa, gym, synagogue, that will serve the guests of the hotel and the residents. All the finishing materials will also be chosen by Ilan Pivko, our architect, and he took the best brand in the world, like Wofi, Bulltap, etc. We have 2 mini penthouses of 3,000 square foot with private pools. 2 duplex penthouses of 5,000 square foot. The top floor is a rooftop with private pool. The hotel itself is going to handle all the building because we want to keep the best service, and it's going to be with a tailor-made concierge and 24/7 security. You may offer, if you buy an apartment in the building, you can offer to the hotel to handle it for you while you are not here, so you can have a monthly rents. Of course, we have the most equipped gym with a personal trainer. Imagine falling in love. Imagine relaxing with a cold one. Imagine Tel Aviv never-ending rhythm. Imagine running in fresh air.
Above the sea as we are.
Port Tel Aviv resident, make a wish. Thank you for your time. יאללה, הביתה.
Thank you very much, Lee. Again, I apologize for those technical difficulties before. We're now going to have lunch. We'll meet back here in an hour at 10 to 4. The people with the bracelets in black, white, and gray, they're seating lunch upstairs. The rest of us can enjoy the buffet just outdoors. And please come back because we have quite the show just ahead. Thank you very much. Had an enjoyable lunch, got some coffee, so you'll stay with us for the rest of today's conference. There's still a lot ahead, including former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, a panel with Canada's ambassador to the United Arab Emirates, Marcy Grossman, is with us, as well as Fleur Hassan Nahum, the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, Huda Nono from Bahrain, and others, about women in diplomacy. We got a lot more. But first, to get us back on track, we're going to talk about the media landscape, which is constantly, as you all know, changing. Considering that this is a conference that's being organized by two media organizations, it makes sense to have at least one panel that looks at the media and looks to the future of the media. So I'm delighted to invite my colleague, Lahav Harkov, the Jerusalem Post diplomatic correspondent, and some of you might know her from her Twitter feed, who will moderate our next panel called New Media in a New World, including Regev Gur, the founder and CEO of Narrative Group, Natalie Milstein, cross-border business specialist, Tomer Shani, the co-founder and CTO of Novato. You might have heard their speakers, which are pretty incredible. If you haven't, check them out outside. And Avi Bojani, the CEO of the BBG Group. Lahav and folks, please.
Hi, sorry.
One. Mine is working.
Is mine? Okay, here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here to talk about new media and this sort of and how it's influencing this new world that we're in of connections between the UAE and Israel and beyond. So I'd like to open up with Avi Bojani, CEO of the BPG Group, and I understand that you have a huge social media platform. And I just want to hear a little bit about how that has come into play, sort of with UAE-Israel business ties.
Okay, I've had the good fortune of calling Dubai my home for 33 years now and counting. And in those 33 years, I've seen a lot of transformation. And I was just narrating last week, one of my closest friends, who's a very, very prominent minister in UAE, for the first time in my life, he stated that UAE is no more an Arab country. Dubai is no more an Arab city. We are an international country and an international city. And that's a transformation that I've been fortunate to have seen over the last 33 years. And it's exciting. On media, I have a point of view. And the point of view is not because the hosts today who brought this event together are two news organizations, Jerusalem Post and Khaleej Times, but because I genuinely believe it, and not because I call my day job is in marketing services, so advertising, public relations, etc. But the reality is, I'd just like to put a few simple points forward. Number one is, a lot of people say that we've started consuming media on our handheld device, whether it's a phone or an iPad or whatever it may be. But how many of us actually remember any commercial message? We don't. Whereas if you're picking up a newspaper, today's Khaleej Times, you would end up realizing that on the back page, there was a supermarket that advertised. On the front page, there's an exhibition in Sharjah that's being advertised. So the impact of the commercial message is very different between the digital media and the so-called traditional media. The second factor is when you consume any kind of media, whether it's on Twitter or on Insta or on any other channels, how credible is that? Because you're always worried that is it doctored, is it motivated, is it fake? Whereas what you read in print, you know that there's a sanctity around that. That's the second factor I want us to keep in mind. The third factor is we all believe that it's sexy to call these new age companies like Google and Facebook as the change makers, they're creating exponential value for the shareholders and the employees, but where is the content coming from? Had it not been for the Jerusalem Post and the Khaleej Times of the world, there would be no content for them to monetize. And the last factor is recently what Apple has just is in the process of changing the game. It is still, the jury is still out, I'm not sure. But in the last 3 weeks, since they said that we are not going to give data about our user unless the user specifically accepts those cookies. And consciousness has gone up. And from the latest reports I've got in the last 3 weeks, reach of typically programmatic media has gone down 30%. And it's counting. So we don't know where it's going to. And there I'll lie my point of view. And I'm sure there are other digital nerds who will challenge me, and I look forward to that.
Great. So we're going to give everyone a chance to give their point of view at first before we make this into more of a conversation. So Tomer Shani from Noveto has a perspective on a completely different aspect of new media. With he uses using sound technology and home assistants like the Google Home. So, my Google Home, I use it to set timers and to turn my TV on and off to tell it what shows I want to watch. But you were telling me about really interesting uses and technology. So why don't you tell the audience about it?
So thank you very much. So Noveto is an Israeli startup. We're developing a new method of listening, I would say. We created a speaker that identifies the user, locates the position of his ears, and focuses the sound to the ears of the user. So, if you look at the evolution of headphones, you had the bulky headphones, then you had the small ones, now you have wireless, and we're bringing the virtual headphones. Yeah. So you don't need the headphones at all. And obviously, this is the first generation of our product. And one of the things that we've seen in the past 2 years, specifically because of the corona, is the emergence of the working from home kind of a movement. And a lot of people are discovering the ability to work from home. And for us, it worked really nicely because we are able to create an environment for the user which is very personalized. We are not speakers that we go out and blast the world with audio and disturb everybody else. But we are not isolating you like the headphones. So you can still consume your audio in a very comfort and immersive manner, even in 3D manner, and still be attached to the environment around you, which is what we are looking today when we're working from home. And we see a lot of growth in that area. And it's not only the smart home that becoming smart, it's also the smart office that becomes very, very relative to that.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Natalie Milstein, who's an expert in cross-border business. And I would love to hear from you where the new media and social media play into that area.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to share my personal and professional experience today. Actually, when I first got involved in diplomacy and cross-border business in the Arab world, there was very little tech in the picture. Through tremendous luck and my connections that saw my passion and skill sets after my bachelor degree in Middle Eastern Studies and Arabic in a Boston area school, and my passion to build bridges, I was very privileged to come to the UAE, Oman, and Bahrain in 2013, and also Morocco and Tunisia with American Jewish diplomats to start talking about opening up relations with Israel and normalization. And it's incredible to see the difference here today, since those conversations, but they were in person, behind closed doors, very official, very formal, and needless to say, we didn't take any selfies and post it anywhere. And then again, in 2017, when I was living in Israel, and I had also studied Middle Eastern Studies and Arabic for my master's, I was hired by the Paris Center for Peace and Innovation in Tel Aviv-Yafo as a project manager to rebuild cross-border relationships between Palestinians and Israelis who had worked together before the Second Intifada and before the withdrawal from Gaza in 2005. And so these Palestinians and Israelis had no problem meeting face to face, going to each other's factories, going to B2B meetings. And it wasn't until I started working in the high-tech ecosystem, I was on a project to create linkages between the startup nation ecosystem and the emerging one next door, that I started working with people my own age. And my Palestinian peers, my Israeli peers, unlike their parents' generation, had never met one another. And, save for, of course, at checkpoints or in their military patrolling. And so suddenly, technology was really necessary to bring people together. As I'm sure a lot of you are aware of the online dating phenomenon, it's very strange to imagine yourself meeting somebody in person that you don't have a sense for their tone, for their body language, for their personality. There's a lot of fear. I came across a lot of fear, suspicion, skepticism, and resistance. So what do these dating apps do? There's video conferencing. And that's what we started doing through this project to connect the ecosystems. I was bringing VCs, mentors, and startups to video conference with their counterparts, their Palestinian counterparts, and suddenly, the Israelis became Tal, Sarit, David, and the Palestinians became Mahmoud, Imam, Ayman, and there was much more rapport building, there was trust building, and I also saw that my Instagram was an incredible tool because they were seeing that, my Palestinian colleagues were seeing that I was salsa dancing on the weekends and seeing my nephews, and they were writing to me in between meetings, and suddenly the formal and the official became friendly, and there was a genuine connection that was building. And I'd like to give 2 more examples, if it's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Similarly, in 2020, with the Abraham Accord signing, video conferencing was imperative. I started volunteering with this Israeli organization for young professionals to influence the narrative around the way that the rest of the world perceives young Israelis, and it's called Israel Is. And together, we were able to identify Emiratis and Bahrainis and Moroccans that wanted to do the same, that also want to create their country's narrative from a young professional's point of view. And we all started meeting on Zoom monthly, bi-monthly. We wanted to hop on a plane and see each other, but we were in between lockdowns. And finally, when it was possible, in April, there was an Israeli delegation that came here. We were hosted by the UAE Federal Youth Authority for the first ever in-person youth circle for Abraham Accord young professionals. And by then, we felt like family. And this is all because of our monthly Zooms, and I was also invited to like a flurry of language exchanges on WhatsApp. Actually, one of the WhatsApp group creators is here, Somaya. And most recently, with the tensions that flared up between Israelis and Palestinians, that was the most poignant example of how strong these genuine connections are through social media. Because my Palestinian friends that I met over the years, living in the West Bank, living in Gaza, have their own suffering, have their own qualms, but we all took to social media to show the reality of our day-to-day. We all posted stories, and they saw that They saw that I was writing for my stairwell because I didn't have a bomb shelter, and rockets are coming in from Gaza, and they reached out to see if I was safe and to show that they care. So it's a real human connection, and I believe that human connection is the only way to strengthen this region, and social media and communication technologies afford us that space. They transcend borders, and if you're also into people-to-people diplomacy and believe this is the face of the future, please, I'd love to connect. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. So now we have Regev Gur CEO of Narrative Group, and you're focused on influencer marketing. How has that come into play in business ties between Israel and the UAE?
So first of all, I just saw in the crowd there is one influencer, there is younger that does promotion for Dubai hotels for Israelis. So it's all over the place. And as Natalie says, I saw the Israelis movement, which I adore very much because this is where the things are happening. So I know everything about Dubai and the region and the relationship from those folks that we want to call them celebrities, influencers, but it's also me and you. Everyone is an influencer because when you walk here in this conference, which is, by the way, great, thank you so much for having us. There is a meeting, people can see each other, but then the rest of the communication is via social media. And you take a picture and you post it on Instagram and someone sees it. Like, how do you know it actually happens? Yeah, today. Like, how do you know this guy? I don't know this guy. And it connect to people. So social media is literally all over. And business-wise, obviously, when you work with influencers, you kind of like buying trust that you don't buy with normal ads. And this is why our company does that. We do it in New York. I'm based in New York, but we work with Israelis from time to time. I didn't have a chance, unfortunately, to work here yet, but now it's time.
All right, thank you. Avi, you had talked a little bit about the sort of trust issue that like I've mentioned, that you can't necessarily trust what you see on social media. So how can marketers sort of work to, because the traditional media is sort of in decline, how can they work to make marketing on new media more trustworthy for the consumers?
You know, I think it's work in progress. So it's transitioning very, very fast. But till the new media companies do not start investing in creation of their own content, there'll always be this bit of a challenge. And the traditional content creators, till they don't outreach on new media, the challenge will continue. Now, who's going to win that game? Global companies are perhaps more in the new media domain than in the traditional media domain. Traditional media has traditionally been more local and more regional. And therefore, the amount of resources that traditional media has had has been a little more finite. Those of us who are investors in global stocks know how much we've benefited in the last 12 months by investing in some of these new media companies, which are nothing other than media companies, so whether they're marketplaces getting people together or the search engines, fundamentally the revenue model is from advertising, and which needs to change a little. So the jury is out. I think both sides need to make some effort. The traditional media needs to venture out a lot more. Yes, there's a resource challenge out there, but I would say I would expect more mergers to happen where companies with far larger resources in the global domain start acquiring content through acquisitions. And that, I think, is going to be an interesting phenomenon.
That's, and if people forgive me for getting a little off topic, but is that not, it's a legal issue, right? That the companies are suddenly redefined, and certainly in the larger markets, if they're producing the content, then they're liable for the content.
Yeah, it is, what you see in Australia, that's happened, and now in Western Europe, that's beginning to happen. And then when you hear statements like some of these global companies, and I don't want to name them, but they pay zero tax, it starts making you wonder that, how is it happening, and how is it fair to the world, and who's going to feed the creation of content? So which is why I think that acquisition would be an interesting way And that's possibly one way. And I see in the next 3 to 5 years a lot more acquisitions in the new and traditional media domain.
Raghav, I wanted to ask you also about how do you get the potential consumers, I guess, to trust the influencers that are putting the product out there? You know, in traditionally, well, it's hard to say traditionally about a type of marketing that's been around for, I don't know, less than a decade, but, you know, they're selling consumer products, and how is that influencer presenting the consumer product, or even an influencer who's presenting something a little bit amorphous, like relations between peoples and countries, how do they build trust with their audience?
So it's a great question. I think that if the influencer itself will buy this product, this is when it can start working. So the product can be a Noveto, it's a great speaker, and it can be a SaaS product, or it can be an idea or a relationship. And if it's not authentic, it's just not working, and people can understand it very fast.
So, Tomer, Noveto we're in this new world of coronavirus and working from home, and Zoom all the time, all day long Zoom. And so where does Noveto sort of fit in? How can it make this working from home, or maybe even school from home, easier to handle?
So I think what we are proposing, what we are bringing in is a new way to listening, as I said before. Usually a person will listen to a speaker a certain amount of time during the day, or would like to put headphones on, but it's very uncomfortable for a long duration of time. And most of the time we're consuming audio, which is a regular audio, if it's Zoom sessions, if it's to hear the news, if it's other media they want to consume. And we are trying to bring in the most comfortable and most common way to do this. I think maybe the most basic analogy would be to think of your laptop screen, right? Because laptop screen is very individual, is very personalized. If someone gets next to you, you might see it, but otherwise it's for you. And we want to bring the same sensation, very easy, very open. And that, I believe, will increase the comfortable to use it for excessive, even longer amount of time. And that can help merge together the new trend of working from home with technology that obviously allows it and makes it much more comfortable.
All right, I think that our time is up, so I just want to thank everybody. It's been an interesting panel. And then we're on to the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Lahav, and everyone on the panel. The Abraham Accords were not just with the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. It also included normalization with Morocco. And I'm honored to be joined today by my friend Mohamed Zainabi, editor-in-chief of L'Observateur de Maroc. I probably did not pronounce that as I should, who will moderate our next panel on investing in Africa. Mohamed will be joined on stage by Mounsif Aderkoi, Director of Financial Studies and Forecasting at the Moroccan Ministry of Economy and Finance, Mehdi Tazi, Vice President of the General Confederation of Moroccan Enterprises, and Steve Ohana, President of the Morocco-Israel Business Council. Mohamed, please.
Thank you. Ouais, si tu veux. Vas-y. Oh, vas-y. Steve. Vas-y. Take the clicker. Thanks. Mr. Former Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you for being here with us today. I'm Mohamed Zainabi. I'm the chief editor of the Moroccan media, l'Observatoire du Maroc, which along with Khaleej Times, is the first media in the Arab world to partner with Jerusalem Post. And I'm delighted to be the moderator of our panel discussion now. In this panel, we will look into the important question of how Morocco can be the right gateway for investment in Africa. To discuss this topic, I don't think we could have better qualified panelists with us today. I'm pleased to introduce them to you very shortly. On my right, we have Mr. Monsef Adarqawi, who is the Director of Studies and Financial Forecast at the Moroccan Ministry of Economy and Finance. He's representing here today the Minister personally. Mr. Monsef Adarqawi is, as I said, currently the head of Department of Studies at the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Morocco. Furthermore, he has also served in several high positions in the private and the public sector. We also have Mr. Mehdi Tazi. He is the General Vice President of the General Confederation of Moroccan Companies, CGEM, the Moroccan border. He was the CEO of Saham Group, and fast forward, he became the CEO of the insurance company of the group Saham Assurance. Mr. Tazi was also distinguished by the Jeune Afrique Group in 2013 among the 25 young African leaders, and in 2020 among the top 50 disruptors. From 2014 to 2016, Mr. Tazi was named to be among the top 10 economic leaders of the continent by the prestigious Cheswell Institute for 3 consecutive years. He holds an MBA from INSEAD. Mr. Tazi has a long experience as a board member of several insurance companies belonging to the group Saham Insurance in many countries in Africa, like Niger, Rwanda, Angola. And on my left, we have Mr. Steve Ohana. He is the president of the Morocco-Israeli Business Council. Mr. Steve Ohana runs several companies in Morocco, like la Société Chérifienne de Remorquage et d'Assistance, the finance holding Magef, the real estate holding Cogefin, and the list is really very long. We created and managed several big companies. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Our distinguished panelists will address several questions. The first one I will be asking Mr. Adarqawi. How would you describe how Morocco is doing overall in the world that the pandemic crisis that turned it quite literally upside down?
Thank you, dear Mohammed. First of all, I would like to thank your media and thank also the organizer for inviting us to speak about Morocco as a land for investments, but also as a gateway for Africa. So perhaps before answering the question, I will invite you to watch a short movie that shows the achievements made by Morocco during the last 20 years under the leadership of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI.
The video, please.
Join the circle of emerging
country has started a dynamic modernization of its infrastructure with high-end airports, world-class ports, and one of the most developed road networks on the continent. Morocco has undergone significant transformations and exponential acceleration.
Ouais, ça va. Rapidement.
At the heart of its development model, its leading force behind its economic emergence, Moroccan youth is trained to the highest international standards. Qualified human resources support the growth of historic economic sectors that are reinventing themselves, as well as strategic sectors that shed light on Moroccan expertise now recognized by the largest global operators. As an industrial platform, Morocco has made the new global businesses the flagship of its industrial strategy. Thanks to this vision, it has achieved exceptional results in the oil, aeronautics, renewable energies, and agricultural sectors. Morocco has managed the feat of becoming Africa's second largest exporter of cars with an integration rate of over 60%. Strong visibility and trust leading to investments turned the Kingdom of Morocco into the ideal destination for development and business opportunities in an increasingly fast-paced country.
So as it has been said in the film, Morocco, for those who have never been in Morocco, is an African country, but is in a crossroad between Africa and Europe. And we succeeded leveraging this unique geostrategic position by investing massively in infrastructure. So the film speaks about, we give you here some figures about the effort that have been made by Morocco to equip the country with world-class infrastructures. I'll show you this one.
The second slide.
Doesn't work. So yeah. So in parallel of these efforts of equipping the country with infrastructure, we have also engaged institutional reforms that consolidate the stability of Morocco in terms of economy, in terms of social, and also in terms of politics, under the leadership of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. And here I mentioned two major reforms. The first one was in 2011, is the new constitution that guarantee ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity. And the last one, which have been launched during the last Ramadan, which is the generalization of social protection in all Moroccans. So in addition to these domestic reforms, Morocco also deeply engaged in free trade agreements. We signed almost 55 agreements with the European Union, with the United States, with the Arab countries, also with Turkey. And those, when a business operates from Morocco, they have access to a market of more than 1 billion consumers in free duty. And adding to that, we have signed the African Zone Libre-Échange free trade agreement, which will add another 1 billion consumer market for operators and business operating from Morocco. And all this process of reform have strengthened the competitiveness of economy. And during the last decade, in terms of GDP growth, we have almost an average growth by an average growth in terms of real terms by 3.5% each year. And in terms of inflation, we have an average only on 1.5%. So the inflation is under control. So thanks to those macroeconomic stability and macroeconomic fundamentals, Morocco have been successful in attracting FDIs. Sorry, I have the numbers in another slide, but we have been ranked as the third country, the most attractive in Africa in terms of FDIs. And also in terms of doing business, we have been ranked last year the third one in Africa and 53rd in worldwide. So thanks to all those reforms, Morocco is the right place for companies and investors that want either to invest in Morocco or through Morocco to invest in African countries. And then I will sum up by saying that Morocco, in a region that is very volatile, is a model of stability in all levels, in political, social, but also in the economical level. And this is the main driver for attracting investors in Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Adarkawi. As all of us can clearly see, Morocco has been proven to show a great force of resilience in this time of worldwide crisis. Mr. Tazi, what about the Moroccan business climate in all this? How is it handling the current situation?
Well, thank you, Mohammed. Distinguished guest. First of all, I want to say how happy I am and honored I am to be in this event, knowing that the relationship between Morocco and Israel are formally new, but probably lasting for a very long time and never stopped. And as a young guy, I still remember that in 1993, Shimon Peres, on the way back from Washington, stopped in Rabat to meet King Hassan II. So that's a long-lasting relationship with a strong community, Jewish community in Morocco. I came back to Morocco in 2003 and 2004, and I have to say that coming from countries like Dubai, Singapore, moving back to Morocco, I found a country that was at the beginning of its development. When you look at it 20 years later, the achievements are really strong, and you can notice it, whether it's in terms of business climate, where we moved from, in doing business, something like 130 to 53 now, whether it's in terms of infrastructure, whether it's in terms of a business environment, generally speaking. My experience is I run an insurance company that started in Morocco that we actually bought an insurance company in 2005 with less than $10 million of equity. We sold it in 2017, after 12 years, for $2 billion to a group in South Africa. And what made it possible is that we found the economic environment to buy, to invest in Africa, to invest in our countries, in our continent. We found the human resources that were willing and able to go and work in different places. I myself run at some point an insurance company in Angola, an insurance company in Côte d'Ivoire, another one in Nigeria. So you find in Morocco resources that can go there and run those companies with the special mindset that we have in Morocco, but also in Africa. So I think the way we should see Morocco is reasonably good with the international standards platform from a business perspective, but also the gateway to a continent where everything is still happening in terms of energy, in terms of industry, infrastructure, you name it. Everything is to be done.
Second question. We speak about Morocco as a gateway to Africa. According to you, why do you believe that it would be more interesting for an investor to come and invest in Morocco and from thereafter in Africa rather than going elsewhere?
Because I just said everything is to be done. Nothing is done in Africa. I mean, you see it from the perspective of investor. Everything that you touch is 10% in terms of development. So the 90% are to be done. The frontiers, the next frontier is in Africa. I think everybody said it. It's something that people have heard, but those that went on the field, on the ground and saw it, know that the development that any company can do should be done in Africa.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Steve Wahana, when Mr. Yako read your name in our panel, he asked me, Steve Wahana, are you sure is in your panel? Wait, yes. You have Mohammed, you have Mehdi, you have Monsef, and you have Steve. And My question, I heard someone was asking you this question. As a Jewish Moroccan yourself, how do you perceive your mission within the Morocco-Israeli Business Council?
Well, number one, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm very honored to be part of that forum. I'm very sorry that I won't be able to answer the question as said. I never thought, and I am not, a Jewish Moroccan. So I can't answer, but if you want, I'd be very pleased to answer as a Moroccan Jew.
Yeah.
As a Moroccan Jew, as a Moroccan, as you do too, and you would understand it very easily. If you ask me what is my religion, for sure I will tell you I'm a Jew. And I think it's about time for people to understand that religion and citizenship shouldn't be mixed.
Exactly.
Agree.
I grew up in Morocco, went to study in America, and after my studies, I decided rightly and luckily to come back and make my life in Morocco. I'm very pleased about the decision I made. Since then, I've been an entrepreneur, running an industry group, real estate, services, and trade. And it was a very nice experience, and it still is. So, in some ways, to sum it up, I'm only a Moroccan product. The reason why is that Morocco offers the same rights and offers the same opportunity to everybody. To illustrate that diversity, no, that Morocco, beside it,
Tu lui donnes le micro.
Morocco is the only country in the world beside Israel that where the personal status of a Jew is ruled by the Mosaic law. Which means that it's within the same court, but with a rabbinical chamber. The Abraham Accords is for us nothing new, because the relationship we do have is so good that we never felt any differences. Moreover, the fact is in Israel you have close to 1 million Jews of Moroccan origin. It's a factor that should make it much easier, enjoyable, and smooth. Very important factor to me. My wife is Israeli. On top of this, she's a criminal lawyer, and she decided to come to live in Morocco and made Morocco a country of adoption, and she's very pleased and happy. And she loves it, and she cannot foresee her life anywhere else. The Business Council will be more delighted to assist, to advise, and to facilitate any Israeli entrepreneur that would like to invest in Morocco. That council was created by the supervision of Mr. Shakib Khaleej, the president of the CGM, and in the framework with the SPA between CGM, FIC, and MIA, which is our counterpart in Israel. Even though the last few months, the conditions required to boost the economy were not met, we still received many inquiries from Moroccan and Israeli investors, and hopefully, as soon as the frontiers will be open, we'll be very happy to receive. Mehdi and I will be very pleased to see you in Morocco as soon as you'll be ready to come. It will be our pleasure to host you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish we had more time to discuss further on this topic, but unfortunately, we will need to wrap up for now. Thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists. And see you soon in Morocco.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panel. I think our next conference should be in Morocco. I'm sure you all agree with me. In the spirit of the Abraham Accords, of course, our next session will discuss cultural opportunities and connections based on our shared histories. Please help me welcome distinguished panelists, Dr. Ali Al-Nuaimi, the chair of the Federal National Council's Defense and Foreign Affairs Committee, and a pivotal player in the brokering of the Abraham Accords. We're very lucky to have you with us today. Also, Paul Packer, the chairman of the U.S. Commission for the Preservation of America's Heritage Overseas. This will be moderated by Yaakov Katz. Please give them a warm welcome.
Thank you, Michal. It's a pleasure to be with you. So, Paul, I'd like to start with you. You visited the, if I'm not mistaken, the Holocaust exhibition here in Dubai just yesterday, right? For those who don't know, you can read about it in the Khaleej Times. There was an article the other day. They opened up a Holocaust exhibition. And I read, actually in the Khaleej Times, that the founder of the exhibition said, it's very important to us that we focus on educating people about the tragedies of the Holocaust because education is the antidote to ignorance. What was it like visiting there?
Well, I'll tell you, Yaakov, it was really amazing, and you know, I'd hate to have something as serious as the Holocaust turn on my opening line or opening part of this dialogue, but you know, you come to Dubai for a conference which was unprecedented, and nobody a year ago would ever thought this would happen. And I go to Dubai, I go to a museum called the Crossroads of Civilization Museum, which is led by Ahmed al-Mansouri. And I go there to see a Holocaust exhibition in Dubai. And I walk in, and I see 40 or 50 American college students who were visiting from Israel on their gap year that they're taking, studying in Israel in a yeshiva, coming to Dubai to learn about the Holocaust. Whoever would have thought that? It was, you know, that really showed me and made me feel that everything that's happened over the last bunch of years, but was consummated last year, is really taking effect. And it really made me feel everything that I've been doing for the last 3+ years to make sure that the atrocities that happened during World War II would not only be remembered, and the words never again mean never again to the whole world, but it means that the world is showing and being able to show their people, the rest of the world, that it didn't even affect. They're learning that these atrocities cannot happen anywhere in the world.
Ali, a lot of the work that you do is also aimed at educating against hate, against incitement, even working with, I was reading about some people who have participated even in terrorism around the world coming back and trying to rehabilitate and re-educate. So is this part of a larger theme, what we're seeing, what Paul was talking about, the work that you're doing?
Well, before I answer my question, I'd like to thank Khaleej Times and Jerusalem Post for arranging this event at this crucial time. You know, after this Gaza war, many thought that the Abraham Accord is dead. And we hear this propaganda. And I believe such an event, bringing people not only from UAE and Israel, from different parts of the world, is the right response. And the message, that, you know, I take from this, that the Abraham Accord is not a history. It's our future. It's not the Emirati and the Israeli future. It's the whole region future. And this is what we should fight for, and this is what we should be willing to sacrifice for. So thank you again for this event. When it comes to the issue of these initiatives related to countering hate, promoting coexistence and tolerance, we in the UAE, we believe that, terrorism, extremism is not a threat to a single nation or a threat to a single region. It is a threat to the whole world. It's a threat to all of us. And we believe that there is no single nation will be able to counter it by itself. So this is where we urge always the international community to come forward, to come together, to have the courage to work together to counter hate and counter extremism. And this is why in the UAE we created many platforms to do so. And always I say this, when it comes to countering terrorism, extremism, and hate, we think globally, but we act locally.
Interesting. Now, Paul, you've also been thinking globally. You've traveled a lot around the world in the last few years in your position as head of the commission, looking to preserve American heritage, which a lot of that tends to fall into something with the Jewish angle to it, if we could call it that. But what do you see from those trips? What are you feeling is the sentiment around the world in terms of, we've seen this rise of anti-Semitism recently. How does that all fit in? And also looking to this region in collaboration.
Sure. I mean, there's something that I said about a year ago, and I believe it was another Jerusalem Post conference, when I was on a stage with two ambassadors and a chargé from Western European countries. I've traveled a lot in Eastern Europe. There's a lot that we've done in Eastern Europe to make sure that mass graves, synagogues, many other places, and even moderate Islamic countries that actually saved Jews during the Holocaust, if it's Albania, if it's Morocco, is it Kazakhstan, turning to an ambassador from a Western European country saying that when I go to your country now, I might run into somebody who will say to me, I'd like to do to you what my grandfathers did to your grandparents. But when I go to an Eastern European country now, you might have people come over to me and say, I'd like to learn more about what my grandparents did to your grandparents and how could we make that better and make this world a better place. And you're coming to a place like Dubai or coming to the region here, His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, the founder of the UAE, is quoted as saying, nations are not measured by their material wealth alone, but their cultural heritage. And that is something that you could see here in Dubai. I've seen it, on the multiple trips I've taken to the region and here in Abu Dhabi. It's all about mutual respect. Mutual respect upon religions, mutual respect about culture and heritage. And that's something, again, coming here to see a museum, a Holocaust museum, not only a museum about Holocaust, but it has a museum that talks about Israel. This is the ultimate in heritage. It's about people to people. It's not only about the F-35s. It's not only about the missiles. It's about people to people. And there's a lot more that unites than divides everybody. At the end of the day, it's going to be the people who are going to make everything go forward. And I only could say that it's an honor and a privilege to be in a part of the world that actually accepts this and promotes it.
Ali, in an op-ed in the Jerusalem Post that you wrote for us back in December, you asked, why is there no European, US, or Australian versions of Islam? And I'll quote, you said, how our societies will not develop until they realize that education is a future-oriented process and project, not just a way to recreate history and squeeze ourselves into past glories that we can no longer replicate. So what does that mean? Because, some people look at the Arab world and they see only one type of Arab, one type of Islam. But you're talking about something different.
Well, you see, I lived in the US for almost 6 years. And I saw how Muslims lived there. And I saw those Muslims, they immigrate to the US and they took with them their problems. And you go to several mosques, you see this is a Pakistani mosque, this is an Egyptian, this is Moroccan, this is, Indian.
By the way, that's like the Jews too. You know the joke, right?
Yes, I know.
You have a Jew on an island, he builds 2 synagogues. One he goes to, one he doesn't go to.
But you see, the problem is this. They live in a community which is different. I was in Spain before 4 years, and I was talking, I gave a lecture, and I was talking about the UAE model of coexistence. And then when I finished, a journalist stood up and he said, my name is Muhammad Mustafa, I am from Algeria, I have this question. I responded immediately, are you Algerian or Spanish? He said, well, I lived here for 17 years. I have the Spanish citizenship, but I'm Algerian. I am Algerian. I said, look, it's either you are Algerian or Spanish. If you want to live with Spain, you have to live as a citizen. You have to be loyal to this nation. You know, you have to understand the culture. You have to follow the laws of these countries. If you are living here thinking, you know, with a mindset of Algerian, you will fail. And then you will isolate